Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Now there are emotions. No. Magic City. An office building. Clatter. Chen Hao's pen accidentally fell on the floor. So Chen Hao bent down to pick it up. As his waist bent down, Chen Hao's gaze was once again attracted by the pair of black silk legs under the table. This colleague sitting opposite him, Bai Jia, is really hot. There are 4 female colleagues in an office, and this Bai Jia wears stockings to work every day. And she wears different colors and styles every day. No wonder she hooked up with that Li Liang so quickly. She even took off her high heels. What bad manners! Although he didn't object to it. Picking up the pen that had fallen on the floor, just as Chen Hao was about to get up reluctantly after withdrawing his gaze, suddenly Chen Hao felt a blackout. Then a smell of fermented cabbage rushed to Chen Hao's forehead. When the light returned, Chen Hao immediately realized what had just happened. Furious, Chen Hao glared at the woman sitting across from him, her eyes full of anger. Seeing that the other party not only showed no sign of remorse, but also looked at him with a smile, Chen Hao became even more angry. He had just thought that Bai Jia had accidentally lifted her foot and it had hit him in the face. Now it seems obvious that the other party did it on purpose. Chen Hao was about to lose his temper, but then he saw the woman across the table pick up her phone and wave it at him. This was a sign for Chen Hao to look at the phone. So Chen Hao temporarily suppressed his anger and opened his phone. He found that Bai Jia had sent him a WeChat message. The content was, "Are you done looking?" Upon seeing this message, Chen Hao felt inexplicably weak in the heart, and sent it off with 2 question marks. Bai Jia, that was the 4th time your pen has fallen to the ground. Don't think I don't know why your pen keeps falling to the ground, smiling face. It's all because I accidentally touched it. Chen Hao was stubborn and naturally couldn't admit to such things. Bai Jia, you dare to do it but not admit to it, you're really a loser, smiling face. At this moment, Chen Hao felt his face burning with pain. You have a beautiful girlfriend and you're spying on female colleagues at work, you're a pervert, aren't you? Chen Hao was at a loss for words. He didn't want to be like this. But his girlfriend hadn't let him touch her for half a month. Plus, Bai Jia really looked hot, and she was wearing black stockings, so he couldn't resist for a moment. Chen Hao, I'm telling you, if there's a next time, believe it or not, I'll stuff the stockings I've worn for 3 days directly into your cup. No way. Seeing that it was time to go off work, Chen Hao quickly grabbed his phone and left work at the speed of light. He looked a little disheveled. He was really angry now. The thought that his girlfriend, Lin Pinru, hadn't let him touch her for half a month made him even angrier. He and Lin Pinru were classmates at a second-rate university in the Magic City. Lin Pinru was good-looking and was the goddess of many boys at the university. She was also his goddess. In college, he couldn't get Lin Pinru. That was because Lin Pinru had a boyfriend who was a local from the Magic City with some small amount of money. But one night 6 months ago, he suddenly received a call from Lin Pinru. On the phone, Lin Pinru was crying and asking if he had time to go out and drink with her. He could tell with his toes that Lin Pinru must have been dumped. This was a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation. So that night, the 2 of them got drunk and then had sex. In the end, the 2 of them confirmed their romantic relationship. For the past 6 months, Lin Pinru has not gone out to find a classmate, and she has been eating and drinking all day long. Why can't he touch her after half a month? Chen Hao became more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If Lin Pinru had fulfilled her responsibilities as a girlfriend, would he have just been humiliated by Bai Jia? If this matter were exposed by Bai Jia, how do you think he would be able to work in the company? How would Li Liang let him go? At 6 o'clock, Chen Hao returned to the rented room. As soon as he entered his room, Chen Hao said to Lin Pinru, who was sitting in front of the computer desk watching a drama, "Take off your armor." "What armor? I'm not in the mood right now." Lin Pinru looked cold and indifferent, not even giving Chen Hao a glance. The reason she gave was the same as usual, she was not in the mood. "It's been half a month. If you just want to reject me, can't you come up with a better excuse?" Chen Hao angrily said. "I just don't have the mood." Facing Lin Pinru's cold violence, Chen Hao's anger exploded. He took a step forward and slapped Lin Pinru's face, asking if she was in the mood now. "How dare you hit me?" Lin Pinru turned her head and looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. "Pop." Chen Hao slapped her again with his backhand. "I asked you if you're emotional now." Seeing Chen Hao's scarlet eyes, Lin Pinru shivered with fear. Yes, she is emotional. At this moment, Lin Pinru's eyes were both fearful but also implied a trace of excitement. Unload your armor. Okay. Lin Pinru silently shut down the computer, then got up and took off her clothes one by one in front of Chen Hao. An hour later, Chen Hao got up, opened the window, and stood next to it, lighting a cigarette. Chen Hao, let's break up. Lin Pinru, who was sitting on the bed and putting on her bra, suddenly looked at Chen Hao. Give me a reason. Chen Hao asked, exhaling smoke rings. Han Yu asked me to get back together, and I agreed. That guy was previously involved with 3 people at once, and hurt you so deeply, and you still want to be with him? I have no choice. I still love him. Lin Pinru sighed. You're so hypocritical. You obviously like Han Yu for his money. So what if I like his money? What do you want me to do, spend the rest of my life with a poor guy like you? Wake up. Chen Hao, these days, which girl doesn't want a rich boyfriend? Facing Lin Pinru's mockery, Chen Hao was furious, but he was also unable to refute, so he quickly left, saying, I don't want to see you again. Chen Hao, what are you angry about? With my looks, I've slept with you for half a year, and you've already made a fortune, okay? Lin Pinru sneered, and then began to pack her luggage. Half an hour later, Lin Pinru left Chen Hao's rented room dragging her suitcase. Not long after Lin Pinru left, Chen Hao, who had calmed down, also walked out of the room and prepared to go to the kitchen to get something to eat. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. However, as soon as Chen Hao came out of the room, he saw Yi Jia, dressed in her OL uniform, opening the door and returning home. The house he rented was a 2-bedroom. Yi Jia is his roommate. Yi Jia is also his college classmate. She is also Lin Pinru's best friend. Chen Hao, I ran into Lin Pinru when I was going upstairs. She must have kicked you out, right? Chen Hao was already in a bad mood after just breaking up with Lin Pinru, and now he saw Yi Jia gloating, which made him feel even worse. None of your business. Seeing that Chen Hao, who usually acts like a nice guy, suddenly changed his image from the past and spoke to him so harshly, Yi Jia immediately quit. Why, Chen Hao, I was just asking casually, why are you angry at me? Ding, congratulations to the host, the accumulated heterosexual emotional value collected today has exceeded 1,000, successfully activating this system. Chapter 2 Chapter 002 First Lottery Draw. The mechanical synthesized sound that suddenly came to Chen Hao's mind was no different from Chen Hao's point of view at this time. It was the most beautiful sound in the world. Even the sound that Lin Pinru just made in the room was not as good as the mechanical synthesized sound. System? He, Chen Hao, is an old bookworm who has read for a cumulative total of over 1,000 hours on the Tomato app. How could he not know what a system is? Great. His golden finger has arrived. Brother Tonzi, introduce yourself quickly. Chen Hao tried to communicate with the system using his mind, following the example of the protagonists in those urban fantasy novels he had read before. It turned out to be effective. Reading novels does prove useful. Hello, host. This system is called the emotion system. You can collect a certain amount of emotion points by making the opposite sex feel emotional. Every 1,000 points of emotional value consumed will allow you to enter a grand lottery. In addition, this system also provides an emotional word function. The specific benefits need to be explored by the host in the future. Emotional system? Gaining a woman's emotional value will allow you to enter a lottery. This should still fall under the broad category of the godly system, right? Chen Hao, I'm talking to you, what are you daydreaming about? Yi Jia's words brought Chen Hao's thoughts back to reality. When he looked at Yi Jia again, Chen Hao noticed 2 translucent little boxes above Yi Jia's head. The contents were: number of relationships, 0, physical condition, healthy and non-toxic. Current state of mind, this really pisses me off. Talking to a beautiful girl like me, and this Chen Hao actually gets distracted in daydreams. Note, the number of relationships can be considered the number of people of the opposite sex with whom the girl has had a relationship. Is this the emotional term that the system just introduced? It's quite interesting. I really didn't realize that Yi Jia in front of me is still a virgin. This Yi Jia is a gold-digging woman through and through. Lin Pinru also worships money in her bones, but she still hides it a bit on the surface. But this Yi Jia is openly worshipping money. Her mantra is that she must find a rich man in her life, even if she has to be a third. And Yi Jia's current job is a car salesman. He always thought that Yi Jia's private life must be very messy. Now it seems that he is the one who is looking at people through tinted glasses. Chen Hao, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Ding, the host has gained 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1100. It's easy to gain 100 emotion points, okay. What are you yelling about, acting like a shrew? I'm a shrew, it's better than you Chen Hao being a pervert. Looking at Yi Jia's expression of contempt and disgust on her face, Chen Hao blared at her, watch your mouth, who's the pervert? You're the pervert. Yi Jia crossed her arms and said, the night before last, I saw you on the balcony secretly sniffing my pantyhose and underwear. Chen Hao, you're a pervert. Bullshit, it was me. I noticed that I was using my washing powder too quickly recently, and I suspected that you had been secretly using it, so I sniffed your stockings and underwear. Chen Hao looked righteous. After sniffing, I am sure that you have been secretly using the washing powder I bought. Why are you shouting? I just used a little of your washing powder. On hearing this, Chen Hao's mouth twitched. Good guy, I didn't think Yi Jia would really steal his laundry detergent. Touching his nose, Chen Hao said sternly, Yi Jia, I'm warning you, if you dare to steal my laundry detergent again in the future, I'm going to be unkind to you. Unkind to me? What do you want? Yi Jia crossed her arms and didn't take Chen Hao's threat seriously. I want to do it. Chen Hao said, as if possessed. Ha? Yi Jia froze for a moment, then immediately reacted. This is a dirty joke. Good for you, Chen Hao, you broke up with Pinru and you dare to make dirty jokes to me. I used to think you were quite honest. Ding, the host gains 100 emotional points. Yi Jia, current emotional points 1200. Okay, it's true that you can't be formal when chatting with a girl. Look, he threw out a cliché, and Yi Jia's mood immediately improved. Off topic, guys, don't try this at home, I'm not responsible if you get beaten up. In today's society, being honest is not a good thing. Chen Hao looked up and down at the girl in front of him as he spoke. He realized that this Yi Jia was quite attractive. A standard oval face. 2 cherry lips that were rosy and full. The corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, and there is a charming air about her. She has a great figure. She is curvy. She is very attractive. The 2 buttons on her chest are about to burst open. In particular, one button is half out of its buttonhole. Chen Hao, who has OCD, wants to help Yi Jia button up her shirt. Chen Hao, where are you looking? After noticing Chen Hao's gaze, Yi Jia immediately covered her chest, her eyebrows standing on end as she glared at Chen Hao. Sigh, rich but stingy. Chen Hao shook his head inside. You dress so provocatively and still don't let people look? What kind of mentality is that? Afraid of being seen, but also afraid of not being seen? Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1300. Chen Hao, I noticed that you seem like a different person after being kicked by Pinru. Yi Jia put her hands around her chest, looking up and down at Chen Hao with a surprised expression. In the past, Chen Hao was the kind of obedient and honest guy. Every time he looked at her, he was afraid to look her in the eye. He couldn't even get a few words out of his mouth in a day. But now Chen Hao not only throws out all kinds of colorful jokes. He also dares to look her straight in the eye when he looks at her. He even just stared openly at her big thunder. His courage is many times greater than before. Chen Hao smiled. People always have to grow up. Chen Hao also feels that he has changed a lot. He is now much more confident than before. Who let him have a system? Hey, Chen Hao, where are you going? Seeing Chen Hao turn and walk towards the door, Yi Jia's eyes twinkled as she asked. Going out to eat. Originally, he had planned to go to the kitchen and make some noodles to get dinner over with. But now that he has bound the system, what's the point of eating plain noodles? He must go out and treat himself to a nice meal. Right, he now has 1,300 emotion points, so he can enter a lucky draw once. Upon thinking of this, Chen Hao quickly mentally recited the lottery. The next second, in the void in front of Chen Hao, a translucent roulette will appear that only Chen Hao could see. There were 5 sectors on the wheel. Each sector had a small pattern on it. They were a gold coin pattern, a card pattern with a question mark, a book pattern, a small bottle pattern, and 3 question mark patterns. The sector with the gold coin pattern occupies the largest area, more than half of the sector. Next are the sectors with the card pattern with question mark, the book pattern, and the small bottle pattern. The sector with the 3 question marks has the smallest area. There is a pointer in the center of the wheel. At the moment, the pointer is spinning. After spinning for a while, the pointer finally stops on the sector with the gold coin pattern. Chapter 3, Episode 003, I'm not going to steal your rich boyfriend. Ding, the lottery is over. Congratulations, the host has won 6.66 million soft. Current emotional value remaining 300. Chen Hao was overjoyed. Just give me the money? It really is a godly system. It's not in vain that his name contains the word Hao meaning rich. Winning 6.66 million in one lottery draw is really awesome. Wait a minute, Chen Hao, it so happens that I haven't eaten tonight either. Let's go out for dinner together. Yi Jia caught up with him. If she hadn't recently bought a set of cosmetics for over 5,000 yuan and her wallet was almost empty, she would never go out to dinner with this Chen Hao. Okay, let's go together. Chen Hao agreed without even thinking. This Yi Jia was now in his eyes a tool for him to use to boost his emotional value. After going downstairs, Yi Jia saw that Chen Hao had ordered a car online. Yi Jia couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Chen Hao, aren't we going to find a restaurant nearby to eat? Chen Hao smiled, there's nothing good to eat around here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao noticed that the emotion entry above Yi Jia's head had been updated. Current emotional state, would you like to take me out to eat something delicious? It seems that this Chen Hao likes me and wants to woo me. Hee, my charm is just too great. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 500. Likes you? Ha. This Yi Jia is really narcissistic. I like you, my ass. I just want to get more emotional points from you. But then again, he really does envy this Yi Jia's body a little. If there's a chance, hee. Chen Hao, what are we going to eat tonight? Yi Jia asked as she walked. What do you want to eat? Well. Yi Jia thought for a while and replied, I want to eat seafood. She hasn't had seafood for almost a month. Like her? Then it's not too much for me to treat you to seafood. Okay, let's go eat seafood, I want to eat seafood too. Chen Hao said. Chen Hao, the seafood I want to eat is abalone, sea urchin, and caviar. Yi Jia was a little worried that Chen Hao would take her to those roadside shops to eat something like razor clams and crayfish, so she spoke tactfully to remind him. Okay, no problem. Chen Hao agreed without hesitation. The 6.66 million soft girl coins he just won in the lottery had already been credited to his account. With over 6 million in his pocket, why would he take Yi Jia to eat those low-end seafood? Even if Yi Jia doesn't mind, he does. With money, of course he has to eat some high-end seafood that he usually can't afford. Chen Hao, that seafood is not cheap, don't be stingy with your money later. Yi Jia laughed, her expression quite arrogant. She, Yi Jia, is not that easy to please. If you can't bear to spend money on her, that's definitely not going to work. No matter how expensive it is, can't we afford a meal of seafood? Chen Hao's smile did not reach his eyes. He had known Yi Jia for so long, how could he not know why she wanted to go out to eat with him? It's just that she wants to get laid for free. Yi Jia had done this kind of thing many times before. But he was not the Chen Hao of the past. Want to get laid for free? It's not that easy. After leaving the residential area, it didn't take long before Chen Hao's car arrived. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a busy street by car. After a 5-minute walk, they arrived outside an English-named restaurant. Yi Jia was taken aback when she saw the restaurant, and then reminded Chen Hao, this is one of the top 3 high-end seafood buffets in our city, 3,888 yuan per person. Are you sure we want to eat seafood here tonight? She was worried that Chen Hao didn't even know this restaurant. If Chen Hao can't pay when the bill comes, it will be a great shame for her. It's not that expensive. Chen Hao spoke with a tone that suggested he had no shortage of money. Upon hearing Chen Hao say this, Yi Jia's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. She has never eaten such an expensive top-level buffet. She never imagined that although Chen Hao is poor, he is really willing to spend a lot of money to chase after her. It seems that Chen Hao, who has been dating Lin Pinru for half a year, has never taken her to such an upscale restaurant. If Lin Pinru knew that Chen Hao was taking her to a top seafood buffet costing 3,888 yuan per person tonight, she would probably break the ice directly. Hee. After all, I am still more attractive than Lin Pinru. Their faces may be comparable. But when it comes to body shape, she definitely wins. Men are all the same. She is close to 1 billion people. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points Yi Jia, and the current emotional points are 700. Yi Jia, in a happy mood, took the initiative to hold Chen Hao's hand and said happily, "Okay Chen Hao, let's go in then." Seeing as Chen Hao invited her to the top seafood buffet, she will give him some benefits. Chen Hao felt his arms sink into a mass of cotton. This made Chen Hao's heart flutter. Out of respect, he gave a silent salute. In this way, Chen Hao was escorted by Yi Jia into the top seafood buffet restaurant in front of them. At this time, the two were as intimate as a young couple. Led by a waiter, the two sat down at a window seat. Golden caviar, sea urchin sashimi platter, New Zealand lobster sashimi, Gelato No. 0 oyster sashimi, golden wood carved fish, king crab. Yi Jiamei was overjoyed and ordered a bunch of high-end seafood that she usually wanted to eat but couldn't afford. In no time, the seafood that the two ordered was all served. Looking at the table full of delicious seafood, Chen Hao was so hungry that he was drooling. He picked up a spoon and was about to dig a spoonful of golden caviar to taste, but was stopped by Yi Jia's reaching out. "Hold on, I haven't taken any pictures yet." After giving Chen Hao a disgruntled look, Yi Jia took out her Apple 14 Pro, opened the camera and took a bunch of pictures of the seafood on the table. "Okay Chen Hao, you can eat now." Chen Hao immediately started eating when he heard this. Yi Jia, however, didn't rush to eat, but first posted a friend request. A set of 9 grid photos. The text read, "I've been really busy lately, but I finally found some time to check in at Suijiat restaurant." Yi Jia then posted the photo to her group of girlfriends. The normally quiet group immediately became lively. Hu Shui, Suijiat restaurant, 3,888 yuan per person. Yi Jia, you've made a big purchase recently, haven't you? Zhou Dan, I've been wanting to check this restaurant out for a long time, envious. Yi Jia, someone else took me there. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste money on such an expensive seafood buffet. Hu Shui, someone else invited you? A man or a woman? Yi Jia, a man. Zhou Dan, gee, there's something going on. Lin Pinru, Jia, do you have a boyfriend? Yi Jia, no, he's courting me, but I haven't agreed yet. Zhou Dan, inviting you to such an expensive seafood buffet, Jia, the other person must be very rich, is he a second-generation rich kid? Hu Shui, Jia, hurry up and take some pictures of him for us to see. Yi Jia secretly glanced at Chen Hao, who was eating the meat from the crab legs of the king crab. She thought to herself that she definitely couldn't take this photo. Lin Pinru is in the group. If Lin Pinru sees that the person who invited her to such an expensive seafood restaurant is Chen Hao, what will Lin Pinru think of her? Besides, Chen Hao is just a poor loser. Her girlfriends all know Chen Hao. She can't even pretend to be cool. So Yi Jia typed, "I won't post the photo yet, after all, my relationship with him is not yet confirmed, I have to respect his privacy smiley face." Zhou Dan, go ahead and post it, I won't steal your rich boyfriend snickering. Yi Jia, let's post it when the relationship is confirmed. Okay, girls, I'm going to log off and eat, bye. Chapter 4, Episode 004. Hey, Jia. Hey, Chen Hao, don't eat that crab leg, give it to me, you just ate one. Yi Jia put down her phone and reached out to grab the king crab leg in Chen Hao's hand. But she was too late. Chen Hao just opened his mouth and bit down on it. If you want to eat it, just order another king crab. If we order another one, people will think we're country bumpkins who've never been to a fancy restaurant before. Yi Jia muttered, unhappy with Chen Hao's protective behavior. Trying to woo her, and then fighting with her over a crab leg. I won't hold his hand when we go out after this. You're just being stubborn and suffering for it. The two of them didn't say a word next. They each ate in silence. When the time came to 8 o'clock, the whole table of high-end seafood was cleaned up by the two. Both were quite satisfied with their meal. Yi Jia, are you full? Do you want to order some more? Chen Hao crossed his legs and picked his teeth with a toothpick. No, I'm not eating anymore, I've already seriously exceeded my calorie limit tonight. As Yi Jia spoke, he loosened his belt 2 notches, and suddenly felt less constricted. Okay, then transfer the money to me, and I'll settle the bill at the front desk together. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia's eyes grew wider and wider, and she looked at Chen Hao incredulously. Chen Hao, you want me to transfer money to you? Transfer what money? Of course it's the money for tonight's meal, 3,888 yuan. How about this? Since we've known each other for so long, it's enough if you transfer 3,800 to me. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, the host has gained 400 emotion points Yijia, current emotion points 1100. He gained 400 emotion points all of a sudden? That's awesome. Anyway, why is Yijia's emotion fluctuation so great? It's just asking her to pay for dinner, right? And it's her own dinner. Is that too much? It's not too much, is it? Chen Hao, are you serious? Yi Jia initially thought that Chen Hao was joking when he asked her to transfer money. But now, judging from Chen Hao's expression, it seems that the other party is serious. Of course it's real. Isn't it natural to pay for a meal? I never said I would treat you to dinner. Chen Hao said lazily. I've never paid for a meal when going out with a guy before. Chen Hao, you're humiliating me. Yi Jia was about to lose her temper. She never imagined that the dinner today would be an AA. This Chen Hao is really too much. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points Yi Jia, current emotional points 1300. Another 200 emotional points? Okay. The angrier Yi Jia gets, the more excited he gets. I humiliated you? No, Yi Jia, you're a funny guy. I didn't say I'd buy you dinner, so shouldn't we AA this meal? I'm not your husband, and I'm not your lapdog, so why should I pay for this meal? Pay up, and hurry up, don't make me look down on you. Chen Hao spoke in an impatient tone. Fine, I'll pay, but let me say this, Chen Hao, you're really too much of a jerk. Yi Jia's face turned green with anger. If she had known it was going to be an AA, she would not have tried to stop Chen Hao from eating her. Chen Hao, a man like you deserves to be single for the rest of your life. The more Yi Jia thought about it, the angrier she became. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points Yi Jia, current emotional points 1500. Stop being so stubborn and hurry up and transfer the money. Seeing his rising emotional value, Chen Hao's heart was filled with joy. What's the rush? It's only 3,800 yuan, I'll just transfer it to you. Yi Jia angrily opened her WeChat app on her phone. She had decided to block this guy as soon as she transferred the money to Chen Hao. However, when she saw the message transfer failed, insufficient funds in bank account, her face suddenly paled. What are you doing? Hurry up and transfer the money, Chen Hao urged. Yi Jia's face flushed with embarrassment as she said, well, I overspent on cosmetics this month and don't have enough money. How about this, Chen Hao, you pay for me first, and I'll pay you back when I get paid next month. Yi Jia, I know your spending habits, and your salary won't even cover it. Chen Hao, I'd rather believe you'll pay me back next month than believe you're the Qin Emperor. Yi Jia was a little annoyed by what he said. Years ago, I will definitely pay you back, I can swear to the heavens. A woman's mouth is like a man-eating ghost, I don't believe it. Hurry up, transfer the money to me now, or I will leave after paying my share and leave you alone. After saying this, Chen Hao got up and pretended to really leave. Yi Jia saw this and suddenly became a little anxious. Chen Hao, don't go. Please, Chen Hao, just pay for the meal for the other person, please. Yi Jia blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Hao pitifully. But in her heart, she hated Chen Hao. This guy is just too annoying. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points Yi Jia, current emotion points 1400. Yi Jia, you should have a lot of lapdogs around you, so you can let them send you money. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia's eyes lit up instantly. What a wake-up call. Why hadn't she thought of it? Chen Hao was right. She did have lapdogs around her. And there was even a big one. It had been sending her all kinds of warm regards on WeChat every day for the past month. At this thought, Yi Jia's face changed in an instant, her chin high, and she acted like a proud white swan again. There are plenty of people who want to spend money for their mother, just wait, you little man, I'll send you the money right away. Next, Yi Jia found the WeChat account of the big-lipped dog and initiated a voice call directly. He even deliberately pressed the speaker button. The voice call was connected quickly. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, my goddess actually initiated a voice call with me, wow, I'm so happy. Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao proudly. Her little eyes seemed to be saying, look at how charming I am. Old classmate, I'm sorry to bother you by calling you. Yi Jia's voice was sweet. No, being able to hear your voice, I feel like all the pores in my body have suddenly opened up, it's really very comfortable. Big licking dog said nothing and immediately started licking. Old classmate, I'm out shopping right now, and I've set my sights on a dress, but I don't have enough money on me. Can you lend me some money to get by? No problem, Jia, just tell me how much you need, I'll send it to you right away. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia once again looked at Chen Hao proudly, and then said into the phone, 4,000. Ha? What kind of clothes are so expensive? The voice of Big Licking Dog became smaller and smaller. Old classmate, this is the first time I've asked someone for money. Okay, Jia, I can transfer the 4,000 yuan to you. Big Licking Dog said, but Jia, I have a small request. Request? What is it? Yi Jia asked subconsciously. Hey, Jia, I want to see your big thunder. Big Licking Dog said embarrassedly. Chapter 5 Chapter 005 YY is still useful. Puff. Chen Hao, who was drinking water, laughed directly when he heard Yi Jia Big Licking Dog's words. Coincidentally, it sprayed Yi Jia in the face across the room. This guy is really a practical person. Yi Jia froze. She let the water that Chen Hao sprayed on her face flow down her face without caring. Jia. If you think my request is a bit too much, then forget it, just forget I said it. Hey, if you won't show me delay, show me your legs, that's okay. At this moment, Yi Jia finally reacted. Her whole body instantly turned red, and she looked at her legs. Then Yi Jia, who was embarrassed, hung up the voice call directly. She was so ashamed. She was really ashamed to the point of losing face. She now wished she could just crawl into the floor seam. Yi Jia, this lapdog is no good, you can get another lapdog. Chen Hao said with a smile. Yi Jia, who was blushing, didn't say anything. There were indeed a few lapdogs around her. But she didn't dare to try again. What if all her lapdogs are the same? Should she borrow money from her girlfriends? No. I just pretended to be a big shot in the group. If I ask them for money now, her girlfriends will definitely suspect that the person who treated her to the top seafood buffet today is not a rich person. She has already lost enough face today. She doesn't want to lose any more face. Especially not in front of her girlfriends. Forget it, Yi Jia. For the sake of our long friendship, I'll pay for the dinner tonight. Chen Hao suddenly sighed. Really? Yi Jia's eyes lit up. Chen Hao crossed his legs and smiled, but you have to pay something after all, my money doesn't just come from the wind. Hearing Chen Hao say this, Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao with a wary face and said, what do you want me to do? Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, well, be my babysitter for half a month. What do you think? Is that too much to ask? Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao. 3,800 yuan, and you want me to serve you for half a month? Chen Hao, you're dreaming. A real babysitter has to cook for the employer, and some even have to serve the employer's needs. You don't have to do any of that. After all, with your cooking skills, even if you dare to cook, I wouldn't dare to eat it. Chen Hao said, the work you have to do is to wash my clothes, clean up the apartment we rent, and when I need it, bring me tea and water, give me a massage, and so on. And for this half month, you can still go to work as usual during the day, which is very relaxing, okay? After listening to Chen Hao's words, Yi Jia nodded with gritted teeth and said, okay then. It's only half a month. If you endure it, it will be over. Okay, let's settle the bill and go. At 9:30 p.m., the two returned to their rented apartment. Here, paint my shoes. As soon as he entered the apartment, Chen Hao handed Yi Jia his canvas shoes. Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao angrily, but still pinched her nose and used two fingers to hold the shoelaces as she carried the shoes to the balcony. You have to clean them properly, I'll be checking them after I shower. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1500. That's fine. Using a beautiful woman to do the work, it's good for yourself and you get to brush up on your emotion points. This is just too good. Next, Chen Hao went to his room happily and found a set of pajamas, then went to the bathroom to shower. After the shower, Chen Hao went to the balcony with the dirty clothes he had changed into. At that time, Yi Jia had just finished brushing Chen Hao's shoes. Chen Hao checked them over and felt that they were really quite clean, barely clean, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in your shoe brushing. After saying that, Chen Hao stuffed the dirty clothes in Yi Jia's arms and said, go wash them for me. No, Chen Hao, you've worn those pants yourself, you can't expect me to wash them for you. Chen Hao's dirty pants were on top of the dirty clothes. They were even turned inside out. Yi Jia could already smell a strange smell. This made her feel disgusted, and her face turned a little red. Yi Jia, you are now a nanny that I am paying for. These pants, if you don't wash them, do you want me, the employer, to do it? Don't you know your current status? But they are so dirty, they stink. Yi Jia said, pinching her nose. Nonsense, the pants you have worn all day are not dirty and smelly? Wash them quickly, and after you finish, I will come out and check. After saying this, Chen Hao turned around and walked towards his room. Looking at Chen Hao's back, Yi Jia cursed Chen Hao in her heart. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1700. After returning to his room and sitting on the bed, Chen Hao willed and started the lottery. The pointer on the roulette wheel spun rapidly. Then it slowed down. It looked like the needle was about to cross the sector with the gold coin and reach the sector with the question mark in the middle, so Chen Hao couldn't help but scream in his heart, "Keep going, don't stop, don't stop." But then the needle finally gave up and stopped at the gold coin sector. Ding, the lottery is over. Congratulations, the host has won a Ferrari F80, with master-level driving skills, and 700 remaining emotion points. A Ferrari F80? Holy cow! This is the successor to the Ferrari LaFerrari, a god-level supercar of a previous generation, and Ferrari's latest flagship top-level supercar. He had seen news about the Ferrari F80 online before. The Ferrari F80 is limited to 799 units worldwide, and the overseas price is as high as 3.6 million euros per unit. That's 28.5 million yuan. After taking into account tariffs and other taxes, the full price is over 30 million yuan. He actually won the world's top supercar, the Ferrari F80. This is so cool. And he was also given master-level driving skills as a bonus? Brother Tonzi is really considerate. Although he got his driver's license when he went to college, he hasn't even touched the steering wheel of a car in the past 2 years. Now that he really has a Ferrari F80 in front of him for him to drive, he really doesn't dare to drive it. Now it's good. With the masterful driving skills that come with the system, he has become an old driver. Chen Hao's eyes are red. He keeps rubbing his palms. He is so excited. Hello, host, this Ferrari F80, would you like to pick it up from the store tomorrow? Or would you like the Kunz Auto Sales Service staff to deliver the Ferrari F80 to you tomorrow? Wow, there's even a home delivery service? System, I choose home delivery. Received. Estimated delivery time is tomorrow morning around 10:30. Holy shit, I'm going to be up all night. The thought of driving the Ferrari F80 out for a spin tomorrow morning made Chen Hao's whole body tremble with excitement. Who would have thought that this would be his life? During the day, he was still working like a dog at the company. However, not only did he have more than 6.6 million yuan in his bank account, he would soon own one of the world's top supercars. Fuck, he could only fantasize about such a wonderful life when reading novels about rich people. Unexpectedly, his fantasies have come true. Fantasies do come true. It seems that he should fantasize more in the future when he has nothing to do. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 He wants to eat 10. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. I can't sleep at all. Chen Hao, who was excited, got out of bed and opened the window, lighting a cigarette for himself. After smoking, Chen Hao walked out of the room and hummed a tune as he went to the balcony. At this time, Yi Jia was still standing in front of the laundry sink, washing Chen Hao's clothes with his back to Chen Hao. Chen Hao saw that Yi Jia had already washed and hung up his shorts. Okay, these shorts are cleaner than the ones I washed myself. Yi Jia ignored Chen Hao and continued to wash Chen Hao's jeans. The more Chen Hao looked at Yi Jia in front of him, the more he found her pleasing to the eye. How could he not find her pleasing to the eye? After all, he had earned 1,700 emotion points from Yi Jia today. If not for these emotion points, then he wouldn't have been able to enter the lucky draw just now. As a result, he won't be able to drive the Ferrari F80 tomorrow. Get out of the way, I need to hang the laundry. Yi Jia was holding the freshly washed jeans in a clothes hanger when she was blocked by Chen Hao. There was no way around it, the balcony of this rental apartment was really small. If Chen Hao didn't move to the side, Yi Jia wouldn't be able to get past. What are you smirking at? Looking at Yi Jia's rosy, full lips, Chen Hao, whose mood was particularly beautiful, suddenly went hot and kissed her directly. The sudden heat from between their lips made Yi Jia's eyes widen instantly. After reacting, Yi Jia quickly reached out to push Chen Hao away. Chen Hao, you dare to kiss me, you rascal! Seeing that Yi Jia's eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry, Chen Hao also suddenly calmed down completely. I'm sorry, I just had a brain fart. Chen Hao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Okay. His excitement had completely subsided. You think you can just say you're sorry and that's it? This was my first kiss. Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao with red eyes. If this were before, Chen Hao definitely wouldn't believe Yi Jia when she said this was her first kiss. But now he did believe her. Because the emotion entry told him that the Yi Jia in front of him was still a virgin. That Yi Jia, don't get excited. If you feel like you've suffered a loss, then how about I let you kiss her back? Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 900. Rogue, shameless, you took advantage and then bullied me. Yi Jia cried out in distress. Don't cry, don't cry. Seeing Yi Jia crying like a child, Chen Hao was also a little at a loss for a moment. After all, it was he who had kissed her against her will. He was in the wrong. Sobs. Chen Hao, you bastard, you've been bullying me since I got back from work, sobs. Yi Jia cried more and more sadly. She was sniffling and tearing. She had no image at all. How about this, Yi Jia, I was wrong to kiss you just now. To express my apology, you just need to be my nanny for 3 days, and then the debt between us of 3,800 yuan will be settled, okay? Chen Hao rubbed his forehead, as Yi Jia's crying was making his head ache. Deal. Yi Jia, who was originally crying inconsolably, applied the brakes and immediately stopped crying. There was even a hint of smugness in her expression. Damn, you're changing faces too quickly. Chen Hao said with a smack of his lips, I'm now doubting whether this was your first kiss. Right. Who said that virgins and first kisses must be still there? Damn. He's still too simple. That was really my first kiss, I'll be damned if I lie to you. Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao hatefully, my first kiss was just taken away by you, I've really suffered a great loss. You've lost nothing. You got to kiss her, and you got to do 12 days of babysitting. It's a good deal. Besides, if you didn't put your tongue in her mouth, it's not really a kiss. So, technically, you still got your first kiss, okay? I'm the one who really lost out, okay? After a few more words, Chen Hao went back to his room. Sitting on the bed, looking at his 900 emotional points, Chen Hao was desperate. Just 100 points less, and he can enter the lucky draw again. How else can he raise his emotional quotient? Should he go to Yi Jia's room and force himself on that big girl? If he forces himself on Yi Jia, I think it will definitely give him hundreds of points. No. That's a terrible idea. Right. He can go on Zaya Honshu and Weibo to find some female netizens to argue with. His emotional value would rise like crazy. However, as soon as this idea popped into his head, the system told him no. The system said this was cheating. Emotional value can only be gained from women you know personally. And it's not enough to know them one-sidedly. You have to know each other. In addition, the women must be recognized by the system in order to provide effective emotional value. Chen Hao asked what kind of women could be his emotional value tool. As a result, the system gave an ambiguous and very broad answer. A woman who is different from the others. Okay. Chen Hao now seriously suspected that he had just discovered a bug, but the result was that the system had patched it. System, you really are a dog. The next morning at 6 o'clock. Yi Jia walked out of her room in her pajamas. As she yawned and arrived in the living room, Yi Jia suddenly noticed someone sitting on the sofa. After seeing that it was Chen Hao, Yi Jia patted her chest and said in a grumpy tone, Chen Hao, why did you close the curtains? You scared me, I thought there was a thief in the house. It's Saturday, aren't you not working today? Why did you get up so early? I didn't get up early, I didn't sleep at all. Chen Hao was quite depressed. He was now full of thoughts about the Ferrari F80. He couldn't sleep at all. He had insomnia all night. Looks like Pinru really hurt you when she dumped you. Yi Jia pulled back the living room curtains with a gloating smile on his face. You're overthinking it. I'm not like I can't live without her. Chen Hao gave Yi Jia a dirty look. You can keep your mouth shut. Yi Jia returned Chen Hao's dirty look. Hurry up and get washed up, then make me something to eat, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Give me some noodles. He is still used to eating noodles in the morning. Chen Hao, I'll make the noodles, do you dare to eat them? Yi Jia, please be precise, what do you mean by I dare to eat them? This sentence is ambiguous, or did you say it on purpose? Upon hearing this, Yi Jia first froze for a moment, and then responded, Ba, I didn't mean it, it's your own thoughts that are dirty, okay? I've made noodles a few times before, and you said they were salty and no dog would eat them. After a pause, Yi Jia continued, and let's not forget that although I'm your nanny now, I don't have to cook for you, Chen Hao. You said that yourself last night, so even if the noodles I make aren't salty, I won't cook them for you. Okay. You should recognize your own words. After thinking for a while, Chen Hao looked at Yi Jia, who was rinsing his mouth, and said, then go out and buy me something to eat later. What do you want to eat? Yi Jia asked after finishing washing up. 10 crab roe buns and a cup of soy milk. Right. He has more than 6.6 million yuan in his bank card, so what's the point of eating plain noodles? Usually, he can't afford to eat crab roe buns, but now he can. The location of the house he rented is a bit remote. But there is a bun shop nearby that is doing extremely well. Every morning, people drive a long way to come here just to eat the steamed crab roe buns from that shop. Although he has lived here for more than 2 years, he has never eaten those crab roe buns. It's not that he doesn't want to eat them. It's just that he can't afford them. A steamed crab meat bun costs 108 yuan, and he can't even afford to buy one. Every time he passes by the bakery, he sees those rich people eating the crab meat buns with big bites, and he gets so hungry that his mouth waters. He remembers that once, Lin Pinru wanted to eat the crab meat buns from that bakery so badly that she kept nagging him to go buy some. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he was prepared to go into debt. But that day, he was very lucky. He came across a rich man dropping 3 crab-filled buns. Rich people are rich people. 108 buns dropped on the ground and not picked up. When the rich man had gone a long way, he immediately rushed up to pick up the crab-filled buns. At the same time, a big black dog also rushed towards the fragrant crab-filled buns. But in the end, he was faster and picked up the 3 crab roe buns before the big black dog. He was so angry when he thought about it. That damned big black dog chased him for a mile. Damn, what grudges. Who's to blame for his slow speed? He didn't have any dog ethics. The past is unbearable to think about. Now that he's rich, 108 yuan for a crab roe bun, he'll eat 10. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 I'll spit in your mouth. You want to eat crab roe buns, and you want to eat 10 of them? Yi Jia's face showed disbelief when she heard Chen Hao's words. You have to know that the crab roe buns steamed at the nearby bakery cost 108 yuan each. Such expensive buns. It's enough to bite down and eat one to try it. But this Chen Hao actually said he wanted to eat 10? Is he crazy? You heard me right, I want to eat 10 of them. Chen Hao said, opened WeChat and directly transferred 1100 to Yi Jia. 10 crab roe buns are 1080 yuan, a cup of soy milk is 4 yuan, and the remaining 16 yuan is for your errands. Chen Hao, it seems that Pinru's breakup really hit you hard. Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao with some sympathy. Last night, he went to a top seafood buffet that cost 3,888 yuan per person. This morning, he spent another 1,100 yuan on breakfast. This is the level of consumption of a rich celebrity. The only thing that Chen Hao has in common with a rich celebrity is that his name contains the character Hao. This is obviously a result of being deeply hurt, and he is now spending money in a retaliatory manner. Yi Jia's heart is bleeding. Damn it, if you're going to waste money like that, can't you just give it to her? I said, you brainless guy with big breasts, what are you filling your head with nonsense for? Hurry up and go out and buy me some crab roe buns. Chen Hao waved impatiently. Look, he's getting angry. Obviously, I've hit the nail on the head. If he keeps this up, I'm going to have to do something. 5 minutes later, Yi Jia, who had changed her clothes, went out to buy crab roe buns for Chen Hao. As soon as she got downstairs, her phone rang. Jia, after Chen Hao and I broke up yesterday, how is Chen Hao doing? The voice of Lin Pinru came over the phone. Not very well. He bought 10 crab roe buns this morning, Pinru. You can see that breaking up with him has greatly affected him. Yi Jia said as she walked. Really? On the other end of the line, Lin Pinru's face revealed a hint of smugness. Just as she had expected. Chen Hao simply cannot get over the pain of breaking up with her in a short period of time. The greater the shock Chen Hao receives, the greater the charm of Lin Pinru. Yes, Pinru, why don't you give Chen Hao a call and comfort him? Yi Jia feels that Chen Hao is really quite pitiful. I'm not going to comfort him. Since we've broken up, we need to be completely done with it. It's not good for him or me to be connected. Besides, I'm afraid Han Yu will misunderstand. Okay. Yi Jia didn't say anything else. But suddenly Yi Jia remembered something. Right, Pinru, when you left yesterday, you forgot to pick up the 2 sets of pajamas that were hanging on the balcony. Can you come by and pick them up? Or shall I bring them to you next time I see you? Don't go to all that trouble, Jia Jia. Just throw them away for me. They're only 2 pajamas. Okay. 6:40 p.m. Yi Jia returns from buying crab meat buns. Chen Hao has already finished washing up. So he picks up a crab meat bun with his hands and starts eating. One bite in his mouth is full of crab meat. It's so delicious that Chen Hao wants to shout for his mother. The crust is thin and the filling is generous, with crab meat filling the whole bun. It's really damn delicious. No wonder it sells for 108 yuan each. Chen Hao finished off a crab roe bun in just 2 bites. Smelling the rich aroma exuding from the crab roe and seeing Chen Hao eating so happily, Yi Jia, sitting opposite, could not help but swallow. The buckwheat steamed bun in her hand suddenly tasted bland no matter how much she ate it. She had never eaten such a fragrant and expensive crab roe bun before. In the past, she would have just taken one in her hands and eaten it. But after last night's lesson, she could only watch Chen Hao eat the delicious crab meat buns all by himself. Chen Hao ate 6 crab meat buns in a row. He was so satisfied. But eating too many at once was really a bit too much. So Chen Hao quickly inserted a straw and drank Yi Jia's soy milk, the soy milk Yi Jia bought. Yi Jia, there are still 4 crab yellow buns left, why don't you take one and eat it? Don't you like it? Yi Jia was stunned when she heard this. Can I eat it? Of course you can, it's not like I bought it for myself. Although Chen Hao said this, Yi Jia still didn't reach out to take one. Instead, she looked at Chen Hao warily and said, Are you giving it to me? Or do I have to pay for it myself? What a thing to say, it's just a few buns, do you think I'd charge you for them? I'm not that petty. Chen Hao said in a generous tone, Go ahead and eat. These 4 crab meat buns are all yours. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Yi Jia let her guard down and reached out to pick up one of the crab meat buns she had been craving for a long time and took a bite. How was it? Was it delicious? Chen Hao's face was beaming with a harmless smile. Delicious, delicious, it was so delicious. Yi Jia's contented eyes were all curved up like a pair of crescent moons. It's so delicious, she almost wants to cry out, just like Chen Hao did earlier. As long as you're enjoying your meal, then tomorrow morning you can treat me to a crab roe bun. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia was so shocked that she almost threw the remaining half of the crab roe bun in her hand out of the window. Chen Hao, you're so bad. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1100. Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm not eating anymore. I'll spit out what's in my mouth. Seeing that Yi Jia was really going to spit out the crab meat bun in his mouth, Chen Hao was quick-witted and reached out to cover Yi Jia's mouth directly, then gently pinched Yi Jia's throat with his other hand. The next second, the crab meat bun in Yi Jia's mouth went down his throat directly. Chen Hao, you can't bully people like this, oh. Yi Jia was about to cry again as she spoke. Don't cry, I'm just teasing you. Tomorrow I won't let you buy me a crab meat bun. What about the day after tomorrow? Obviously, Yi Jia had learned her lesson. I won't let you buy me a crab meat bun for the rest of your life, so you can rest assured. That's more like it. Wiping away a tear, Yi Jia continued to eat the crab meat bun in her hands contentedly. Chen Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Yi Jia, I now find you quite cute. Humph, I also find you getting worse and worse. Yi Jia glared at Chen Hao angrily. She really felt that this guy had really changed a lot. Clearly, he used to be afraid to look her in the eye in front of her. As a result, he now dares to tease her at will. From last night until now, her emotions have been like a roller coaster because of this Chen Hao. Up and down. If Chen Hao was an honest boy in the past, now he is showing signs of evolving into a scumbag. After eating 4 crab roe buns and glancing at the time, Yi Jia quickly grabbed her bag and left. She is a car salesperson. In her line of work, there are no weekends. They all arrange their shifts with each other. Today, she still has to go to work. Chapter 8, Episode 008, You Can't Catch a Wolf Without Giving Up Your Children. After Yi Jia left, Chen Hao's mind moved, and he started a new round of the lottery. He saw the pointer on the roulette wheel spinning and spinning, slowing down more and more. It looked like the pointer was still on the gold coin sector, although it was very close to the sector with the question mark in the middle. But Chen Hao didn't hold out much hope. Because during last night's lottery draw, the needle suddenly weakened at the last critical moment, causing it to fail to cross over. Judging from this trend, the needle will most likely end up in the gold coin sector. Damn, this time it didn't weaken and it crossed over. Ding, the lottery draw is over. Congratulations, host, you have drawn one 10x rebate card and have 100 remaining emotional points. Note, using the 10x cashback card entitles the host to 10x cashback on purchases. Valid for 24 hours. During this period, the host cannot borrow or take out a loan to spend money. If the host does so, the effect of this card will automatically disappear, and the cashback will be automatically credited to the account at midnight the next day. He now has 6.65 million in his bank account. If he spends it all today, with a 10x rebate, isn't that 66.5 million yuan? Holy cow, he's rich. He's rich. Once his Ferrari F80 arrives, he'll just take it out for a spin and go on a spending spree. Today, he's going to spend all the money in his bank card. Just thinking about splurging 6.65 million yuan in a day feels so good. Kunz Motors. Yi Jiagan walked into the showroom and saw several of his colleagues gathered together excitedly discussing something. What gossip are you all talking about this morning? Yi Ji smiled and walked over. Ready to join in. She loved gossip the most. Jai, let me tell you, someone bought a Ferrari F80 from us. A female colleague saw Yi Jia walking over and quickly made room for the former to join their little circle. Yi Jia was stunned at the sound, and then said with disbelief, Xiaomei, do you really think I'm stupid? Ferrari F80? That's the successor to the Ferrari LaFerrari. Ferrari's latest flagship model. The world's top supercar. And there are only 799 limited edition cars in the world. Their Kunz Motors is also one of the top 3 luxury car dealers in the Magic City. Their boss wanted to apply to Ferrari to get a Ferrari F80 to display in their showroom as a showpiece last year. But their boss has still not been able to get a Ferrari F80. The reason why it is so difficult to get one is because the Ferrari F80 is still in production. The production volume is extremely limited. The Ferrari F80s that are produced now are all prioritized for the European and American markets. There is only one Ferrari F80 in Xiagua, and it is in the imperial capital. In general, the Ferrari F80 is now out of stock. You can't buy it just because you have the money. Now Lu Meili actually told her that someone had purchased a Ferrari F80 through their Kunz? How is this possible? If this really happened, why didn't she hear anything about it before? So she must be lying to her. These guys have been calling her stupid all day. They really think I'm stupid. Calling her stupid is just envy because she has a big rack. Jejia, I'm not lying to you. Didn't our boss get invited by Ferrari to go abroad to attend a very high-profile Ferrari exhibition some time ago? The buyer directly contacted our boss to purchase the Ferrari F80. Lu Meili took Yi Jia's hand and said, this is what Sister Wan told us personally. Sister Wan said that the Ferrari F80 has just arrived in our city, and she will personally deliver it to the customer later. Is what Xiaomei said true? Yi Jia looked at the other female colleagues around him. Seeing that they all nodded, Yi Jia had no choice but to believe it. My goodness, which rich man in our city bought it? Yi Jia sighed with her mouth agape. According to Sister Wan, the buyer of this Ferrari F80 is very young, and the other party must be one of the top second-generation rich in our city. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it as a compliment. Yi Jia's expression changed, and she said nonchalantly, I'm going to the bathroom. With that, Yi Jia left the reception showroom. However, she did not go to the bathroom, but instead went to the office of the store manager, Zhang Wan. Sister Wan, I just heard Xiaomei and the others say that someone bought a Ferrari F80 from our Kunz. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Jia saw that the water in the kettle next to her had boiled. So Yi Jia quickly walked over, unplugged the kettle, and offered to make a cup of steaming hot tea for Zhang Wan. Jejia, did you hear them say that I'm going to deliver the Ferrari F80 to the buyer later, and you want to go with me? From the moment Yi Jia walked into her office with a smile on her face, she had already figured out what Yi Jia was thinking. All the saleswomen here are good-looking and have great figures. Some of them even have high degrees. These people don't just come here to sell cars for a small commission. Their ultimate goal is to find a rich man. This Yi Jia is very pretty. She also has a great figure. Over the past year, many customers have had their eyes on Yi Jia. But Yi Jia has not been impressed. She can tell that Yi Jia is trying to catch a big fish. Now that the big fish has appeared, the little girl really can't sit still. Sister Wan, you really have a sharp eye, and you can see what's in my heart at once. Yi Jia directly and openly admitted it. Then she placed the handbag with the SKLL brand logo in her hand on Zhang Wan's desk and laughed. Sister Wan, I can see that you've been looking a little haggard lately. You should try this SKLL Immortal Water that I bought yesterday. It has a very good effect on improving the radiance of our skin. At this moment, Yi Jia's heart was bleeding furiously. She had spent 5,000 yuan on it the day before. The packaging has not even been opened yet. She had originally planned to use this SKLL elixir after using up the skincare products she was currently using, which would soon be finished. Now, however, she would not be able to use the SKLL elixir she had longed for so long. You can't catch a wolf without giving up your children. Don't feel bad, Yi Jia. I also feel that my skin has been a bit bad recently. Jia Jia, you are quite considerate. Let's do this, Jia Jia. Get ready, in 15 minutes we'll set off. Yi Jia was overjoyed at this news, and thanked Sister Wan. Then Sister Wan, I'll be going out first. Yes, go. With that, Yi Jia left Zhang Wan's office. As soon as she came out, she ran into Lu Meili. Jia Jia, didn't you go to the bathroom? Why are you coming out of Sister Wan's office? Lu Meili looked at Yi Jia from top to bottom. I was just passing by Sister Wan's office and saw that the door was open, so I went in and said hello to her. The bathroom is over there, Jia Jia, why did you pass by here? Yi Jia. Xiao Mei, Jia Jia? Why are you all here? At this time, another voluptuous saleswoman walked over. Didn't you both go to the bathroom? Why are you here? Yi Jia. Lu Meili. What's going on? Why are you three here? Did the bathroom move here overnight? Then another woman in high heels walked over. The four women looked at each other. In the end, they all burst out laughing. Chapter 9 Chapter 009, Awe of Chen Hao. 20 minutes later. All the staff at the Kun's car shop walked outside. At this time, a yellow trailer stopped outside. On top of the trailer was a car covered in sunshade fabric. Judging by the height of the body, you could tell that it was a supercar. Yi Jia and the others' gazes all fell on the covered supercar. Kun's is a well-known luxury car sales center in Munich. As sales here, they have seen too many luxury cars. But the Ferrari F80, which has only been on the market for a short time, they have not yet been able to see its true face. Now the car is parked right in front of them. They still can't see it. Because the Ferrari F80 is covered in sunshade fabric. And they are not allowed to remove the sunshade fabric on their own. Because it is not just sunshade fabric, but also has the effect of protecting the body. It is covered with a seal. If they lift it, the seal will be damaged. At that time, the buyer has the right to refuse to accept the Ferrari F80. The responsibility for lifting it without authorization is something these saleswomen cannot afford. Jia Jia, remember to take more pictures later. Okay, Jia Jia, let's get in the car. Soon, Yi Jia and Zhang Wan slowly drove away from the Kun's auto sales center in a black Maybach. The trailer carrying the Ferrari F80 followed behind the Maybach. Sister Wan, do you know that the owner of this Ferrari F80 is one of the top second-generation people in our city? As soon as the Maybach entered the main road, Yi Jia couldn't help but ask Zhang Wan next to him out of curiosity. Zhang Wan shook her head, not knowing. The purchase procedures for this Ferrari F80 were handled by the boss overseas, so I don't know the other person's specific personal information. The boss only told me the other person's number, and also said that the other person's surname is Chen and that they are very young. Surname Chen? Yi Jia said after a moment's thought, it seems that none of the top second generation in our city have the surname Chen. Jia Jia, there are many hidden dragons in our city, and some people are very low-key in their daily lives, so it's normal that we haven't heard of each other. Yi Jia felt that this made sense after hearing it. Okay. Low-key, young and wealthy people who are not known to the outside world, that would be great. If they really are those top second generation who are well known outside, then they must be surrounded by beautiful women. In fact, she may not even be visible to others. Sister Wan, where are we going now? Yi Jia asked again. Kaya Fenjiwan community. Yi Jia was shocked to hear this. Kaya Fenjiwan? Isn't that the same community as mine? Jia Jia, you also live in Kaya Fenjiwan? Zhang Wan was also quite surprised. Yes, I rent a house in Kaya Fenjiwan. Zhang Wan smiled after hearing this. Jia Jia, it was really a good idea for you to come with me today. You live in the same community, so you might have seen each other before. The godlike hero who can afford a Ferrari F80 actually lives in Kaya Fenjiwan. This is too low-key. Yi Jia was amazed. You have to know that Kaya Fenjiwan is not only in a relatively remote location, but it is also an old and run-down community that is over 30 years old. Who would have thought that the godlike hero, who is willing to spend more than 30 million yuan on a Ferrari, would live in Kaya Fenjiwan? This low-keyness is outrageous. In spite of her amazement, Yi Jia's heart could not help but start to burn with excitement. Just as Zhang Wan had just said, she and that godly magnate lived in the same community. It was very likely that they had met long ago. Perhaps the other party had been impressed by her for a long time. In addition, there is an old saying that goes, those who live near the water get the moon first. The surname is Chen, and he is very young. Who could it be? Suddenly, a face appeared in Yi Jia's mind. No. It can't be him. He's an orphan. Where's the second generation? 10:20. A Maybach and a trailer pulled up to a vacant lot outside Kaya Fenjiwan community. Zhang Wan got out of the car and found a number in her phone contacts with a note called Chen Xiao, and dialed it. It rang many times but no one answered. Just as Zhang Wan thought it was going to hang up automatically, the phone suddenly connected. Hello. A voice that was clearly still half asleep came over the phone. Sorry, Chen Xiao, for disturbing your rest. Zhang Wan's tone was very respectful. Who is this? Chen Hao, who had been woken up by the phone, was dizzy. He hadn't slept at all last night. After eating 6 big crab roe buns in the morning, he sat on the sofa after the lottery and brushed his phone, but as a result of brushing, sleepiness came over him. Then he fell asleep directly on the sofa. He was sleeping soundly. However, he was suddenly woken up by a phone call. This made Chen Hao, who was a bit grumpy when he got up, sound a bit unpleasant when he answered the phone. This is Zhang Wan, the manager of the Kun's Auto Sales Center. I'm really sorry, Chen Hao, I didn't know you were resting. Zhang Wan was a bit scared to hear Chen Hao's unpleasant tone. Hearing this, Chen Hao's mind finally came back to reality. His Ferrari F80 had finally been delivered. It turned out to be manager Zhang. Is my Ferrari here? Chen Hao's tone was a little hard to hide his excitement. Yes, Chen Xiao. Where did you send it? Chen Hao couldn't wait to ask. Chen Xiao, I'm right outside the south gate of the Kaya Fenjiwan community where you live. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Wan's face looked a little strange when she heard the dial tone. This seems a little over the top, doesn't it? She imagined Chen Xiao as someone who was calm and low-key. Why did it sound like the other person on the phone was a nouveau riche? No, that's not right. How could someone who could buy a Ferrari F80 be a nouveau riche? You have to know that many second-generation rich people in China don't even have the connections to buy a Ferrari F80. It's not that the second generation of rich people can't afford it. It's just that the Ferrari F80 is a limited edition, and it was only released not long ago, so the production is very limited. And the Ferrari F80 is currently being prioritized for the European and American markets. So it's not easy for them Chinese people to buy a Ferrari F80. Having money is secondary. Having connections is the most important thing. And connections are equivalent to background. So this Chen Xiao can't possibly be a nouveau riche. The other person's background is absolutely unimaginable. The impression she just gave me was not that of a nouveau riche. Instead, she really is doing whatever she wants, being herself. In other words, this Chen Xiao still retains a childlike heart. In today's society, if she is not well protected, that childlike heart would have long since been lost. Upon thinking this, Zhang Wan's heart grew more and more in awe of Chen Hao. At this time, there were already quite a few people surrounding the trailer. Most of them were young people. The body is so short, it's obvious that it's a sports car. I never thought that someone from our Xiaofeng garden could afford a sports car. What's wrong with a sports car? Some sports cars are very cheap nowadays. Okay, that BMW 2 Series is also a sports car, and you can get it for just a few 100,000 yuan. I wonder which sports car is on this trailer. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Chenhao, is that really you? Looking at the shape of the car, it seems to be the BMW 2 Series. A young man with dyed yellow hair crossed his arms and tilted his head, saying, "What I despise most are people who buy cheap sports cars for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The hard black roof of the BMW 2 Series is simply hideous. These people are broke but still trying to act tough, just like a fat man trying to put on airs." The young man with the yellow hair got more and more excited as he spoke, saying that even a multi-million-dollar Ferrari looks ugly to him. Those supercars are difficult to drive, and sitting in them is not as comfortable as sitting in a car that costs less than 100,000 yuan. The young man with the square face on the side licked his lips and leaned in upon hearing this. "Brother, do you have a Ferrari at home?" "No." When the young man with yellow hair shook his head, the young man with the square face was taken aback. "So you've driven a supercar?" The young man with yellow hair still shook his head, saying that he hasn't either. The young man with the square face was a little speechless. "Brother, if you've never driven a sports car, how do you know that it's difficult to drive and uncomfortable to sit in?" "That's what everyone says online." The young man with the square face said. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it." Yi Jia was shocked to see someone preparing to lift the sun protection cloth of the Ferrari F80, and quickly shouted to stop them. "Beauty, I want to lift it to see what kind of car it is." After explaining, the person was about to get back to work. "Don't lift it." Yi Jia took a step forward and stood in front of the man. Glaring at the man, she said, "I said, don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to stop, why are you still trying to lift it?" The man was angry and very dissatisfied. He said, "It's just a sports car, why can't I even look at it? I've seen sports cars before, I've even ridden in one, so what's the big deal?" The sun protection cover on our supercar was put on at the factory to ensure that it stays brand new. It has a seal, and can only be removed when the owner arrives and says so. If it is removed in advance, the owner has the right to refuse it when they arrive. So I hope you can understand our difficulties. Everyone around was quite surprised to hear Yi Jia's explanation. Listening to the words of this beautiful salesperson, it feels like the supercar on this trailer should not be cheap. Otherwise, why would there be so many requirements? So someone was curious and asked, "Beauty, what is the supercar on your trailer?" "It's a Ferrari F80. Yi Jia's words caused shock to appear on the faces of several people around her. "What, this is a Ferrari F80? Hold on, Beauty, are you serious, is it really a Ferrari F80? Some people who had heard of the Ferrari F80 were a little disbelieving. "Why would I lie to you? It really is a Ferrari F80, no fake." After hearing Yi Jia say this, the person who had doubts had to believe it. "Oh my, finally a second Ferrari F80 has appeared in Xiagua. Dude, is this Ferrari F80 expensive? Not only is it expensive, it's outrageously expensive, terrifyingly expensive. Have you heard of the Ferrari LaFerrari?" "Yes, I have. I read novels on the Tomato app, and I often see authors writing about the Ferrari LaFerrari. It seems to cost 30 million yuan? Yes, the Ferrari LaFerrari was discontinued a few years ago, and the Ferrari F80 is the company's latest flagship supercar, the successor to the LaFerrari." The young man who knew about the Ferrari F80 was so excited that he introduced it to everyone around him. "Does that mean that the sports car on the trailer costs more than 30 million? "Yes." With a start, the people who had been gathered around the trailer took a few steps back at the same time, as if they had been pricked by a needle. The guy who had been about to lift the sun protection cloth was even more scared and his face turned white. Fuck, that was close. If he had really lifted the sun protection, he would have damaged the seal that the beautiful saleswoman had mentioned, and the owner would refuse to accept the super Ferrari worth over 30 million when he arrived. Then he would be finished. This is not some seal. It is clearly the hymen of this Ferrari F80. A Ferrari supercar worth more than 30 million yuan, and we Kaifenjuan actually still have a hidden gem. I can only describe a supercar this expensive as terrifying. Supercars are not easy to drive at all, and it's not comfortable sitting in them either. Why do these rich people like to spend money to suffer?" The yellow-haired guy who spoke earlier spoke again. He looked as if he were the only one who had seen the light. "Dude, don't be jealous. I'd also like to spend over 30 million yuan to buy this pain in the ass." Just as everyone was talking, a figure suddenly pushed its way through the crowd. The man dashed to the front of the trailer and ran his hands over the Ferrari F80, which was wrapped in a sun protection sheet. His eyes were gentle. It was as if he were caressing his lover. Chen Hao, you need to let go, you can't touch it. Yi Jia was speechless. This Chen Hao came out of nowhere. He was also very fast. Before she could react, Chen Hao had already started touching it. Oh my god. That's a 30 million Ferrari F80, even if it's covered in sunscreen, it's not something you can just touch casually. If you accidentally touch it too hard and dent any part of the bodywork, it will definitely bankrupt Chen Hao directly on the spot. Chen Hao, why are you still touching it? Stop it immediately. Seeing that Chen Hao ignored her reminder, Yi Jia immediately became a little angry. This guy is really too much, isn't he? Yi Jia walked up and directly took Chen Hao's hand away. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 200. Yi Jia, this Ferrari is mine, how come I can't touch it? Chen Hao's words directly left everyone present dumbfounded. This young guy is the owner of that Ferrari worth more than 30 million? The other person is dressed very casually, and doesn't look like a rich guy at all. Chen Hao, don't brag, you. Yi Jia had not finished speaking when Zhang Wan rushed over, looking at Chen Hao with a respectful expression on her face and saying, "Are you Mr. Chen?" "Yes, it's me." Chen Hao nodded, taking a look at the woman in front of him, and said, "You must be Manager Zhang, right?" Yes, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest just now," Zhang Wan said as she bowed to Chen Hao. That voice was the one on the phone just now. So Zhang Wan was sure that the person in front of her was the mysterious Mr. Chen. "It's okay." Chen Hao waved his hand generously, still sleeping in the morning, which no normal person would have thought of. "Chen Hao, you. Are you really the owner of our Ferrari F80? At this time, Yi Jia's heart was in utter shock. Her cute little face was full of disbelief. Ding, the host gains 400 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 600. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Chen Hao, where are you going? Awesome. He got a full 400 emotion points from Yi Jia in no time. No kidding. Chen Hao felt great seeing Yi Jia's shocked face. Is this what it feels like to act cool in front of a pretty girl? It really feels great. No wonder the protagonists in those internet novels he read like to act cool. This little feeling really makes people feel giddy and high. Chen Xiao, the vehicle certification, insurance, driving license, invoice and other relevant car purchase documents for this Ferrari F80 are all in here, please check. Zhang Wan respectfully handed the yellow document bag in her hand to Chen Hao. Opening the document bag, Chen Hao took out the driving license inside. Upon opening it, Chen Hao saw the license plate number of his Ferrari F80. Magic A88888. Holy cow, this license plate number is awesome. This license plate number alone is estimated to be worth several million. Brother Tonzi is still awesome. Everything is arranged to perfection. Is it really you? Who is leaning over? Yi Jia was shocked when she saw the information on the license plate, especially Chen Hao's photo, and her small cherry lips were wide open in an O shape. At this moment, a huge wave of emotions washed over Yi Jia's heart. Chen Hao was really the owner of this Ferrari F80. No kidding. The low-key and mysterious godly landlord hidden inside Kaya Fenjuan community was actually her roommate Chen Hao. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Yi Jia was shocked and numb. Ding, the host has gained 600 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1200. Holy cow, I've directly earned 600 emotions. I can enter the lottery again. Ding, friendly reminder, accumulate 3 or more lottery entries and enter the consecutive lottery, the probability of winning the jackpot will be higher. Holy cow, Tonzi, why didn't you tell me this before? You didn't ask me either. Chen Hao. His thoughts returned to reality. Chen Hao pinched Yi Jia's face and laughed. Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Are you going to eat someone? Chen Hao, you. Until now, Yi Jia's shocked emotions have not completely subsided. But Chen Hao doesn't have time to pay any attention to Yi Jia right now. He only sees Chen Hao turn his head to look at Zhang Wan. Manager Zhang, can I tear this cloth off now? He can't wait to see the real face of the Ferrari F80. Although last night he had already seen many photos of the Ferrari F80 online. But he believed that seeing the real car and looking at the photos would definitely be a different feeling. Of course you can. Zhang Wan smiled. So, Chen Hao walked up and lifted the sunshade covering the Ferrari F80. A supercar with a very futuristic appearance suddenly appeared before Chen Hao and the onlookers around him. The body color was yellow. Unlike other supercars, this Ferrari F80 has an extremely combat-ready appearance. From Chen Hao's front view, the Ferrari F80's cockpit is just like the cockpit of a fighter jet, full of a sense of combat. This makes Chen Hao's blood boil. The Ferrari F80 is so cool. This car gives one the feeling of being able to go to the sky and the earth. The crowd gathered around were amazed by the extreme aerodynamics of the Ferrari F80. Holy shit, this Ferrari is awesome, I can't believe it looks like a fighter jet. It's no wonder it's a top-of-the-line supercar worth over 30 million yuan. Today was truly an eye-opening experience. I'd call it the coolest supercar in the world. Next, under the trailer driver's control, a sloping metal plate was attached to the ground. This meant that the Ferrari F80 on the trailer could be safely lowered to the ground. Chen Hao, would you like our driver to safely drive your car onto the ground, or would you like to go up and drive it yourself? Zhang Wan respectfully asked Chen Hao for instructions. I'll drive it myself. The steering wheel of his own car. The owner must be the first to touch it. Okay, Chen Hao, I'll tell the driver to stand below and give you directions, so drive slowly. In fact, she hoped that the driver would drive the Ferrari F80 off the trailer. After all, it takes some skill to drive a car off a trailer and onto the ground. Not to mention that this is a sports car. You have to know that many experienced drivers are not used to driving a sports car for the first time. She was a little worried that Chen Xiaobi might accidentally turn the Ferrari F80 into a total write-off. Although the Ferrari F80 was not hers, it was really cool. If it became a write-off before the wheels touched the ground, she would feel bad just watching it. Arriving at the trailer, Chen Hao pressed the Ferrari key in his hand. The two doors of the Ferrari F80 slowly opened upwards. Parts of the roof on both sides were also lifted by the doors. It was like a butterfly spreading its wings. This way of opening the doors was really cool. Once the doors were fully open, Chen Hao got straight into the driver's cockpit. As soon as he sat in, he felt an extreme sense of containment. The entire center console was angled towards him. The cockpit is designed with the driver in mind. It is based on the cockpit of a single-seater racing car. This gives Chen Hao the feeling that he is not driving a sports car, but a professional racing car. The interior design of the Ferrari F80 is not as dazzling as that of many luxury cars. It is very simple, with a large area of exposed carbon fiber. The simplicity reveals an understated luxury. Chen Hao really likes this interior design style. With his masterful driving skills and the system rewards, Chen Hao was in tune with the Ferrari F80 the moment he touched the steering wheel. Ignition, gear shift. A kick of the accelerator. The 3.0 TV6 engine in the Ferrari F80 immediately let out a surging sound. Before the crowd below, including the driver in charge, could react, Chen Hao had already driven the Ferrari F80 onto the ground. He applied the brakes. The Ferrari F80 came to a halt. He lowered the window, waved to Zhang Wan outside and said with a smile, "Manager Zhang, thank you for delivering my Ferrari. I'm leaving now." "You're too kind, Mr. Chen. This is what we should do," Zhang Wan said, taking out a business card from her jacket pocket and respectfully handing it to Chen Hao. "Mr. Chen, in the future, for anything related to your car, you can just give me a call. My phone will be on for you 24 hours a day." "Okay." Chen Hao smiled and accepted Zhang Wan's business card. At this time, the crowd of onlookers nearby had already consciously made way for Chen Hao's Ferrari F80. At the same time, many people silently opened the camera on their phones and frantically pressed the camera button at the Ferrari F80 in front of them. "Chen Hao, where are you going?" Just as Chen Hao was about to drive off in the Ferrari, Yi Jia couldn't help but ask. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 This is a boyfriend who has talked to a god. Go for a drive and go shopping. In the morning, he just won a 10x cashback card. Then he has a task today. He must spend all 6.65 million in his bank card. This way, at midnight tomorrow, he will get a 66.5 million cashback. "That Chen Hao, can you take me with you?" Yi Jia's cute, rosy face turned red. Chen Hao found her a little cute, so he said, "Okay, get in." He pressed the unlock button. The passenger door of the Ferrari F80 slowly opened diagonally upwards. Yi Jia suppressed her excitement. She took a deep breath. She smelled a faint, very special smell. It should be the smell emitted from the interior of the Ferrari F80. It really smelled good. It's even more fragrant than cologne. After waiting for the door to open completely, Yi Jia, dressed in a professional woman's suit, sat gracefully inside. Ding, the host gains 300 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1500. Lowering the window, Yi Jia said to Zhang Wan outside, Sister Wan, I'm taking a day off. Zhang Wan smiled and said, Okay, Jia, have fun with Chen Xiao. After seeing Yi Jia fasten her seatbelt, Chen Hao stepped on the gas and drove off. The Big Bear beauty salesperson just got into a Ferrari and left. I was just about to go up and ask for the beauty salesperson's WeChat. So it turns out that beautiful women can be so proactive. See, this is reality. Alas, the only thing separating me from that handsome guy is a Ferrari F80. After seeing Yi Jia get into Chen Hao's Ferrari and drive off, the group of male colleagues couldn't help but envy Chen Hao. Driving a supercar worth more than 30 million and dating a beautiful woman, what man wouldn't want to experience this kind of life? Chen Hao, who are you really? When Chen Hao drove the Ferrari onto the main road, Yi Jia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over and sat sideways, staring at Chen Hao with big, curious eyes. Chen Hao was now wrapped in a layer of mystery in Yi Jia's eyes. I am who I am, Chen Hao laughed. You can afford a 30 million yuan Ferrari, so how come you've suddenly become so rich? Do you believe that this money just fell from the sky? Yi Jia rolled his eyes at this remark, and if he didn't want to talk about it, that was fine. The car fell into a short silence. Chen Hao wanted to enjoy the feeling of the Ferrari F80's push back. However, there were many cars on the road at the moment. This prevented the Ferrari F80's six-cylinder engine from displaying its terrifying performance. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Hao saw a black Audi following him, keeping at least a straight-line distance of 200 meters from his Ferrari. He had seen this kind of scene in those godly novels before, many times. It was a classic scene. Chen Hao, you must be the direct descendant of some hidden family, right? Yi Jia, who had been silent for a while, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and turned to Chen Hao. Why do you think so? It seems that Yi Jia is also a strange person. You said you were an orphan, but now you have bought a Ferrari F80. Who would believe that? You have to know that the Ferrari F80 is not something that just anyone can buy. There are only 2 of these cars in the whole of Xiagua, and you have one. There are many rich young masters in the country who want to buy a Ferrari F80 but don't have the connections. However, Chen Hao has this connection, which is enough to show that you are a person with a lot of background. After a pause, Yi Jia continued, the protagonists in many male-oriented novels I have read before are all the direct descendants of a certain hidden family. When they reach a certain age, they will leave the family and go to the secular world to gain experience. Chen Hao, you must be one of these people, right? Yi Jia's face showed a little smugness after she finished speaking. She thought she had discovered Chen Hao's biggest secret. If I say it's not true, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Yi Jia raised her chin and said with some arrogance, Chen Hao, you don't really think I'm stupid, do you? Let me tell you, my brain is bigger than my bear. Chen Hao laughed on hearing this. I can see that you are big-headed, but I don't see any brain in you at all. Chen Hao, just keep up the pretense. Your true identity is definitely the direct descendant of some hidden family. It's useless for you to deny it. Yi Jia had a honeyed confidence in her own speculation. The more Chen Hao denied it, the more she felt that her speculation was correct. If Pinru knew Chen Hao's true identity, she would probably regret it. Chen Hao, where are we going now? Yi Jia's voice was sweet as she looked at Chen Hao's profile. She suddenly realized that Chen Hao's profile was really extraordinary. She had never noticed before how extraordinary Chen Hao's profile was. Let's go shopping. Shopping? What do you want to buy? Clothes, watches, whatever is expensive. Chen Hao said in a nouveau riche tone. His mission today was to spend money, and spend money. Until he has spent all the 6.65 million in his bank card. Yi Jia rolled her eyes when she heard Chen Hao say this. And he still claims that he is not the direct descendant of a hidden family. If you are not the descendant of a big family, how come you suddenly became so rich? Now that you have finished your experience outside, are you going to return to your original life? These thoughts flashed through Yi Jia's mind. Chen Hao, if you want to buy a famous watch, you can go to Vacheron Constantine. I have a friend who works at Vacheron Constantine in Plaza 66 right now. Okay, let's go to Plaza 66 then. As the largest luxury shopping center in the city, Plaza 66 is truly a gold mine. Let's go spend some money there first. Chenhao, thanks to you, this is the first time I've ridden in such an expensive supercar, which has fulfilled a dream of mine. After saying that, Yi Jia took out her phone and turned on the camera mode. After taking the photos, Yi Jia picked a few of her most satisfactory photos and posted them on her Moments. She wrote, "The interior of the Ferrari F80 is really simple and generous, just like a gentleman, with a full sense of atmosphere." Less than a minute after posting on her Moments, there were immediately many likes and comments. Holy cow, a Ferrari F80? We have a Ferrari F80 in the Magic City too? Which godly man is the owner? Judja, you little minx, is doing great things in silence. Judja has a godly boyfriend? Judja, who is this godly boyfriend? Seeing all these comments below, Yi Jia's sense of vanity was greatly satisfied. It was so cool. Soon, Yi Jia was crazily at D by a few girlfriends in her group of girlfriends. Chapter 13, Episode 013, that feeling was indescribable. Hu Shui at Yi Jia, that's great. Yi Jia, you actually went behind our backs and found a godly boyfriend who drives a Ferrari. Ugh, I want to ride in a Ferrari too. I admit I'm jealous of you. Zhou Dan at Yi Jia, Jia, is the Ferrari F80 you're sitting in really worth 30 million? Lin Pinru at Yi Jia, sister, you really know how to make an entrance. Yi Jia, Dan, by asking that you're questioning my professionalism, smiley face. Hu Shui, Jia, where did you find this godlike boyfriend of yours? Help me find one too pitiable. Yi Jia, Shui, don't talk nonsense, the relationship between him and me is not yet confirmed. Lin Pinru, Jia, is he the one who invited you to the top seafood buffet last night? Yi Jia, yes. Zhou Dan, Jia, you're not being honest, you have such a rich boyfriend, and the sisters didn't even know about it until now. Next time we meet, I'm going to show you the results of my training over this period of time. Yi Jia, don't, Dandan, it's not that I'm trying to hide it from you guys, but I only found out these past 2 days that he's so rich. He always acted very ordinary in front of me. Hu Shui, if he's a rich guy, that's fine, but he's also so low-key. Oh my, how can he let anyone live? Jia, can you let me have him? I'm more attractive than you, and this rich guy will definitely like me more. Blushes. Yi Jia at Hu Shui, bum. Jia, don't just take a handshot, take a full face shot for the girls to see. Lin Pinru, who was out shopping with Hanyu, felt quite uncomfortable at this time. Yi Jia had quietly taken the co-pilot seat in the Ferrari. It was also the Ferrari F80, which cost over 30 million. Hanyu, who was by her side, is a small demolition family with 3 small houses. He is doing well at work now. He has a monthly salary of 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. In this society, Hanyu is definitely considered a high-quality man. But what is scary is comparison. Compared to the rich guy driving the Ferrari F80, Hanyu is being crushed. Her best friend is not prettier than her. How did she get so lucky as to meet a rich guy? And now she's sitting in the passenger seat of the godly Ferrari. If this continues, it's possible that one day her best friend will really take down that godly man. After all, Yi Jia is so bear-like. These days, a lot of guys like bear-like guys. Just take Chenhao, for example. She's noticed him staring at Yi Jia's bear several times before. Lin Pinru, he doesn't want me to take his face, he's very low-key. Yi Jia pursed her lips. Let her take a picture of Chenhao's face. She'd be crazy to do that. If she did, Lin Pinru would know that Chenhao was a godly hero. If Lin Pinru found out Chenhao's true identity, her best friend would definitely immediately turn back to Chenhao and reconcile. Chenhao had been dating Lin Pinru for more than half a year. During that time, Chenhao had doted on Lin Pinru. If Lin Pinru comes back, the broken mirror may really be reunited. She doesn't want to see Chenhao and Lin Pinru get back together. Her best friend is simply not good enough for Chenhao, okay? Jia, you can take a photo of him when he's not looking. Lin Pinru really wants to know who this godlike man is who drives a Ferrari F80. If the other person can look at Yi Jia, then maybe they can look at her too? After all, Yi Jia is only a little older than Xiong. Maybe that rich guy isn't as shallow as Chenhao. Isn't Xiong Di an added bonus for him? It's not good to take pictures secretly. What if someone finds out? After all, secretly taking pictures is considered an invasion of privacy. Pinru, don't worry, once my relationship with him is confirmed, I'll bring him to meet you guys. Okay, I'm going to stop chatting now, we'll be arriving at our destination soon, and I need to get ready to go shopping with him. After sending this message, Yi Jia signed out of the group chat. Pinru, who are you chatting with? Han Yu saw his girlfriend holding her phone and tapping away on the keyboard, so he asked out of curiosity. Just some girlfriends. Lin Pinru was a little distracted. The thought that Yi Jia was now sitting in the passenger seat of a Ferrari made her lose her appetite to go shopping. The Ferrari F80. That was the world's top supercar, priced at over 30 million. Not to mention the Ferrari F80, she had never even sat in the passenger seat of the cheapest Ferrari, the Ferrari Roma, which sold for over 2 million. When compared like this, she is completely outshone by Yi Jia. How annoying. What's wrong, Lin Pinru? You seem a little unhappy. No. Lin Pinru smiled. Oh, Han Yu, I've recently set my sights on an LV bag. Can you buy me one? As soon as he heard LV, Han Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How much is it? It's not expensive, just over 30,000. Lin Pinru held one of Han Yu's arms while shaking it and cooing, you buy it for me, okay? Pinru, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but as you know, I just picked up my BMW 7 Series last month, and I'm paying over 10,000 yuan in monthly car payments. I'm a little short on cash these days. You make such a high salary, and you can't even afford to buy me a bag that costs just over 30,000 yuan, and you say you love me? Lin Pinru said unhappily. Pinyu, I earn a little over 60,000 yuan a month, but I usually have a lot of social engagements and my expenses are also high. How about this, Pinyu, next month, when I have a little more money, I will buy it for you, is that okay? I'll give you some credit for having a conscience. At this time, Chen Hao drove into the underground parking lot of Plaza 66 in a Ferrari F80. As soon as he got out of the car, Yi Jia wrapped her arms around his. Good, good. Now that he's driving a Ferrari, Yi Jia has obviously become much more enthusiastic. Haha, women. Facing such an active and enthusiastic Yi Jia, Chen Hao naturally won't be prudish and be polite to Yi Jia. While walking, Chen Hao occasionally moved his arm, which was being held tightly by Yi Jia. The feeling was wonderful. Yi Jia blushed. She silently endured it all. They were both adults. It's better to be sensible. Soon the two arrived on the first floor of Plaza 66. As they walked, Chen Hao's gaze was suddenly attracted to a Huawei mobile phone experience store. After taking a look at the Xiaomi phone he had been using for more than 4 years, Chen Hao walked directly towards the Huawei mobile phone experience store. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao came out. In his hand was the just-bought black Huawei Mate XT Extraordinary Master Tri-Fold Screen Phone. No matter how you fold it, it's still impressive. It cost 20,000 yuan. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 I'm so mad. The two next went to the 4th floor of Plaza 66. This is the clothing area. It is home to many luxury brands from around the world. The two first went to Hermes. The female salesperson inside was very helpful. She also had a very professional eye. After changing into a set of light business-style clothes that the salesperson recommended to him, Chen Hao looked at himself in the mirror and was amazed at how handsome he looked. It is true that clothes make the man. Mr. Chen, this suit is tailor-made for you. The saleswoman did not hesitate to praise. What do you think? Chen Hao looked at Yi Jia next to him. Very handsome. Yi Jia's eyes were full of stars. I have to say that Chen Hao, dressed in Hermes, is really handsome. His temperament has risen several notches. But Chen Hao is already very handsome. He used to think that if Chen Hao just took better care of himself, he wouldn't be worse than those male celebrities. Now it seems that this is really the case. I'll take this set, and by the way, beautiful lady, why don't you match me up with a few more sets? Hearing Chen Hao say this, the female shop assistant's joy was beyond words. You know, the outfit she just matched this handsome guy with isn't cheap. It's worth a total of nearly 100,000 yuan. She was worried that he might find it too expensive. After all, the clothes he was wearing were very ordinary. And he didn't look like a wealthy man. But she didn't expect him to not only take the outfit she had just put together, but also ask her to put together a few more outfits for him. This is really great. For salespeople, the more they sell, the more commission they get. So the saleswoman once again matched Chen Hao's outfit according to her professional aesthetic. Yi Jia was also busy. Hermes not only sells men's clothing, it also sells women's clothing. So she also tried on clothes with great interest. Chen Hao, do you think I look beautiful in this dress? Yi Jia, who had changed into a snow-white strapless dress, came to Chen Hao as soon as she came out of the fitting room. She lifted the hem of the dress and elegantly twirled around in front of Chen Hao. It was just like a princess. It's quite pretty. Chen Hao gave a pertinent comment after taking a look. Beauty, do you want this dress packed for you? Upon hearing the saleswoman's question, Yi Jia secretly glanced at Chen Hao. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't say anything, Yi Jia pursed her lips and said to the saleswoman beside her, "Forget it, this dress doesn't feel quite right for me." 20 minutes later, Chen Hao swiped his card for 500,000 yuan and Yi Jia walked out of Hermes. Since they had bought enough clothes, Hermes provided free home delivery. This made it convenient for Chen Hao to continue shopping. When they first entered Hermes, Yi Jia's face was covered with an honest, happy smile. Now, as they came out of Hermes, Yi Jia still had a smile on her face. But the smile didn't look nearly as happy. There is an element of reluctance in it. Chen Hao spent 500,000 yuan on himself at Hermes. But he didn't spend a dime on her. Chen Hao, aren't you being a bit stingy? You've taken advantage of me so much, and you can't even spare a single piece of clothing to buy for her. What does Chen Hao take her for? Could it be that Chen Hao really doesn't have any feelings for her? No, it can't be. If Chen Hao didn't have any thoughts about her, he wouldn't have let her sit in the passenger seat of the Ferrari F80. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1700. All he cares about is buying himself Hermes, not buying me a single thing. What does Chen Hao really mean? Seeing the updated emotion entry on Yi Jia's head, Chen Hao felt in control of everything. If he had just followed the example of the protagonist of the Tomato Godly Rich and bought Yi Jia all sorts of things, then there was no doubt that his emotional value would have increased. But he didn't want to go with the flow. He didn't think that in order to increase his emotional value, he had to spend money on the beautiful women around him. You see, he didn't spend a single penny on Yi Jia just now, and his emotional value still increased. It was finally time to have some money. Of course, he wanted to spend his money on himself first. He has also gradually figured out some tips for boosting emotional value from Yi Jia. Directly spending money to boost emotional value is the lowest end operation. Getting the other person's mindset is the high-end operation for boosting emotional value. If you get the mindset right, emotional value will definitely not be lacking. What's wrong, Yi Jia? It seems like you're not very happy. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia smiled and said she wasn't unhappy. That's good. Chen Hao laughed as he walked, saying, "I thought I'd upset you because I didn't buy you an Hermes just now." Although Chen Hao had hit the nail on the head. Yi Jia said, "How could that be? Chen Hao, you're not my husband, and you're not obliged to spend money on me. So why would I be upset because you didn't buy me an Hermes?" Hearing Yi Jia say this, Chen Hao stopped and stared at her, patted her shoulder, and said seriously, "Yi Jia, you have a very positive outlook on life. You are really a good girl." Yi Jia's mouth twitched slightly. Of course. Why did she feel like she had just kicked herself in the teeth? Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1800. Chen Hao snickered. Yi Jia's worship of money was obvious. The most common thing she said was that she would find a rich man in her life, even if she had to be a third. Now she's even acting in front of him. This woman is really a complicated creature. Since she's acting, he might as well cooperate and act dumb. This will help him gain more emotions. The next two people appeared in LV and Prada. In these two stores, Chen Hao spent a total of 2 million. The reason for spending so much is because Chen Hao just ordered several custom-made suits at Prada. As of now, he has already spent 2.5 million. He is still 4.15 million short of his goal of 6.65 million. He still needs to keep up the hard work. To be honest, this feeling of buying like crazy is quite enjoyable. I'm so angry, I've been shopping with him for so long, and this Chen Hao has bought me nothing. Just now, those female shop assistants all looked at me with strange eyes. Ding, the host gains 300 emotional points. Yi Jia, current emotional points 2100. After leaving the Prada store and seeing the updated emotional entry above Yi Jia's head, Chen Hao wanted to laugh to death. This Yi Jia is obviously a gold-digging woman. Yet she still has to put on an act in front of him. Isn't she just making things difficult for herself? He wants to see how long Yi Jia can hide her true colors from him. We've almost finished shopping for clothes, so let's go buy a watch. Yi Jia, didn't you say that you have a friend who works at Vacheron Constantin? Okay. Yi Jia answered with a forced smile. Suddenly her phone's WeChat notification sounded. She took out her phone while walking. She found that she had been at by a few girlfriends in her group of girlfriends again. Hu Shui at Yi Jia, Jia, you have been shopping with the rich young man for so long, what did the rich young man buy you? Zhou Dan at Yi Jia, I am also curious about this. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 You're faster than any client I've served. After taking a quick look at Chen Hao beside her, Yi Jia typed in silence, I didn't ask him to buy me anything. Hu Shui, huh? Jia, are you having a fever today? Yi Jia, no, I just don't think it's appropriate to spend his money when our relationship is still uncertain. Zhou Dan, Yi Jia, in front of us, what innocent young girl are you pretending to be? Lin Pinru, Jia, don't tell me he didn't even want to buy you anything? Sniffs. A lot of rich people are really stingy these days. Isn't there a famous saying on the internet about how men's money is for us women to look at, not spend? Yi Jia, how could that be? Just now at LV, he even said he wanted to buy me 2 bags, but I firmly declined smiling face. Hu Shui, I see. Jia doesn't want that rich young man to think she's materialistic. Jia is fishing for a big catch. By the way, Jia, does your rich young man like to watch live broadcasts? Yi Jia, Shui, I'm not sure about that. Yi Jia, okay, girls, let's stop chatting. He wants to buy a Vacheron Constantine, so I'm going with him to buy one. In no time at all, the two of them arrived at Vacheron Constantine. The store was very large. The decorations were resplendent. The various spotlights made the watches and the counters shine brightly. In the store, apart from a few female shop assistants in uniform, the rest were a few scattered customers looking at watches. She. As soon as Yi Jia entered, he waved at a very stunningly built female shop assistant. Jia. The female shop assistant was surprised to see Yi Jia. What's wrong? My friend wants to buy a watch, so I recommended him to come to your shop. Upon hearing this, she walked over to Yi Jia. The female shop assistant with a stunning figure fixed her gaze on Chen Hao. After sizing him up, the female shop assistant said with some surprise, Hey, Jia, this handsome guy isn't the owner of the Ferrari F80 you rode in before, is he? She had just been scrolling through her moments and happened to come across the latest update in Yi Jia's moments. She had just been chatting with her colleagues about it. She never expected Yi Jia to come and see her. And she said she was bringing a friend here to buy a watch. The man Yi Jia brought with her was all dressed in Hermes. It was obvious that he was rich. This made her suspect that the man in front of her was the owner of the Ferrari F80 in Yi Jia's moments. Yes, Cici, it's him. Yi Jia said, and hugged Chen Hao's arm even tighter, as if she were declaring her sovereignty. Wow, it really is him. The female shop assistant, who had a stunning figure, was excited. She quickly reached out to Chen Hao and said, Hello, handsome, I'm Wu Qianshan, Jia's best friend. Hello, I'm Chen Hao. Chen Hao shook hands with Wu Qianshan. Although this woman had a stunning figure, her face was a bit ordinary. The system told him that this woman could not become a tool for him to boost his emotional value. Chen Hao let out a sigh of regret in his heart. Jia, thank you for bringing your boyfriend to take care of my business. Hearing her friend's words, Yi Jia subconsciously wanted to explain to her friend that the two of them were not yet a couple. But the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she swallowed them back silently. Yi Jia glanced at Chen Hao secretly. Seeing that Chen Hao did not correct the misunderstanding in her friend's words, Yi Jia's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Did Chen Hao's silence mean that he tacitly approved of their relationship as a couple? Ding, the host has gained 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 2,200. She, we were classmates in junior high and high school, and we have known each other for so many years, so there is no need to be so polite. At this time, several female shop assistants who were not busy in the shop were secretly eyeing Chen Hao. They already knew Chen Hao's identity from the conversation between Yi Jia and Wu Qianshan. Driving a Ferrari worth more than 30 million yuan. This man is definitely a godly rich man. It's not enough that he is rich. He also happens to be so handsome. Oh my god, why haven't they met such a perfect man? The fiery and burning gaze of these female store assistants made Chen Hao feel secretly happy. Men still have to be rich. In the past, she had never been stared at so directly by several beautiful women with greedy eyes. These female shop assistants looked at him with green eyes. Like a she-wolf in the dark, they wanted to eat him up. It was really scary. Mr. Chen, I don't know which Vacheron Constantin watch you like, I'll go get it out for you to try on. Usually people who come to Vacheron Constantin to buy a watch have already looked at it online beforehand. They already have a clear goal in mind. Of course, there are also people who just come to look, without buying anything. First, take me to see the overseas collection. Basically, in every tomato godly book he has read, there is a Vacheron Constantin overseas. Now he wants to see why the overseas is so favored by the tomato godly. Of course, the main thing is that for the Vacheron Constantin brand, he only knows about the overseas. He doesn't know anything about the other series. He can't even name them. Just like wine, he only knows Lafite 82 and Romane Conti. Okay, Mr. Chen, you come with me. Wu Qianqian took Chen Hao to a counter. Mr. Chen, look, the All Over the World series is all in here. Which one do you like? I'll take it out and let you try it on. The gold one. Although there are quite a few watches in the Around the World series, there is only one that Chen Hao wants to buy at first sight. Mr. Chen, you have a good eye. The one you like is the 5500V all 18K rose gold and complex dial. It comes with 3 original straps. Wu Qianqian introduced the watch while opening the counter and taking out the one Chen Hao pointed at. She then lovingly put it on Chen Hao's left wrist. It's not bad, it looks quite good, I'll take this watch. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Wu Qianqian was first taken aback, then her happy eyebrows and eyes lit up. Mr. Chen, you are the fastest among all the customers I have served. Ms. Wu, why does this sound so wrong to me? The fastest among the customers you have served? That doesn't sound like a compliment. Oops, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I meant you are the fastest among the customers I have served to buy a watch. Wu Qianqian's face turned red. What she had just said was indeed very suggestive. Qianqian, you should think twice before you speak in the future. Yi Jia gave her old classmate a cold glare. If she didn't know that her old classmate's speech was faster than her mind, she would suspect that she was trying to poach her. I'll take a look at the rest, Chen Hao said and started browsing inside. Seeing that Wu Qianqian had been following him, Chen Hao stopped and said, Miss Wu, you don't need to follow me, I'll just look around. He was still not quite used to having salespeople following him around while he looked at things. Okay, Mr. Chen, if you need anything, just let me know. After saying this, Wu Qianqian took Yi Jia's hand and said, Jia, let me show you our ladies' watches. I'll tell you, there are 2 new watches that have recently arrived, they're especially nice. Chen Hao, I'm off to look at watches too. Okay, go ahead. With that, Chen Hao continued browsing in the men's watch area. Yi Jia followed Wu Qianqian to the women's watch area. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, aren't you going to buy a watch for your girlfriend? With Wu Qianqian's recommendations, Yi Jia tried on several watches. What do you think, Jia? Aren't these watches all very nice? Yi Jia nodded in response. She liked every one of the Vacheron Constantin watches she had just tried on. Wearing the watch on her wrist, she felt her temperament rise several notches. So, Jia, which one are you going to take away? Upon hearing this, the 2 female sales assistants next to her cast both curious and envious glances at Yi Jia. You should know that each of the 3 watches Yi Jia just tried on costs more than 100,000 yuan. An ordinary person would have to save for several years' wages to buy one. And this big-time woman in front of her probably just asked for it as a favor. Who could blame her for being so lucky, having found a rich boyfriend? Yi Jia's eyelid twitched. Which one to take? She couldn't take any of them. That deadbeat Chen Hao was so stingy. He's not willing to spend money on her at all. She's so angry. Cece, I'm not buying it, I'm not a watch lover. Jia, nowadays watches are not just decorations, they're also status symbols. As the girlfriend of a rich guy, if you don't wear a decent designer watch, it doesn't match your status. What status? I don't care about that kind of stuff. Jia, you're silly. Wu Qianqian secretly glanced at Chen Hao, who was wandering around the men's watch area, and then whispered to her old classmate, Jia, your boyfriend is so rich and handsome, and he will definitely be targeted by many women in the future. If those women who have feelings for your boyfriend see that your wrist is empty, they will definitely feel that you are not that favored. Once they feel this way, they will definitely be itching to try, thinking that they have a chance. Therefore, Jia, if you ask him to buy you a famous watch that you wear every day, you can subconsciously put an end to the imaginations of many women outside. Yi Jia felt that her old classmate had a point, but the problem was that she was not Chen Hao's girlfriend yet. If she had known this, she would have spoken up to clear the misunderstanding when Wu Qianqian mistook her for Chen Hao's girlfriend. I believe he is not the kind of womanizer. In fact, the main reason is that I don't like watches. It's a waste to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something you don't feel for. Yi Jia laughed and said, although he is very rich, his money didn't just come from the wind. Okay, Jia Jia. Wu Qianqian didn't say anything else. But she always felt a little strange. Clearly, Yi Jia had been starry-eyed when trying on the 3 watches. Why did she suddenly not like watches? The 2 Vacheron Constantin saleswomen next to Wu Qianqian also felt the same way. They had been in sales for many years. They had long since perfected the skill of reading people's expressions. They were certain that Yi Jia definitely liked the 3 watches she had just tried on. Then why did she lie and say she wasn't interested in watches? Could it be that she wasn't sure she could convince her rich boyfriend to buy her a Vacheron Constantin? That's right, it must be. In that case, this woman's status in the heart of that rich young man is also quite average. Thinking about this, the female sales assistant's gazes all produced some subtle changes when they looked at Yi Jia again. Yi Jia clearly felt this change. The female sales assistant from LV had done the same thing before. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 2,300. Seeing that he had gained another 100 emotion points, Chen Hao looked at Yi Jia. He noticed that the emotion entry above Yi Jia's head had been updated again. This Chen Hao won't buy me anything, and he's even making the Vacheron Constantin salesgirls look at me strangely. It's really embarrassing. Wu Mimi, come here for a second, I've found another watch I like. As soon as she said this, several female Vacheron Constantin sales assistants and Yi Jia all walked over to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, which one is it? Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. The god of wealth is truly a god of wealth. Buying a famous watch is like buying a toy. After buying one, you have to buy another. And the public price of the just mentioned Vacheron Constantin 5500V at the counter is as high as 588,000. She was curious which one this god of luxury goods had his eye on. This one. Chen Hao pointed to a glass showcase. Unlike the other showcases, this one contained only one watch. Like the Zhongheng Sihai 5500V, it was also a gold watch. The difference was that the dial of the Zhongheng Sihai 5500V was blue. At first glance, the 5500V is a sports watch that is popular with young people. This watch, which has its own display case, is a very high-end business watch. It has a particularly strong business atmosphere. Following Chen Hao's finger, Wu Qianqian and the several Vacheron Constantin saleswomen around her turned pale. Yi Jia, who was standing nearby, gasped. Chen Hao had his eye on $1 million Vacheron Constantin watch. The official price at the counter is 1,080,000 yuan. Chen Hao is actually buying a million yuan watch, which is crazy. But when she thought that Chen Hao had even bought the 30 million yuan Ferrari F80, Yi Jia suddenly felt a lot more relieved. How rich is this guy? He just spent more than 2.5 million yuan on his own outfit. And now he's buying a million yuan watch. You have to know that he already bought a 500,000 plus gold watch from Zenith. Shocked for several seconds, Wu Qianqian finally reacted, Mr. Chen, I have to say that you really have good taste. This is our Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series Chronograph Perpetual Calendar Gold Watch X50 PB 975 47292. It can be said to be our world's most high-end business watch. Many financial tycoons around the world wear this 47292 Chronograph Perpetual Calendar Rose Gold watch. I believe that Mr. Chen will definitely be able to succeed in business after wearing it. At this moment, she was filled with excitement. Previously, there was the 5500V. Together with this 47292, the retail price of these two watches has already exceeded 1.6 million. If these two orders are completed, she will receive a commission of tens of thousands of dollars. The other female sales assistants next to her watched Chen Hao swallow his saliva. What woman wouldn't be jealous of a man who was so rich and good-looking? Next, Wu Qianqian took out the Succession Series 47292 rose gold watch and let Chen Hao try it on. Chen Hao liked it more and more as he looked at it. It was worthy of being $1 million watch. After putting it on and looking at himself in the mirror, he felt that he had become more stable. Swipe the card, I'll buy this one and the 5500V gold watch I just tried on. Chen Hao didn't even take it off after putting it on, and directly handed Wu Qianqian a black bank card. Okay Mr. Chen, I'll go process it for you right away. With that, Wu Qianqian took Chen Hao's bank card and went to the counter to process the purchase of the watch for Chen Hao. As soon as Wu Qianqian left, a saleswoman with a tear-shaped mole suddenly turned her eyes and smiled at Chen Hao. "Mr. Chen, your girlfriend just tried on 3 Vacheron Constantin watches, and I think they are all quite nice. Won't you buy your girlfriend a watch?" Chapter 17 Chapter 017 This is good, it can help him avoid lightning. As soon as these words came out, Yi Jia's face suddenly changed. This saleswoman with a teardrop mole under her eye was really too bad. This is obviously trying to make fun of her. Really? Which 3 watches did he try on? Chen Hao asked curiously. "Mr. Chen, come with me, I'll show you." Okay. Soon the group arrived in front of a display case in the women's watch section. "Mr. Chen, look, these are the 3 watches. I think whichever one your girlfriend wears will look good on her." After glancing at the 3 women's watches, Chen Hao said, "Do you think these watches are good looking?" "I think they're quite ordinary." "Jia, do you think they're good looking?" Yi Jia really wanted to say that they were good looking. But since Chen Hao had already said that they were quite ordinary, the meaning was already very clear. He just doesn't want to buy them for her. In that case, she definitely can't say they're nice. Otherwise, she'll just be making a bigger fool of herself. So Yi Jia laughed and said, "I also think they're quite average." Ms. Yi has such a discerning eye. These 3 watches are the best-selling models among our Vacheron Constantin ladies' watches, and they have been tested in the global market. I didn't expect that none of them would catch your eye, Miss Yi. I wonder which Vacheron Constantin watch you have a soft spot for. The saleswoman with a teardrop under her eye said with a forced smile. Sure enough, her guess was right. This Yi Jia really doesn't hold a very important position in Chen Hao's heart. If Chen Hao really cared about her, why would he not even buy a watch to give to her? It seems that this rich young man doesn't really like big-breasted women. I wonder if he likes peachy buttocks. If this rich young man likes peachy buttocks, then she might have a chance to move up the social ladder. She has been focusing on fitness for 3.5 years, and has already cultivated a peachy buttock that makes many men unable to stop. At this moment, Yi Jia had already wished the entire family of the female shop assistant with a teardrop under her eye all the best. She also asked which expression of Vacheron Constantin she liked best, deliberately pushing her into a corner. Just as Yi Jia was at a loss for an answer, Chen Hao suddenly spoke up. That watch looks pretty good to me. What do you think, Jia? Looking in the direction Chen Hao was pointing, Yi Jia thought to herself that a watch that costs more than 500,000 yuan can't be bad looking. But what's the point of it being good looking? You're not going to buy it for me. So Yi Jiayan said without thinking, I don't think it's that good looking. Try it on and see. Forget it, I'm not going to try it on. I'm just going to hang out here anyway. Chen Hao said, looking at a Vacheron Constantin saleswoman next to him, take out that watch and let her try it on. Okay, Mr. Chen. Soon the saleswoman took the lady's watch that Chen Hao had mentioned from the showcase and handed it to Yi Jia. Miss Yi, this is our Vacheron Constantin Alien Goddess Series 4606F Rose Gold watch. This watch is the perfect combination of elegant design and exquisite craftsmanship. Many rich and beautiful women in China fall in love with this watch at first sight. Try it on, it looks good. Yi Jia agreed to try it on after a little hesitation. The Vacheron Constantin Eiling Goddess series is very famous among women's watches. This 4606F is a high-end product in the Eiling Goddess series. She used to look for all kinds of pictures online. Now the real watch is in front of her. She really can't resist the temptation to try it on. So be it. Yi Jia, with a determined heart, immediately excitedly put the Yiling Goddess 4606F Rose Gold Lady's watch on her right wrist. As soon as she put it on, Yi Jia's eyes could not move away. There is a difference between a watch that costs more than 500,000 and one that costs less than 100,000. It looks so good on her. It is worthy of being a high-end product in the Yiling Goddess series. How nice it would be if she could really own this watch. Ms. Yi, this Eiling Goddess 4606F is a perfect match for your outfit today. You look like a living Eiling Goddess when you wear this watch. It really looks great, Ms. Yi, buy it quickly. Several female salespersons were encouraging Yi Jia to buy the watch. For Yi Jia, this was undoubtedly putting her on the spot. Forget it, I don't feel that good looking when I wear it. She could only say something that went against her heart. Because she couldn't afford it. And Chen Hao wouldn't buy it for her. So she had to find a way to save face herself. Miss Yi, you really look good in it. It would be a shame if you didn't buy it. The saleswoman with a tear-shaped mole under her eye said, turned to Chen Hao, and smiled. Mr. Chen, do you think Miss Yi looks good in this Eiling Goddess 4606F? It's quite nice. Yi Jia is currently dressed in an OL style. But wearing this Yiling Goddess still has a unique charm. It gives the feeling of a goddess fallen into the mortal world. Miss Yi, you see that even Mr. Chen thinks you look good in it. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the pleasure of her beloved. Are you really not taking it? Faced with the relentless pressure from the saleswoman with a teardrop under her eye, Yi Jia became a little at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. People say that a woman adorns herself for the pleasure of others, and Chen Hao also said that she looked great in it, so she should buy this Yiling Goddess of beauty if she is reasonable. She also wants to buy it. But the point is that she doesn't have the money. You, Chen Hao, are not buying it for me, and you say that she looks great in it. Can't you just say that she looks so-so and not that great? Then she would have a good reason to refuse to buy it. Now, you said it was quite nice, and I couldn't find a way to back out for a while. Ding, the host gains 100 emotional points. Yi Jia, current emotional points 2,400. The female shop assistant, who had a tear-shaped mole under her eye, was feeling smug. Sure enough, this big bear girl was not favored by that godly young man. She lifted her trousers up a little, so that her buttocks were outlined more clearly. Then she inadvertently came in front of Chen Hao, turned her back to him, pretended to be tired from standing, and used both hands to support the glass countertop of a display cabinet, then lowered her waist and lifted her buttocks. Chen Hao touched his nose. Did this female clerk really get tired from standing for a long time and then strike this pose, or was she deliberately seducing him? Number of relationships, 1218, physical condition, non-toxic. However, when Chen Hao brought up the emotional entry for the female shop assistant in front of him, he was shocked. 1,218 relationships? Although it's not toxic, it's not worth it. This bitch has already achieved the accomplishment of thousands of conquests. It's not worth it, it's really not worth it. Chen Hao now feels that the emotional entry function is quite practical. It can help him avoid thunder. At first, he thought that if he couldn't boost his emotions, he wouldn't be able to see the emotions of the women he liked. But now it seems that's not the case. He has to give the system a thumbs up for this. Miss Yi, do you not have enough money? If you don't have enough money, we can help you apply for an installment plan. We can help you apply for up to 24 installments. This. Yi Jia was now in a rather embarrassing situation. She couldn't afford to pay in installments either. Even if it was 24 installments, each installment would be more than 20,000 yuan. Her current monthly salary was just a little over 10,000 yuan. Sometimes she didn't even get 10,000 yuan. Seeing that Yi Jia was being put in an awkward situation, Chen Hao knew that it was time for him to step in. Chapter 18, Chapter 018. You're a very competent nanny. So Chen Hao said to Yi Jia, Jia, although you don't think you'll like this watch and don't want to spend this kind of money, I think you'll look great in this Yiling Goddess, so let me buy it and give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia was taken aback, and then looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. You're going to buy it and give it to me? Seeing Chen Hao nod with a smile, Yi Jia's heart was suddenly filled with surprise. Oh my god. Chen Hao actually wants to buy her the Yiling Goddess 4606F, which costs 550,000 yuan. Yi Jia was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. If there wasn't someone next to her, she would have jumped for joy. This is the Yiling Goddess 4606F. It costs more than 500,000 yuan. Such an expensive watch is generally only affordable for rich and beautiful women. I never thought that Chen Hao would actually buy it for her. Why has Chen Hao suddenly become so generous? And Chen Hao's words just now can be said to have given her face in front of these female shop assistants. This surprise is really too great. Thank you, Chen Hao. Yi Jia did her best to control her excitement and try to make her tone sound calm. Ding, the host gains 400 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 2,800. All of a sudden, 400 emotion points? It's okay, this money was well spent. It's only a watch worth more than 500,000 yuan, it's nothing. As Chen Hao finished speaking, Wu Chanxian walked over with 2 watch boxes in her hands, beaming from ear to ear. Mr. Chen, the paperwork is all done. This box contains the Vacheron Constantine Overseas 5500V Pink Gold Watch. This is the box for your Heritage Series 47292 Pink Gold Watch. The invoice and warranty card are all inside. This is your bank card, Mr. Chen, please keep it. Wu Mimi, I'm going to trouble you a little more. The lady's watch that Jia is wearing, I'm going to buy it and give it to Jia, so I'm going to trouble you to swipe the card again. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianshan's gaze fell on Yi Jia's right wrist. When she saw the watch Yi Jia was wearing, the goddess of Yiling 4606F, Wu Qianshan's pupils constricted. My god, this is the Yiling goddess 4606F, which has a public price of 550,000 yuan. Such an expensive watch, and Chen Hao actually wants to buy it and give it to Yi Jia. From this, it can be seen that Chen Hao really cares about Yi Jia. I admire him. Why can't she meet a godly man who spoils her so much? Jia, you are really happy, I envy you so much. The other female salespersons also looked at Yi Jia with envy. This is the 550,000 yuan Villaret Goddess 4606F, which is a watch that every woman wants to own. Sisai, you will also find your own happiness. Yi Jia happily hugged Chen Hao's arm again. She hugged him really tightly. Chen Hao felt like his whole arm was sinking in. This is a good thing, but it still costs money. After paying for this, Yi Jia was obviously even more enthusiastic and proactive than before, and also more generous. After 10 minutes or so, the two of them walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, personally escorted by several female sales assistants. Jia, I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. Wu Qianshan couldn't stop smiling. Chen Hao had bought 3 watches at their Vacheron Constantin store today, spending a total of 2.118 million yuan. This was all counted as her sales performance. She would get a commission of more than 50,000 yuan. Good, Shishi, let's get together again sometime. Yi Jia was also extremely happy. Not only because Chen Hao had bought her a famous watch that she had never dared to dream of before, but also because she had just made a big splash in front of those female shop assistants at Vacheron Constantin. It really felt great. Chen Hao, why did you suddenly buy me such an expensive famous watch? Yi Jia still felt like she was dreaming. She stared at the Yiling goddess watch on her right wrist, looking left and right, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. What did you say? Did I used to be stingy? Chen Hao pretended to be displeased. No, you're the most generous, I love you. The happy Yi Jia made a heart with her hands for Chen Hao. After making the heart, she directly put her toes up and kissed Chen Hao on the cheek. Right, Chen Hao, where are we going now? I have to say that when a woman is in a particularly good mood, everything she says sounds like she's flirting with you. Her voice is so sweet. It's so pleasant to listen to. Looking at the time on his watch, Chen Hao said as they walked along, it's almost 2 o'clock, and we haven't had lunch yet. Let's go get something to eat first. That's good, Yi Jia said. You're right, I'm actually a little hungry now that you mention it. The two didn't go out of their way to find a place to eat, and instead found a barbecue restaurant called De Wuxiao Row in Plaza 66. Sliced Wagyu beef 4.5G, 200G minimum? Is it really that expensive to eat barbecue? Yi Jia was shocked by the prices on the menu the moment she saw it. Since they're here to eat, she didn't care about the prices, and assured her that the meal was on her. With the task of spending money, he is now not afraid of the expensive barbecue, but rather that it is not expensive. And if it is expensive, there must be a reason. Take this freshly cut Wagyu beef, for example, it is definitely tastier than the average beef outside. Let's start with 400G of this Wagyu beef. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia was secretly shocked. 400G of that would cost 1,800 yuan. 50 for a beef tongue? Let's start with 10. Sirloin is 500 for 500G, so let's get 2. Sea urchin and sweet shrimp in a shell are 100 each, so let's get 6. Before long, Chen Hao's order was ready. Looking at the Japanese beef he had ordered on the table, Chen Hao couldn't help but marvel at why this beef was so expensive. There was indeed a reason for its high price. Not to mention the appearance alone, these Japanese beefsteaks are much better than ordinary beef from outside. The texture of these Japanese beefsteaks is really beautiful. Next, Yi Jia volunteered to take on the task of grilling the meat. Chen Hao didn't have to do anything, just eat. And he didn't even have to use chopsticks. Yi Jia would feed him thoughtfully. Chen Hao, are you thirsty? After eating so much grilled meat, I'm really a little thirsty. Have some watermelon juice then. Yi Jia said, picking up 2 straws. She kept one for herself. She handed the other to Chen Hao. Chen Hao took the straw and tried to insert it into the juice jug containing the watermelon juice. But Yi Jia took the jug away. Facing Chen Hao's puzzled gaze, Yi Jia gave a small smile, then put the straw she was holding into the jug and held it in her mouth. Then Yi Jia pointed a slender finger at Chen Hao's straw first, and then at her own mouth. Seeing this, Chen Hao finally understood. Good guy, this is an invitation to drink imported watermelon juice. You're playing along, aren't you? He will definitely play along to the end. Soon, Chen Hao was able to drink Yi Jia's imported watermelon juice. It was sweet and refreshing. One word, delicious. Chen Hao drank half of the pitcher of watermelon juice in one go. Is it delicious? Yi Jia's face turned red. Her eyes were a little dazed. Nice. Chen Hao gave a high evaluation. You did a good job as a nanny today, so I'll give you a good rating. Chapter 19, Chapter 019, Button, can't you even button it? Thank you, Master, for your praise. I will continue to work hard. Yi Jia's words made Chen Hao feel like he had been electrocuted, and his whole body felt numb. Come on, I have high hopes for you. After a while, Chen Hao felt the urge to urinate, so he got up and went to the bathroom. Yi Jia picked up her phone in her bag and opened it to see that she had been at D by a few of her best girlfriends again. Some asked how her date with the handsome guy was going. Others asked what she was doing at the moment. Yi Jia directly opened the WeChat camera function and filmed a short video of the table for 10 seconds, which she sent to the group. Hu Shui, having barbecue, it looks delicious. Zhou Dan, drooling.jpg. Hu Shui, Jia, is that big piece of beef in your bowl Wagyu beef? Yi Jia, Shui is a big anchor who has seen the world, and you know your food. Hu Shui, humph, you're insulting people again. I only have 50,000 followers, what kind of big anchor am I? Zhou Dan, I've never had Wagyu beef before, Jia, tell me the price quickly so I can give up. Yi Jia, Dandan, this piece is only 500 yuan, it's not that expensive. You must come and try it sometime, Wagyu beef is really super delicious, you won't be disappointed. Zhou Dan, 500 yuan for a piece, and you say it's not expensive, I don't even earn 500 yuan a day. Lin Pinru, Jia, is that a Vacheron Constantin watch on your wrist? Yi Jia couldn't help but smile when she saw the message from Lin Pinru. When they were shooting the video, she had deliberately filmed the Vacheron Constantin watch on her wrist. Sure enough, her best friend had discovered it so quickly. Yes, Pinru. Hu Shui, oh my, it really is Vacheron Constantin. I was so focused on the food that I didn't notice that Jia was wearing a Vacheron Constantin. Zhou Dan, how much is it? Hu Shui, Dandan, I know this. Jia is wearing a Vacheron Constantin Ealing Goddess 4606F. This watch costs more than 500,000 yuan. Zhou Dan, so expensive. At this moment, Lin Pinru, who was out shopping with Hanyu, felt 1,000 emotions in her heart after seeing that the Vacheron Constantin that Yi Jia was wearing actually cost more than 500,000 yuan. A famous watch that costs more than 500,000 yuan. She admits that she is jealous. She just pouted at Hanyu for a LV bag that cost more than 30,000 yuan, and Hanyu only reluctantly agreed to buy it for her next month. And look at her best friend Yi Jia. She is wearing a Vacheron Constantin that costs more than 500,000 yuan. She is no worse than Yi Jia. Why is the gap between the two best friends getting wider and wider? This Yi Jia is really lucky. She even met a wealthy god, whose mentality is out of balance. Lin Pinro quickly typed out a line of words and sent it to the group. Someone had just said in the group that it was not good to waste other people's money. I didn't ask for it, he insisted on buying it for me, and I couldn't refuse. After sending this message, Yi Jia immediately sent a helpless emoji with her hands spread out. Lin Pinru was obviously jealous. If Lin Pinru knew that the rich guy who bought her Vacheron Constantin was Chen Hao, the one she dumped, I wonder what expression she would have. She is actually looking forward to the day when Chen Hao's identity is revealed and Lin Pinru finds out. Lin Pinru, it seems that you are not destined to enjoy the good life. Hu Shui, Jia, even if you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Jia, ask the rich guy if he watches live broadcasts. If he does, tell him to come to my live broadcast room and be my big brother grins. Zhou Dan, Jia, does he need a bodyguard? If so, I'll volunteer to be his personal bodyguard. Yi Jia, humph, I can see you guys are trying to poach me. Don't even think about it, arrogant. There are two sides to every story. Chen Hao had just finished going to the bathroom when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He pulled out his phone, scanned the caller ID, and then connected the call with a flick of his finger. "Hello, Chen Hao, you need to come to the office right away." As soon as the call connected, a voice came through that Chen Hao really disliked. This was because the owner of the voice was the immediate supervisor of the department where Chen Hao currently worked. His name was Li Liang. This is a leader who fawns on the superiors and bullies the subordinates. He licks the faces of his superiors like a lapdog. But to the people under him, he acts like a jerk. He likes to order people around at work. For example, he orders people to go out and buy things like milk tea, water, cigarettes, and other small things. He used to be the one who was ordered around the most. At first, he didn't mind being ordered around. After all, going out to buy things for the boss was also a way to get some fresh air. But after a while, he became unhappy. Because the old guy never paid him. Once or twice, it was fine if you didn't pay. But after a while, that was no longer acceptable. Damn it, if you're the boss and you won't pay for the errands you ask him to run, how can you expect him to do them for free? Later, when Li Liang asked him to buy something for him, he would always ask for money first, and he would also ask for a running errand fee. Well, when this old guy heard that he couldn't continue to get laid for free, he just switched to someone else to continue getting laid for free. Therefore, in their department, this Li Liang is notorious. In addition to liking to get laid for free and taking advantage of the people under him, this old guy always takes on more tasks for his department so that he can improve. If the workload is too heavy to be finished during office hours, they have to work overtime. As a result, overtime work has become a common occurrence in their department. The catch is that they don't get overtime pay, and at most they get a $10 takeaway. Now they're listening to this old boy's words, and he wants them to go to the office to work overtime again. What are they going to do at the office? I forgot to bring toilet paper when I went to the bathroom. Chen Hao, bring me a pack of tissues, quickly, don't keep me waiting. Hearing Li Liang's tone of command, Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? Can't you just call security to bring you some if you don't have any paper? If you're too embarrassed to ask, don't you have any coins on you? Can't you use a coin to open the door? If you really don't have any coins, don't you have a finger? Click, can't you do it? Chen Hao, you are being so annoying when I ask you to bring me paper. I am ordering you to bring me the paper within half an hour. After you have brought me the paper, you can go to the office and work overtime for me. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I urgently need. You can just let me bring you the paper, but you want me to work overtime? Work overtime, my ass. After saying this, Chen Hao suddenly felt much better. Li Liang, who was squatting in the toilet on the other end, was dumbfounded by Chen Hao's scolding. After a few seconds, Li Liang reacted, Chen Hao, you're crazy, how dare you talk to me like this, I'll make you lose your job if you don't believe me. Stupid idiot. You. Li Liang was furious and about to lose his temper, but then he heard the beep of a phone hanging up. He quickly called back, but found that he had been blocked by Chen Hao. Damn, this Chen Hao really has the guts of a bear and a leopard. I will make him look bad on Monday. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 An exciting moment. This barbecue meal cost 8,500 yuan. It was the most expensive barbecue meal the two of them had ever had. It was already 3:30 p.m. when they left the barbecue restaurant. The two of them continued to wander around Plaza 66. Chen Hao bought himself another laptop, which was a very popular model these days. Alien X16 R2. It cost 38,999 yuan. Chen Hao doesn't really know much about computers. He saw that this alien model had been getting a lot of buzz online recently, and since his laptop had been in use for more than 5 years and now even playing a game like Counter-Strike would cause it to freeze, it was time to get a new one. So he bought the Alien X16 R2. Chen Hao, I want a bag, can you buy me one? As soon as they walked out of the alien store, Yi Jia wrapped an arm around Chen Hao and started shaking. The pair swayed. Chen Hao's eyes nearly fell out of his head from the swaying. You want me to buy you a bag? Fine, but you have to make me happy first. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he immediately felt Xiang Yu enter his arms. On the street, Yi Jia didn't care about the stares of the passers-by, and directly put her arms around Chen Hao's waist, rubbing against Chen Hao's chest, begging, Chen Hao, please buy it for me, you're the best and the most handsome. Please, please. Seeing that Chen Hao was unmoved, Yi Jia suddenly put her tiptoes together and whispered in Chen Hao's ear, Brother Hao, if you buy me a bag, I will return the favor and give you a bag too. You have a bag for me? What kind of bag? Chen Hao ran his hand along his chin. He wondered if it was the kind of bag he had in mind. Yi Jia smiled and sold a secret, keeping it a secret for the time being. Chen Hao, the boss, possessed his body and reached out to touch Yi Jia's chin. Woman, you've successfully aroused my appetite. Let's go, I'll buy you a bag right now. Chen Hao said, changing the subject and scaring Yi Jia, but I'll be upfront, if the bag you give me later doesn't make me happy, then I'll take back the bag I buy for you later. Okay, I'll make sure the bag I give you later makes you happy. Yi Jia was very confident. What kind of bag do you want to buy? Louis Vuitton. Let's go then. A little after 5 o'clock, the two walked hand in hand out of the LV store. At this time, Yi Jia was holding the moon-shaped LV bag she just bought in the other hand. It cost Chen Hao 110,000 yuan. Yi Jia was beaming with joy. Not only did Chen Hao buy her favorite bag and give it to her, but also because she had just stood up straight in front of those LV female sales assistants. Before, when Chen Hao was only buying himself gear at LV and hadn't bought her anything, the way those female sales assistants looked at her had changed. As a woman, she naturally knew what those women were thinking. Now that Chen Hao had bought her an LV bag worth 110,000 yuan, she could finally let her hair down in front of those women. This feeling is really great. Could this be the feeling of being a show-off? Chen Hao, where are we going now? I'm going back to the hotel, what about you? Yi Jia shyly smiled at Chen Hao's gaze. I'm still your nanny, so of course I have to follow you around and serve you. You're sensible. Chen Hao pinched Yi Jia's face contentedly. Gold-digging women are still quite good. At least they're sensible. She knows that with gain comes loss. Unlike some women who only like to get something for nothing. The two then went to the underground car park. Soon after, Chen Hao drove Yi Jia out of the car park in his Ferrari F80. Yi Jia, I bought you this LV bag too. Didn't you say you had a bag for me too? Can you take it out now? Take it yourself. Where is it? Here it is. Chen Hao, who had been holding the steering wheel with both hands, then freed up one hand and started driving the Ferrari with one hand. A little after 6 o'clock, Chen Hao drove the Ferrari F80 to the underground parking lot of the Shanghai Tower, the tallest building in the world and the tallest building in China. Chen Hao, aren't we going to the hotel? Why are we here? Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao in confusion, her face still a little flushed from getting out of the car. The hotel I booked is right here. Chen Hao said as he walked towards the elevator not far away. Is there a hotel here? Yi Jia muttered to herself, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Chen Hao, the hotel you booked is the recently opened Central J Hotel? Yes. Chen Hao nodded, I have already booked the presidential suite in advance. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia's eyes instantly widened. The presidential suite? Yi Jia said excitedly, I heard that the presidential suite at the Center J Hotel costs 200,000 yuan a night. Chen Hao, is that true? It's true, I booked the presidential suite for 8 days. Today he spent 20,000 yuan on a mobile phone at Plaza 66, just under 40,000 yuan on a gaming laptop, and just under 10,000 yuan on lunch. He spent more than 2.52 million yuan on his own personal items. He bought himself 2 Vacheron Constantin watches, which cost 1.668 million yuan. He spent 550,000 yuan on a watch for Yi Jia and 110,000 yuan on a bag. After adding in some other small expenses, he had spent a total of 4.92 million yuan at Plaza 66. His task for the day was to spend all the 6.65 million yuan in his bank account. After doing the math, he still had to spend 1.73 million yuan. So he spent 1.6 million yuan at the Center J Hotel and booked the presidential suite for 8 days. That left him with only 130,000 yuan. He spent it all in a flash. Chen Hao, you booked the presidential suite for 88 days? Yi Jia opened her mouth wide in disbelief as she looked at Chen Hao. The presidential suite costs 200,000 yuan a day, and he booked it for 8 days, which is 1.6 million yuan. Chen Hao is spending money like it's not even money. At this moment of shock, all that was left in Yi Jia's heart was pain. If she were given 1.6 million yuan, she could buy a Porsche 718 with high-end equipment. Ding, the host gains 100 emotional points Yi Jia, and the current emotional points are 2,900. Alas, what hotel is not a hotel? If Chen Hao saves this money and buys her a Porsche, she will smile in her sleep. She has set many flags for herself in the past. One of these flags is to own a Porsche in her lifetime. At this moment, Chen Hao knew Yi Jia's emotional state through the emotional words above Yi Jia's head, and knew this life flag Yi Jia had set. With just 100 emotion points, he would be able to perform the triple draw. He couldn't wait to perform the triple draw. He had to get these 100 emotion points as soon as possible. At this moment, the two of them happened to walk into the elevator. Chen Hao reached out and pressed the button for the 101st floor. The lobby of the J Hotel is located on the 101st floor of the central building. As soon as the elevator door closed, Chen Hao pressed Yi Jia against the side of the elevator and kissed him. Yi Jia's eyes widened in surprise at this sudden kiss. But soon Yi Jia's eyes slowly closed. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 3000. Chen Hao was ecstatic when he heard the system's prompt. This trick really worked. When the two of them parted ways, the elevator had already stopped. Rascal! Yi Jia blushed and lightly pounded Chen Hao's chest, knowing that he was bullying someone. I saw that you were quite enjoying it just now. Chen Hao was now in a rather excited mood. Because he could draw the lottery. Or rather, 3 consecutive draws. The exciting moment was finally about to arrive. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Solving Equations is faster. The moment Chen Hao stepped out of the elevator, a thought crossed his mind. He saw the familiar translucent lottery wheel appear before his eyes. There were 2 small buttons at the bottom of the wheel, one for single draw and the other for continuous draws, for Chen Hao to choose from. Under Chen Hao's mental control, the continuous draw button flashed. Then the pointer in the center of the wheel started spinning rapidly. After the pointer paused 3 times, the lottery was over. Ding, the lottery is over. Remaining emotional points, 0. Congratulations, the host has drawn a shop bonus card. Congratulations, the host has drawn a bottle of genetic medicine. Congratulations, the host has drawn a copy of the skill book Master Level Mixed Martial Arts. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Hao was actually a little amused. This gene potion for strengthening the body and the fighting skills are really the standard equipment of the Tomato Godly Hero. You don't think that his emotional system and the Tomato Godly Hero system both came from the same wholesaler in the heavens, do you? Although, he still has to say that these rewards really are very appealing. After all, which man doesn't want to have a strengthened and powerful body? Which man hasn't fantasized about becoming the kind of martial arts master who can defeat 10 opponents and won when they were young? He has, anyway. Now that he has won these rewards, his youthful fantasies can finally come true. Using the Master Level Mixed Martial Arts skill book, Chen Hao's mind moved, and suddenly a huge amount of professional knowledge and techniques related to mixed martial arts appeared in his mind. It felt like he had been practicing mixed martial arts since he was in the womb. There was no feeling of forcing growth. Yes. It really is a quality product from the system. The Tomato God does not deceive. What is this, Shop Zhan card? Just as Chen Hao was about to study the Shop Zhan card, he and Yi Jia had already entered the hotel lobby of the Central J Hotel. Hello, sir and madam, welcome to our Central J Hotel in the Magic City. Do you have a reservation? As soon as the two entered the lobby, a female lobby manager in uniform smiled and greeted them. The attitude was very enthusiastic. Because the lobby manager immediately recognized the watch on Chen Hao's wrist as the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection 47292 pink gold watch. This is a world-famous watch worth millions. It is a symbol of status. So the young man in front of him is an extremely wealthy person. I made a reservation for the presidential suite this morning. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm on the face of the female lobby manager suddenly increased a few more notches. So you are Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect you to be so young. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I will have our butler by come over right away. Chen Hao nodded. Although he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, he had heard that 5-star hotels would assign a one-on-one hotel butler to their presidential suite customers. During the period when the customer stays in the presidential suite, if the customer has any needs, they only need to let the butler know and it will be taken care of. The butler will take care of everything for you. Chen Hao, this Central J Hotel is really luxurious, isn't it? The golden splendor of the lobby gave Yi Jia an extremely powerful shock. The hotels she had stayed in before were nothing compared to the Central J Hotel. It was like the difference between a thatched cottage and a luxurious villa. The large vase was almost as tall as her. There was even a large fountain in the middle. The huge mural on the wall was comparable to the murals in the Longmen grottos. Calm down, don't act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Seeing Yi Jia turning her head to look here and there, Chen Hao quickly reminded her. Okay. The way he looked when he first came in didn't seem much better than this, Yi Jia. I know, I won't embarrass you. Yi Jia puffed out her chest. She regained her usual arrogant look. She was now wearing the Vacheron Constantine Lady Arpels on her wrist, which cost more than 500,000 yuan. She, Yi Jia, was no longer the same as she used to be. She had to quickly adjust her mentality. She must not act like an old woman entering a grand garden for the first time. This would bring Chen Hao shame. If it went badly, Chen Hao would never bring her to such high-end places again. That would not do. I saw the lobby manager walk a short distance away and say a few words into the intercom. In a moment, a woman wearing a hotel uniform appeared in Chen Hao's field of vision and walked towards him. The woman looked to be in her 30s. She had a standard oval face and willowy eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her lips were thicker than average. But this thickness not only did not affect the beauty of her cherry lips, but instead added an unusual sense of sexiness and charm. She is very tall, probably about 1.7 meters. She is wearing a pair of black stiletto heels. Her walk is graceful. She looks very elegant. Hello, Mr. Chen. This woman quickly came up to Chen Hao, wearing a smile that made people feel comfortable just by looking at it. She took the initiative to extend her right hand to Chen Hao. Her manners are very graceful. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Shui. So you're Snow White. Hello. Chen Hao smiled and shook hands with the other person. Well, as soon as he heard the other person's name, he thought of Snow White. Mr. Chen is really funny. As soon as Bai Shui finished speaking, she noticed a hostile glare suddenly shot at her. I still don't know what this beautiful woman's name is. Bai Shui smiled and looked at Yi Jia, who was hostile towards her. My surname is Yi. Yi Jia's tone was a little stiff. Miss Yi is really pretty, and I'm afraid only a man as outstanding as Mr. Chen can hold your hand. Hearing Bai Shui say this, Yi Jia's hostility towards Bai Shui's gaze immediately eased a lot. But it was still full of caution. This Bai Shui, the hotel housekeeper, really has a lot of temperament. And she is also good looking. From the first time he saw this Bai Shui, Chen Hao's gaze had never left her. Men are really pigs. They can't take their eyes off a pretty girl. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 100. Hearing the system's prompt in his head, Chen Hao's gaze finally moved away from Bai Shui. He glanced at the emotion entry at the top of Yi Jia's head. It turned out that this big girl was jealous, and she had a sense of crisis. Seeing a beautiful woman like this is really quite gratifying. Although he understands that Yi Jia likes his money. But as long as the money is on him, Yi Jia's liking his money is the same as liking him. As long as he is always rich, then Yi Jia's liking for her will be forever. Well, there is a formula for this, and it is fast to solve. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Today I can drink ice water. Mr. Chen, it's mealtime. Do you want to eat now? If you need to eat now, I can take you and Miss Yi to the restaurant to eat. After getting to know Chen Hao a little, Bai Shui immediately got down to work. We ate late at lunch, so take us to our room first. Eating late at lunch was one reason. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is that he's very angry right now. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll take you to your room now. Please follow me. Soon the three of them arrived in front of an elevator door in the back room. Bai Shui used the room card in her hand to swipe the card against the sensor next to the elevator door, and then the elevator door opened to the sides. Bai Shui made a gesture inviting the two to come in. After the two had entered the elevator, Bai Shui got in. Mr. Chen, this elevator is reserved for the presidential suite of our hotel, the J Hotel. You can use it with your room card key. Our hotel's presidential suite is on the 98th floor. As she spoke, Bai Shui first pressed the button to close the elevator doors, and then the button for the 98th floor. Chen Hao didn't have to press the elevator button once the whole time. This kind of treatment can be said to be a great satisfaction of human vanity. No wonder those rich people like to stay in the presidential suites of 5-star hotels when they are out and about. In the past, he thought that those rich people were just burning through their money. They can stay in any room in a hotel. Why would they stay in a presidential suite that costs tens of thousands of dollars a night? It's not like they're stupid, just rich. Now it was his turn. Although he hadn't seen what the presidential suite he booked looked like. Bai Shui swiped her card at the sensor by the door, and the door lock automatically opened. Pushing the door open with her hand, Bai Shui respectfully said to Chen Hao, "Mr. Chen, please come in." Chen Hao was also unceremonious, directly taking Yi Jia's small hand and walking inside. As soon as they entered, Chen Hao's eyelids jumped several times. Damn, it's no wonder that this is a presidential suite that costs 200,000 yuan a night. It's really big. And the luxuriousness of the decoration far exceeds his imagination. It's so luxurious that he's a bit at a loss for words. "Mr. Chen, would you like me to come in and give you a detailed introduction to our hotel's presidential suite?" Bai Shui stood outside the door and asked for instructions. "No need, Butler Bai, I'm not interested in that." "Okay, Mr. Chen, then I'll leave first. If you need anything later, you can just call me directly." "Okay." With that, Bai Shui turned and left. Before she left, she thoughtfully closed the door to the presidential suite. After changing into a pair of disposable cotton slippers at the door, Yi Jia took Chen Hao's hand and couldn't wait to walk through the foyer and enter the interior of the presidential suite. This is too big. Looking at the huge presidential suite, Yi Jia was so shocked that she could hardly speak. The two of them then started to explore. With such a large presidential suite, the first thing they had to do was familiarize themselves with the layout. There was a dining room at the front. There was a lounge area on either side of the dining room. In front of the dining room and lounge areas were huge circular floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Looking out, you could see the Huangpu River. Inside there was also a separate kitchen and guest bathroom. Further inside there was another lounge area. On either side of the lounge area were two bedrooms. They were the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Both the master bedroom and the second bedroom are luxuriously decorated. In particular, the four pillars of the master bedroom's large bed are made of crystal, dazzling the eye. The master bedroom's bathroom has an oversized round bathtub. There is also a huge circular floor-to-ceiling glass window next to it. And it faces the Pearl Tower. Boy, you can enjoy the view of the Pearl Tower in the beautiful city nightscape while soaking in the bathtub. There is also a fitness room inside. It took half an hour to explore the entire presidential suite. The reason for the long time spent was not only because the area was really large and the decoration was really luxurious and eye-catching, but also because of Yi Jia. This big girl took her phone and took pictures of everything. She even took pictures of the tiles in the bathroom. While they were exploring, Chen Hao took advantage of Yi Jia's inattention and secretly opened and drank the bottle of genetic medicine he had won in the lottery. It tasted sweet and sour. After drinking it, there was no reaction other than a feeling of warmth in the body. Unlike those tomato gods, after drinking it, their bodies crackled and they emitted that foul-smelling black mud. After drinking the gene medicine, Chen Hao also took the opportunity to learn more about the shop staking card. This is a good thing. Just use it on a brand new shop that has just been built, and the shop will be his. He won't even have to pay for it. Not only that, but this shop lucky card can be used 10 times a day. That means he will soon have 10 brand new shops under his name. Shops in the Magic City are very expensive. With 10 shops, he will be able to live in luxury on the rent alone. Brother Tonzi is awesome. It's so luxurious, just so luxurious. After touring the entire presidential suite, Yi Jia was so excited that she directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Hao's face over and over again. All of a sudden, there were several lipstick marks on Chen Hao's face. "Chen Hao, thank you for taking me to stay in such a nice presidential suite. I really had my eyes open today." "Is that all you have to say?" Yi Jia's eyes were blinking, her eyebrows and eyes full of charm. "My aunt just left, so I can drink ice water." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao directly picked Yi Jia up and carried her to the master bedroom, saying, "Let's go take a bath together." After seeing the oversized bathtub in the master bedroom, he had wanted to go in with Yi Jia and take a bath together, a romantic bath. Soaking in the bathtub, embracing the beauty, and looking out at the night view of the city through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows. This is the life a man should live. As soon as they arrived in the master bedroom bathroom, Yi Jia began to fill the large round bathtub. Chen Hao, on the other hand, stood in front of a mirror and removed his clothes one by one. When he saw himself in the mirror, Chen Hao was about to be enchanted by himself. His figure was already quite outstanding. Now, after being modified by the bottle of genetic medicine, his body has reached perfection. He has a well-defined waist. he also has 8-pack abs. Although the muscles on other parts of his body are only slightly bulging, they give off a natural feeling and a sense of boundless explosive power. Unlike those muscles that are the result of eating protein powder, which look extremely explosive but are actually all dead muscles. This is the body shape he has always dreamed of having. As his gaze moved downwards, a huge flash of surprise suddenly appeared in the depths of Chen Hao's pupils. A ruler, he desperately needed a ruler right now. He's grown, definitely grown. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 I will definitely not betray you. Chen Hao, your body is so good. At this time, Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao in a daze. She really didn't expect Chen Hao's body to be as good as a work of art. 1, 2, 3, 47, 8 abs. Yi Jia walked lovingly up to Chen Hao's back, put her arms around his waist from behind, and placed her hands on his abs and gently rubbed them. Yi Jia, you look like a crazy girl right now. Chen Hao felt a surge of dark pleasure in his heart as he looked at her infatuated gaze at his body. It was a unique sense of accomplishment. Chen Hao, you're so warm, like a furnace. Yi Jia pressed half of her face against Chen Hao's broad back. The scorching body temperature made Yi Jia's gaze gradually become hazy. I don't know how long it's been, Chen Hao, wearing a pajama, hugged Yi Jia and walked out of the master bedroom's bathroom. Chen Hao was flushed with health and full of vigor. Just now, he had used his own strength to get a full 600 emotional points from Yi Jia. He had now accumulated 700 emotional points. It was great. At this moment, Yi Jia, who was being held in Chen Hao's arms, looked extremely tired. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Hao was tender and gentle. Just now, this man had taken the most precious thing from her in an extremely domineering manner. But she did not regret it at all. Because she had willingly given it to him. And she had also felt a happiness that she had never felt before. Even though the process had been somewhat painful. After putting Yi Jia on the bed and covering her with the air-conditioned silk quilt, Chen Hao said, "You must be hungry. Shall I ask Bai Shui to send some food over?" In Yi Jia's current physical condition, she definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a short period of time. It was all because the effect of that bottle of genetic medicine was too strong. It had strengthened his body from the inside out. That included endurance. Yi Jia nodded obediently. So Chen Hao gave Bai Shui a call and asked her to send some food to the room. Less than 10 minutes after the call, Bai Shui arrived with 2 waitresses pushing a cart with food. There was meat, vegetables, seafood, and everything else. It was quite a feast. Chen Hao carried Yi Jia to the dining room. The two shared dinner together. In a good mood, Yi Jia took a few photos of the food on the table, then opened the location function on her phone and posted a status update to her circle of friends. She wrote, "What is happiness? Happiness is being with the one you love, even if it's just a simple meal. We are very happy now, and hope to be even happier in the future Sun." After posting the status update, her circle of friends exploded. "Holy cow, Jia, you've gone to the hotel with that rich guy?" According to the location, it's the Central J Hotel. Yi Jia posted this circle of friends to tell everyone outside that she already had a boyfriend, so in the face of her best friend's inquiries, she naturally didn't hide it. So she typed, "Yes," blushing. Jia, looking at the photo of the room you just posted, the interior decoration is also too luxurious. Are you and that godly young man in the presidential suite of the Central J Hotel? Hu Shui asked with some uncertainty. Shui, you're right, we're in the presidential suite of the J Hotel in the center right now. Damn, it costs 200,000 yuan to stay in the presidential suite there for one night, no wonder Jia was so quickly taken by that rich young man. If some guy took me to the presidential suite of the J Hotel in the center to have sex, I would probably lose my virginity quickly too. It costs 200,000 yuan to have sex, that's really rich, I can't even earn 200,000 yuan in a year. Zhou Dan used to think that she was not a materialistic woman. But now that she saw her best friend living in a presidential suite that costs 200,000 yuan a night, she admitted that she really envied her. Seeing that her best friends could not hide their envy for her, Yi Jia's sense of vanity was once again greatly satisfied. She was so happy that the corners of her mouth could hardly be suppressed. Sisters, you may not believe it when I tell you, he booked the presidential suite at the Central J Hotel directly for 8 days as soon as he made the reservation. 8 days? My god, that means he spent 1.6 million just on the hotel reservation alone? Damn, how rich is he? This is just too extravagant. Jia, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Don't forget each other when you become rich. Jia, when are you going to introduce this rich guy to us? At this moment, Lin Pinru's eyes turned red. They were also staying in a hotel room, but her best friend Yi Jia was staying in a presidential suite that cost 200,000 yuan a night. The room she was staying in, however, didn't even cost 1,000 yuan a night. The difference was too great. She really felt aggrieved. She, Lin Pinru, was no worse than Yi Jia. She really wanted to know who the rich guy was that Yi Jia was with. The other person might be interested in her as well. After all, her face is no worse than Yi Jia's. Lin Pinru, wait until the right opportunity arises, and I will bring them to meet you. Yi Jia replied after a moment of thought. It was a bit premature to bring Chen Hao to meet her girlfriends. She was worried that Chen Hao and Lin Pinru would reignite their relationship. After all, Chen Hao had been so good to Lin Pinru before. This cannot help but make her worry. Putting down her phone, Yi Jia ate abalone while looking at Chen Hao and said, Chen Hao, what do you think our relationship is now? As soon as these words came out, Yi Jia suddenly became extremely nervous and worried. What kind of relationship? Chen Hao replied without thinking, you're my girlfriend. He is not the kind of person who would forget about someone after they have had their fun. Since he has had sex with Yi Jia, he definitely has to give her a status. The status of girlfriend is quite suitable. But then again, there is a good chance that he will have more than just Yi Jia as girlfriends in the future. Obviously, Chen Hao's answer is exactly what Yi Jia wants to hear. Hee, then you have to be good to me forever. Yi Jia is full of happiness, her happy eyes curving into a pair of crescent moons. Ding, the host gains 400 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1100. Yi Jia, as long as you are loyal to me, I will definitely ensure that you will be rich and powerful for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Yi Jia's smiling eyes curved even more. Chen Hao, don't worry about this, I definitely won't betray you. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. There's no need to swear. Chen Hao stared at Yi Jia with burning eyes. Yi Jia, I'll say this up front, if you dare to betray me and cheat on me, I will definitely make you fall from heaven to hell in an instant. As soon as these words came out, Yi Jia instantly felt a bone-chilling chill. She knew that Chen Hao was very serious when he said this. She also believed that if she really betrayed Chen Hao one day, Chen Hao would definitely do what he said. Chen Hao, I swear that I will never betray you. If I break this oath, I will not die a good death. Although Chen Hao just told her not to swear, she decided to swear an oath anyway to show her loyalty. Chen Hao smiled and didn't say anything else. With the emotional word function, Yi Jia could never hide from him if she betrayed him. Because from the emotional entry, you can see the number of Yi Jia's relationships. Previously, Yi Jia's relationship count was 0. It has now been updated to 1. Once it becomes 2 or an even larger number, it means Yi Jia is definitely cheating on him. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 He likes this body type. After the meal, Chen Hao carried Yi Jia to bed again. In fact, Yi Jia had also tried to walk back to the bedroom by herself, but as soon as she took a step, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. After curling up in Chen Hao's arms for a while, Yi Jia fell asleep. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was not tired at all. Seeing that he still had 65,000 yuan in his bank card, Chen Hao opened the Xuanlei app and started browsing. In no time, Chen Hao placed an order for a Sony A1 camera. It cost him just under 50,000 yuan. He then bought some random accessories, and soon the money in his bank card was down to just a few yuan. Next, Chen Hao, who still wasn't sleepy, started playing Douyin. As he played, he came across a live broadcast room with the nickname Makabaka female anchor. At this time, this Makabaka was cosplaying as General Thunder and Lightning, standing in front of the camera and posing. This Hu Shui really has a great figure, not inferior to Yi Jia. Chen Hao touched his chin. He knew this female cosplayer named Makabaka. The other person was Yi Jia and Lin Pinru's best friend. They had even eaten dinner together before. He still had a deep impression of this Hu Shui. Because the other person has a baby face, but a figure that surpasses 90% of women. In addition, the other person also has a baby voice. Coupled with the fact that the other person is only 1.6 meters tall, people who don't know her would probably think that the other person is still underage. In fact, the other person is a year older than him, already 23. Chen Hao silently admired Hu Shui's live broadcast room for a while. Finally, he reluctantly spent all the 5-odd yuan left in his bank card on diamonds. He spent 54 hearts on Hu Shui in one go. This was the first time in his life that he had given a gift to a female host. In the past, he didn't spend any coins on live broadcasts, and his main focus was companionship. Now that he was a wealthy man, he had to keep up with the trends. It wouldn't be good to continue to prostitute himself for free. Thanks to Brother How for the hearts. Although there were more than 600 people in the live broadcast room, 90% of them were like Chun Hao in the past, focusing on companionship. There were very few people who gave gifts. In fact, this is also related to the fact that 99% of Hu Shui's fans are male fans. As we all know, men's spending power is not as good as that of dogs. Therefore, Chen Hao immediately attracted Hu Shui's attention when he swiped more than 50 hearts at once. This, Hao Gu, seems to be that Chen Hao, right? On the other end of the phone, Hu Shui still had some impression of Chen Hao's TikTok account. She remembered that a few months ago when she first started doing TikTok, the number of likes she received for her posts was pitifully low. So she would click on the profile of everyone who liked her work. It wasn't easy, but this Chen Hao had watched her broadcast for so long that he finally gave in and sent her a gift. But he was so stingy. He didn't even want to give her a pair of sunglasses. She felt like laughing. You're welcome. Ding, the host has gained 100 emotion points. Hu Shui, current emotion points 1200. Hearing the system prompt in his head, Chen Hao was first stunned and then ecstatic. Another tool person who can increase my emotion points? Yes. Just then, Chen Hao unexpectedly discovered that a small box had appeared above Hu Shui's head in the screen. Number of relationships, 0, physical condition, healthy and non-toxic. Current psychological state, Chen Hao is so stingy that he won't even give me sunglasses. Holy cow, you can actually see the other person's emotional terms even through the screen. This is great. Just as Chen Hao was pondering how to get Hu Shui to share his emotions, the other person suddenly went off the air. Chen Hao, who couldn't sleep, simply found a movie to watch. It was already past midnight when he finished watching the movie. Looking at the 66.5 million yuan in his bank account, Chen Hao's happy smile reached the back of his head. Sleep, sleep. The next day, Chen Hao, still in a daze, was suddenly awakened by Yi Jia, who shook him awake. Honey, wake up, wake up. What's wrong, is there a fire? Chen Hao opened his eyes dazedly, but his brain was not yet functioning normally. What fire? You're going to make me laugh to death. Yi Jia was amused by Chen Hao's words. If there's no fire, why did you wake me up? Chen Hao yawned. It's already 8 o'clock, I'm already late for work, so hurry up and get up and drive me to work. Yi Jia said while finding her black bra from a corner of the bed and putting it on. Forget about work, I'll support you. Chen Hao said with confidence. With his current financial resources, supporting a woman is simply not a problem. Honey, I know you can support me, but I still want to work, so I won't be bored. Besides, I never want to be a caged canary. Yi Jia said, leaning down to kiss Chen Hao's cheek. Okay, honey, get up quickly. But honey, if you really want to sleep some more, then just give Bai Shui a call and tell her to get the car ready early and drive me to work. I'll give you a lift. Now that you're awake, there's no need for someone else to give you a lift. He's going out anyway today. Let me lie down for a bit longer. You ladies need to wash up and put on makeup, so you won't be able to leave for at least half an hour. He and Lin Pinro had been living together for 6 months, so he was quite experienced in this area. Okay, then you call that Bai Shui and have her bring breakfast over, so I can have breakfast right after I finish applying my makeup, saving time. Okay. With that, Chen Hao called Bai Shui. Why are you staring at me? Yi Jia, who was putting on black stockings, felt a little embarrassed by Chen Hao's pure and unconcealed gaze. Because you have a good figure. Yi Jia is not the type of girl who is thin and pale. Yi Jia is the kind of plump figure. And with he close to people. He likes this kind of figure. White and young and thin, he really can't appreciate it. Then between Pinru and me, whose figure is better? There is no doubt that it is you. You have good taste. Yi Jia was very satisfied with Chen Hao's answer. At 9 o'clock, Chen Hao drove Yi Jia out of the underground parking lot of the central building in a Ferrari F80. Yi Jia was in a great mood the whole way. She couldn't wait to see the expressions on her colleagues' faces when they saw her arrive at work in the Ferrari F80. They would all be envious of her, for sure. She had already been bombarded with questions from them in the work group yesterday. Half an hour later, the Kunz Auto Sales Center appeared in the two people's field of vision. Yi Jia hurriedly moved Chen Hao's hand away from her body and began to straighten her clothes. As the distance continued to close, Yi Jia suddenly paused. She saw a red sports car parked outside their Kun's auto sales center. The top of the sports car was pulled up. Obviously, this red sports car already had an owner and would soon be taken away. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Thank you for the surprise you have prepared for me, dear. It's a Porsche 718. Yi Jia recognized the red sports car parked in front of the Kun's Auto Sales Center store when Chen Hao drove the Ferrari F80 less than 50 meters away from the store's door. It was the Porsche 718 she wanted most. It was also the top-of-the-line version. The body color was also her favorite red. This is her dream car. It's strange, I haven't seen any customers come to our dealership to look at a Porsche 718. Could it be that she took the day off yesterday and a customer happened to come to our dealership to order a Porsche 718? I guess that's it. I really want to ask Chen Hao to buy her a Porsche 718. Yi Jia secretly glanced at Chen Hao, who was concentrating on driving, and opened her mouth several times but closed it again. She had only been Chen Hao's girlfriend for less than 24 hours, and it would seem a bit too hasty to ask him for a Porsche 718 now. Forget it, she'd better wait a while and wait until her relationship with Chen Hao had reached a certain level of intimacy before asking him to buy her a Porsche 718. Soon, Chen Hao arrived at the door of the Kun's Auto Sales Center in a Ferrari F80. After finding a parking space and parking the car, the two got out of the car. Yi Jia, holding an LV bag in her left hand and holding Chen Hao's arm in her right hand, walked towards the showroom with her chest puffed out. However, during this time, Yi Jia's gaze would occasionally glance at the Porsche 718 in front of the door. The dream car was right in front of her. She simply couldn't control her eyes. However, the moment she lifted her foot to enter the showroom, Yi Jia froze. She saw her colleagues standing in two lines along the showroom door, each holding a handheld firework in their hands. Store manager Zhang Wan was smiling at her. Behind Zhang Wan, two female colleagues stood on the left and right sides, holding up a red banner. The banner read, Kun's Auto Sales Center store congratulates Ms. Yi Jia on her purchase of a top-of-the-line Porsche 718. Just as Yi Jia had not yet recovered from her surprise, the shop assistants standing in two lines at the door all turned the handheld fireworks in their hands together. For a moment, streamers of confetti flew in all directions. Congratulations to Ms. Yi Jia on your purchase of a top-of-the-line Porsche 718. May your Porsche speed along the road to happiness, always feeling endless passion and power. All the staff members said to Yi Jia in unison. At this moment, Yi Jia finally came back to her senses completely. She turned around and looked at Chen Hao with excitement. Honey, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Chen Hao smiled slightly. Do you like it? Yi Jia nodded excitedly. I love it so much, thank you honey, you are so good to me. After saying that, Yi Jia put her feet on tiptoe and hugged Chen Hao's cheeks, kissing him over and over again. Ding, the host has gained 500 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 1700. It's okay. He's gained 500 emotion points in one go, so it wasn't in vain that he went to so much trouble. It was worth it. Okay, stop kissing, you're getting drool all over me. Chen Hao spoke while pushing his hand against Yi Jia's forehead. He successfully stopped Yi Jia from launching a drool attack on him. Oomph, you actually dislike me. Yi Jia pouted her lips and pretended to be angry. However, the happiness in her eyes and eyebrows could not be concealed. She really did not expect that Chen Hao had secretly prepared such a big surprise for her. That was the top-of-the-line Porsche 718. The bare car price had already exceeded 1.5 million. The full payment would be at least 1.7 million. Before, I always thought that he was insensitive. I didn't expect that he is quite romantic. She likes romantic men. Okay, Judge, we're all watching, so don't keep feeding us dog food. Look at the lipstick you put on Chen Xiao's face. Zhang Wan teased with a smile. The other store staff, especially the female staff, looked at Yi Jia with nothing but envy. Yi Jia, who spent every waking moment with them, had suddenly become the woman of a rich man. That godly hero, in order to give Yi Jia a surprise, called their store manager Zhang Wan last night and directly ordered a top-equipped version of the Porsche 718 over the phone. How come they haven't met such a rich and romantic woman? And this godly hero is also so young and handsome. He is simply the perfect male god. They are really jealous. Seeing that Chen Hao really had lipstick marks all over his face from her kiss, Yi Jia immediately blushed. She quickly reached out and took the wet wipes Zhang Wan handed her to wipe off the lipstick marks on Chen Hao's face. Manager Zhang, swipe your card. Chen Hao took out his wallet and handed Zhang Wan a black card. At this time, Yi Jia's eyes were filled with little stars. The way Chen Hao took out his card was really stylish. Half an hour later, outside the Kun's Auto Sales Center, Chen Hao walks slowly. With the smiles of the shop assistants bidding him farewell, Chen Hao accelerates the Ferrari F80 and drives off. The group of people do not take their eyes off the car until the taillights of the Ferrari F80 are completely out of sight. Unconsciously, everyone turns to look at Yi Jia. What are you all looking at me for? Yi Jia is beaming with joy. The envious and resentful looks from her colleagues had given her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She was so happy that she felt like going straight to heaven. Jia, that new LV bag you're carrying was only released last month, and Chen Hao bought it for you, right? Yes. Jia, that watch you're wearing is the Vacheron Constantine Lady Arpels, if I'm not mistaken? Yes. Jia, how much is that watch? It's worth more than 500,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the female sales assistants looked at Yi Jia with even more envy. If he gave her a Vacheron Constantine worth more than 500,000 yuan, there's no surprise in him giving her a Porsche 718 worth more than 1 million yuan. Jia, you're really lucky. That young and handsome Chen Hao is rich and romantic. He's the perfect man straight out of a novel. If I could meet a man like this, I would be willing to live 20 years less. Jia has really flown to the top and become a phoenix. Okay, don't all of you gather here and chatter away, go about your own business. After dismissing the crowd, Zhang Wan came to Yi Jia's side, took out a set of car keys and handed them over to Yi Jia. Jia, these are the car keys to your Porsche. After taking the car keys, Yi Jia couldn't wait to pull open the door of the Porsche 718 and get into the cockpit. Although she was already familiar with the car, she was now sitting in it as the owner. That gave a completely different feeling. Sitting inside, Yi Jia looked left and right and touched everything, as if it were the first time she had sat in it. Finally, she took out her fruit phone from her LV bag and snapped a bunch of photos. Then she selected a few photos she was satisfied with and posted them to her circle of friends. The caption read, "Thanks for the surprise you prepared for me, my dear. I'll always love you with hearts." Chapter 26, Chapter 026, Hongjia, I'm sorry. After posting to her circle of friends, Yi Jia clicked on Chen Hao's WeChat and sent him a voice message in a flirty tone. Honey, I once set a life goal for myself, and that is to own a Porsche 718 in my lifetime. Thank you for helping me achieve my dream today. I really love you so much. As soon as this voice message was sent, Yi Jia's phone's WeChat notification sound kept going off. She opened her moments and saw that so many people had liked and commented, and she was overjoyed. Yi Jia had finally made it. From now on, other women would only have her to envy. Just thinking about it makes her happy. After posting this update to her moments, Yi Jia was soon tagged in a group chat by her best friends. Oh my goodness, Jia, that flirtatiously red Porsche in your moments was given to you by that rich guy? Yes, it was. Shu Wei. Yi Jia sent a voice message to tell her friends what had happened. Zhou Dan, it's great to be rich, but also romantic. When will I meet a man like that? Hu Shui, that's so romantic, Jia. I admit I'm jealous. That rich guy is so nice, can you let us share him with you? Grins. Zhou Dan, that's great, we're best friends, and when we find something delicious, we can't hog it all to ourselves. Yi Jia, you're dreaming arrogant. He's mine and you can't even think about him. Lin Pinru, Jia, you never bring him to meet us, could it be that he's very old? Or is he just really ugly? Yi Jia, Pinru, let me tell you, he's very young, the same age as us, and he's super handsome and has a great body. He even has 8-pack abs. Hu Shui, oh my, is that true? He has so many good qualities? Yi Jia, not only that, in addition to what I said above, he is also very good at Kung Fu. Hu Shui, good at Kung Fu. Please elaborate, sniffs the nose. Zhou Dan, is he very good at fighting? Is there anything I can fight? Yi Jia, I'm so out of breath that my eyes are rolling. Hu Shui, Zhou Dan, Lin Pinru, 6. There are two sides to every story. At this time, Chen Hao arrived at the Huaihao Road Commercial Street in Suwei District in a Ferrari F80. This is another high-end luxury commercial street that the Shanghai municipal government has spared no effort to build, following the Jinling Road pedestrian street. It is located in the center of Suwei district, with 4 nearby Guangming Road metro stations, and its location is quite advantageous. The entire Huaihe Road commercial street has 4 main streets, distributed in a shape. Why did Chen Hao come here? Naturally, it was for the shops. You have to know that last night he won a Shop Lucky card. This Shop Lucky card can only be used for those newly built shops. After comprehensive consideration, Chen Hao came to Huaihe Road commercial street. The average price of shops here has now reached 80,000 yuan per square meter, which is not much lower than the price of shops on Jinling Road pedestrian street. After parking the Ferrari, Chen Hao got out and started to explore. Chen Hao wasn't just wandering around, but walking towards the intersection of the 4 main streets. Once Huaihe Road commercial street is officially open to the public, the intersection of the 4 main streets will undoubtedly have the heaviest footfall. The higher the footfall, the higher the value of the shops there naturally. So the shops at the intersection of the 4 main streets are his biggest goal for this trip. After walking for 20 minutes, Chen Hao finally arrived at the intersection of the 4 main streets. There is a huge music fountain that has already been built here. It is said to be the largest musical fountain in the country. It is said that it cost 1 billion yuan to build this musical fountain. The water jets are estimated to be over 100 meters high. At night, with the lighting, it must be very beautiful. Once Huaihe Road commercial street officially opens to the public, the musical fountain here will definitely become a popular attraction. It is not impossible that it will become another new landmark in Shanghai. There is no doubt that the value of the shops in this area is the highest. Soon, a huge shop with an area of 400 square meters became Chen Hao's first target. Ding, Shop Lucky card, used successfully, remaining uses, 9. Next, it took half an hour for Chen Hao to use all the remaining 9 times on the Shop Lucky card. This means that it won't be long before there will be 10 more shops in Chen Hao's name. As for how these 10 shops will come under his name, according to the system, he only needs to wait for the owners of these 10 shops to contact him and sign a contract. The system will take care of everything else. The 10 shops that Chen Hao chose are all prime shops on Huaihe Road commercial street. The total area is 2,890 square meters. Even if the current average price of 80,000 yuan per square meter is used for calculation, the total value of these 10 prime shops has reached 230 million yuan. After calculating this figure, Chen Hao's happy mouth corners were about to split. This is so cool. If these 10 prime shops are rented out in the future, I'm afraid the annual rent will exceed 10 million. Damn, so in the future, won't he be a big landlord? Nice. Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao was about to calm down his excitement and prepare to leave, he suddenly heard someone call his name. The voice was very familiar. Chen Hao turned around and saw the person who had called his name, and smiled knowingly. It was Hong Shang. Chen Hao, it really is you. A woman dressed in professional women's clothing walked towards Chen Hao. The woman's facial features were exquisite, especially the slightly raised eyebrows and eyes that contained a unique charm. Her long, dark, shiny, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and under the sun's rays it was as smooth as silk. The woman's figure was the standard golden ratio. A willowy waist, a plump butt and long, slender legs, she has an unparalleled, devastating effect on men. Even though Chen Hao is already familiar with this woman, every time he sees her, he can't help but want to take a few more looks. What a coincidence, Hongshan. The Hongshan in Chen Hao's mouth is Zhang Hong in full name. She is Chen Hao's landlord. Chen Hao rented this house from Zhang Hong his sophomore year. In that case, the two have known each other for 3 years. The landlady is 8 years older than Chen Hao and is turning 30 today. She has been very good to him. In the past 3 years, the rent has never gone up. And whenever she makes something delicious, she always makes an extra serving for him. However, since Lin Pinru moved in with him, they have become less social with each other. He still has her photos saved on his cloud drive. Those are the beautiful moments he secretly recorded with his phone when Zhang Hong wasn't looking. Before living with Lin Pinru, every time he entered the Sage Realm, he would look at those photos and say, "Hong, I'm sorry. Chen Hao, you've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you." Coming up to Chen Hao, Zhang Hong looked him up and down, and the more she looked, the more shocked she became. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Is my sister's hand soft? Chen Hao's transformation is too great. In the past, Chen Hao dressed in a common way. He was a little shy. He didn't dare to look at her for long, or he would blush. But now, Chen Hao. The clothes he wears seem to be from Prada. The canvas sneakers on his feet also seem to be from Prada. The watch on her left wrist is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Collection. She would never mistake this watch for another, because a VIP customer of her company is wearing the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Collection. It is exactly the same as the watch Chunhao is wearing now. That watch costs more than 500,000 yuan. It's only been a few days since they last saw each other, but why has Chunhao suddenly become dressed in designer brands? And his whole aura has completely changed. In her impression, Chunhao has always been a shy and immature young boy. However, the way Chunhao looks at her now is not at all evasive. He has become extremely confident. Just now, when she saw Chunhao, she really didn't recognize him. It's really like Chunhao has become a different person. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Zheng Hong, current emotion points 1900. The system prompt that suddenly sounded in his head gave Chunhao another surprise, because it meant that there was one more tool person who could provide him with emotional points. There were now a total of 3 tool people. They were Yi Jia, Hu Shui, and Zheng Hong. Great! The more tool people there were, the more emotional points he would be able to earn in the future, the more prizes he could draw, and the richer and more exciting his life would be. Number of relationships: 1. Physical condition: healthy and non-toxic. Current emotional state: Chunhao has changed so much, is he still my good brother? Hong Jia is still the same as ever, as beautiful and moving as ever. Money is a man's courage. Before, when he was with Hong Jia, he was the one being teased and molested. Now with over 60 million in his bank account, his courage has grown a lot fatter. His mouth has also become a lot sweeter than before. Hong, who is this handsome guy? Zheng Hong was not alone. There was a man and a woman by her side. The two were wearing similar professional attire and had a work badge pinned to their chests. You could tell from the work badges that the 3 were from the same company. The woman who spoke had short hair cut even with her ears and wore black framed glasses. She had a small face, a sweet voice, and was quite pretty. At this moment, this woman looked at Chunhao with sparkling eyes. Xiaoyu, manager Huang, his name is Chunhao, a tenant in my apartment, and also a good younger brother of mine. Zheng Hong briefly introduced Chunhao to her 2 colleagues. Hello handsome guy, my name is Luyu. Luyu took the initiative to shake Chunhao's hand, with a bright smile on her face. Although Luyu appeared to be calm on the surface, she was actually very excited inside. I never thought that Hong would have such a great guy by her side. Not only is he good looking, but he also wears designer clothes and has a super expensive watch on his wrist. This guy is really something. No wonder Hong has always rejected manager Huang. With such a great guy by her side, how could Hong even look at manager Huang? This is what Luyu is thinking right now. Hello, Mr. Chen. The man standing to Zheng Hong's left, who looked to be in his 30s with a bit of a Mediterranean complexion, politely offered to shake Chunhao's hand. This time, I've finally found the reason. He kept saying why he couldn't get Zheng Hong. So that was the problem. Sigh, he thinks he's already very good. But compared to the man in front of him, who was wearing a watch worth more than 500,000 yuan, he was completely outclassed. The other man was younger, handsomer, and richer than him. Zheng Hong was not blind, so she naturally knew how to choose. Hong Jia, you've hidden it very well. No one in the whole company knows you have a boyfriend. Lu Yu's seemingly ordinary sentence was actually a way of getting information. She now wanted to find out what kind of relationship these 2 people had. Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Didn't I just say that Chunhao is my good younger brother? I'm 8 years older than him, so how could we be a couple? Lu Yu was a little skeptical after hearing this. Hee, Hongshan, I don't believe you. Zhang Hong rolled her eyes and said, don't believe it. Chunhao, why are you here? I just wandered here. Hongshan, why are you here? Of course, it's for business, sister. The shops here are the top shops in our magical city, and the company has given us a task for that, so Chunhao, you understand? I understand. Chunhao nodded. Hong Jie works for a real estate agency in the magical city. And she is a middle manager. Shops like those on Huaiha Road Commercial Street are naturally a hot commodity in the eyes of real estate agencies. So it's not surprising that Hong Jie is here. Well, once he gets the 10 shops, he'll go straight to Hong and ask her to rent them out for him. That way, he doesn't have to do anything and can just sit back and collect the money. It's much more worry-free than trying to find tenants and negotiate rents himself. Chen Hao looked at his watch and then looked up at Zhang Hong in front of him and said, "It's already past 11 o'clock. Hong, let's have lunch together at noon." Zhang Hong laughed and said, "You're treating?" "Of course I'll treat you. Chen Hao doesn't lack money at the moment. Hong, can I tag along for lunch?" Seeing that the two were about to leave, Liu Yu quickly spoke up. "Xiao Yu, you just heard, he's treating. It's not me who's paying, so you have to ask him." Hearing this, Liu Yu looked over at Chen Hao. "Handsome, is that okay?" "I don't think it's convenient." "Why?" "Because my car can only see 2 people." Hearing Chen Hao say this, Liu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. "Are you riding a small electric stove?" "That's not it." Chen Hao said this and took out the Ferrari F80 car key that was in his pocket. Ferrari. Liu Yu recognized the Ferrari logo pattern on the car key at a glance. This made her eyes instantly widen. Ferrari. This Chen Hao's car is actually a Ferrari Supercar. My god, he is even richer than I thought. Zhang Hong, who was standing nearby, was also shocked by the Ferrari car keys in Chen Hao's hand. That's a Ferrari. The cheapest Ferrari costs more than 2 million. How did this good brother of hers suddenly become the owner of a Ferrari? This is unbelievable. Ding, the host has gained 100 emotion points. Zhang Hong, current emotion points 2000. Hong, let's go. Chen Hao extended his right hand towards Zhang Hong. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Hong took Chen Hao's hand. That's how the two of them left together, holding hands. Brother, you've become much more courageous now, you even dare to hold your sister's hand directly. Zhang Hong smiled and looked at Chen Hao while walking. In the past, Chen Hao would blush easily just by looking at her, let alone holding her hand. That's only if you agree, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold your little hand either. Chen Hao laughed. Is my sister's hand soft? It's soft, smooth and tender. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Stinky little brother, don't be embarrassed. Good little brother, I was just asking casually, and you actually got a response. Zhang Hong looked at Chen Hao with a smile. You've not only become more bold, but your mouth has also become slick and smooth. You're the one with a girlfriend, and you're holding your sister's hand. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Pinru when I get back? Hong, she and I have already broken up. Split up? Zhang Hong was stunned. You kicked her out? Seeing Chen Hao shaking his head, Zhang Hong was extremely surprised. Brother, you are handsome and rich, how could she bear to break up with you? Has she lost her mind? When we broke up, I was still poor. You suddenly became rich, brother, did you win the lottery? Facing Zhang Hong's inquisitive eyes, Chen Hao laughed and said, You're so curious, Hong, but I'm not going to tell you. Who says I'm curious? I'm not curious at all, sister, Zhang Hong said stubbornly. I always wondered why you've changed so much, and now I know, you've suddenly become rich. No wonder they say money gives a man courage. You're not thinking of wooing your sister, are you? Zhang Hong's tone was half serious and half joking. And would you like to woo me? Chen Hao retreated a step to gain the upper hand. Come on, my dear brother, you can't really be thinking that, after all, I'm 8 years older than you. So what if you're 8 years older? A 30-year-old woman has an elegant and dignified temperament, with both a mature charm and a lively and cute side. Once a man gets some courage, he can say anything. Take Chen Hao, for example, he would never have dared to say something like that before. Ding, the host has gained 100 emotional points. Zhang Hong. Current emotional points, 2,100. Zhang Hong brushed a lock of hair falling in front of her forehead behind her ear, and stared at Chen Hao. Her big eyes were sparkling. You little rascal, be honest. Have you had feelings for your older sister for a long time? Hong Jie, you're using the word thoughts a bit badly. It always sounds a bit lewd. It's not that I have thoughts about you, but your charm happens to attract me. That's sophistry, you little brat. Don't think I don't know that you used to take pictures of your sister behind her back. Hearing this, Chen Hao's mouth twitched. Nonsense, when did I take pictures of you? Last summer, one day, when I was at home making some pumpkin cakes, I called you over to eat them. Then I put the phone on the sofa, but it accidentally fell through the gap between the sofa and the floor. At that time, I was kneeling on the floor, reaching for the phone under the sofa. Were you taking pictures of me with your phone? Facing Zhang Hong's smiley gaze, Chen Hao felt a pang of guilt. Hong, this is not true, don't slander me. Zhang Hong pursed her lips and said, you dare to do it but not admit it, you coward. Why should I admit to something I haven't done? It's fine if you admit to it, brother, sister won't discriminate against you. After all, you're a big guy with blood in your veins, and sister understands completely because she's been there before. Zhang Hong paused, patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, and said to him in a tone that said, just admit it, brother. But Chen Hao was unmoved. Hong, I really didn't do it, you have to believe me. Stupid brother, I'm afraid you don't know that there is a surveillance camera installed in my living room. The footage was saved by me, do you want me to show it to you now? Zhang Hong put her hands on her chest, tilted her head halfway back, and looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Hong, why do you still have a surveillance camera installed at home? Chen Hao's face turned red. I can't hold back anymore. Ha, it's true, you little brat, actually I just suspected that you were taking pictures of me from behind at the time. My sister's home doesn't have any surveillance equipment at all, ha. You're still a bit too young compared to your sister, you little brat. Zhang Hong giggled. Her pretty face was full of the joy of a victor. Chen Hao was dumbfounded. Shit, I fell into the trap without realizing it. Damn, I've lost face big time. Seeing Chen Hao's face turn red, Zhang Hong patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and laughed. Why are you blushing? It's okay, it's only natural. I understand, don't be embarrassed. Chen Hao coughed a few times to relieve his embarrassment. Then he said, Hong, I patted you purely out of appreciation for something beautiful. I didn't do what you think I did. What kind of thing is that? You brat, you've confessed without being hit. Zhang Hong laughed until she was out of breath. Chen Hao was stunned. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Zhang Hong, current emotion points 2,200. Fortunately, he gained 200 emotion points from Zhang Hong, which was a small consolation. But then again, dealing with this Zhang Hong, you can really fall into the verbal traps set by the other party if you're not careful. It's hard to defend against some of these traps. She's a woman who has been around for many years, and she really is not easy to deal with. Compared to Zhang Hong, Yi Jia is like a blank piece of paper. After a while, Chen Hao brought Zhang Hong to the front of his Ferrari F80. Chen Hao, is this your Ferrari? Zhang Hong was quite surprised when she saw the yellow Ferrari in front of her. She had seen a Ferrari 599 up close before. But compared to the yellow Ferrari in front of her, that Ferrari 599 pales in comparison. This yellow Ferrari is much, much more handsome than that Ferrari 599. And it also looks significantly more luxurious. And as is usually the case with sports cars, the more handsome and luxurious it looks, the more expensive it is. The Ferrari 599 costs more than 5 million yuan. Yes, Hong, isn't my Ferrari cool? Chen Hao asked with a smile. It's so cool, not just any cool, it's much cooler than the Ferrari 599 I saw before. Brother, this Ferrari of yours should be more expensive than the Ferrari 599, right? Well. Chen Hao nodded and said, I could buy almost 6 Ferrari 599s with this one. Zhang Hong was shocked and her mouth opened into an O shape. It costs more than 30 million? Yes, Hongjie, it is a Ferrari F80. Just search it online. More than 30 million, brother, you actually bought a Ferrari that costs more than 30 million. Are you still the same brother that sister knows? At this moment, Zhang Hong felt a strong sense of strangeness from Chen Hao. The strangeness made Zhang Hong pull her hand out. Driving a 30 million yuan Ferrari, her younger brother was no longer in the same world as her. Chen Hao took the hand that Zhang Hong had just pulled out and placed it in his own hands again, smiling and saying, Hongjie, no matter what I become, you will always be my Hongjie, and I will always be your good younger brother. Hearing Chen Hao say this, for some reason, the familiar Chen Hao seemed to have returned. From this perspective, you still recognize me as your sister, so you still have a conscience. Zhang Hong's face once again broke into a smile. Hongjie, in the past few years, when rents have been rising in the surrounding buildings, you have never once raised my rent. And whenever you cook something delicious, you always think of me. I have been an orphan since I was young, and no one has ever been so good to me. Even if I don't recognize anyone in this life, I will definitely recognize you, Hongjie. You are a ray of light in my life. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Zhang Hong's eyes immediately became moist, and she laughed. Stupid brother, you've made your sister cry. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points. Zhang Hong, current emotional points 2,400. Chapter 29, Chapter 029, surprisingly, he's still thinking about cheating on me. Hongjie, get in the car. Chen Hao pressed the car key, and the doors of the Ferrari F80 slowly opened upwards at an angle, just like butterfly wings, which was very cool. My sister has never ridden in a Ferrari before, so she is going to enjoy the experience today. Zhang Hong brushed her hair from her forehead, then went to the passenger door of the Ferrari F80 and sat in an elegant posture. Sis, you're sitting properly, let me show you the speed and passion. Good, I like excitement. As soon as Zhang Hong finished speaking, she let out a scream, as she felt a strong push in her back. The main street was wide and straight, and as it had not yet been officially opened to the public, there were very few cars on the road, and they were barely visible. It was perfect for drag racing. Chen Hao pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the electric turbocharged V6 engine of the Ferrari F80 let out a huge roar. The entire body of the car roared out with a loud roar as it released its 12-17 horsepower. In less than 3 seconds, the Ferrari F80 broke the 100-mile-per-hour mark. Slow down, you're going to scare me to death. Zhang Hong's originally rosy face was now pale with shock. She kept patting her chest. She was terrified. When the car suddenly sped off, her heart jumped up into her throat. It felt like the time she rode the roller coaster at the amusement park. It was too exciting. Chen Hao was unmoved and continued to step on the accelerator. He had been driving in the city for the past 2 days. The heavy traffic prevented him from unleashing the terrifying performance of his Ferrari F80. Now that he has finally encountered a stretch of road where he can really drive fast, of course he wants to feel the ferocious performance of the Ferrari F80. Hong, didn't you say you like excitement? You're scared already? As Chen Hao continues to increase his speed, Zhang Hong nervously gulps, "Not my brother, how would I know you drive so recklessly? You should slow down, it's not safe to drive so fast." Don't be afraid, Hong. Your brother is a very steady driver. While Chen Hao was talking, the needle on the speedometer of the Ferrari F80 had already reached 200 km/h. This scared Zhang Hong so much that her voice went up. No, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Hong, who was so nervous, simply closed her eyes tightly. In the blink of an eye, a curve appeared ahead. Chen Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. Damn, he's got master-level driving skills, he's got to play with some drifting. So Chen Hao showed off a bit of corner drifting, and at a speed of 150 miles per hour, he pressed the corner and drifted past. There was a sharp screech as the tires and ground rubbed violently. The tension and excitement made Chen Hao's eyes bloodshot. Zhang Hong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was so scared that she clenched her legs and screamed repeatedly. Her face was as pale as paper. Realizing that the car's speed had finally dropped, Zhang Hong opened her eyes. She patted her chest while glaring at Chen Hao, exasperated. Brother, did you want to scare your sister to death? Hong, I'm asking if you were thrilled, Chen Hao laughed. That drift was really exhilarating. Even with his masterful driving skills, there was a moment when he almost saw his great-grandmother. It was too exciting. You scared your sister so much that she almost wet herself. Luckily, she clenched her legs tightly enough. Hearing Zhang Hong say this, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. Are you serious? You're still laughing? It's not at all exaggerated. Okay, I can see that you just wanted to see your sister make a fool of herself. Zhang Hong took a deep breath and continued, my sister's heart is still pounding. Okay Hongjie, I was wrong. I'll treat you to a big meal later to make it up to you. You're not a bad guy after all. Before long, Zhang Hong's phone's WeChat notification sounded. She opened it and saw that Lu Yu had sent her a WeChat message. Hongjie, does that Chen Hao have a girlfriend? Why, Xiaoyu, are you interested in him? Yes, blushing. He's very handsome and has a great body. I fell in love with him at first sight. And the key is that he drives a Ferrari, right? Laughs. They work in the same company and have known each other for so long that she knows Lu Yu very well. If Chen Hao was just good looking and had a good figure but no money, then Lu Yu definitely would not have any thoughts about Chen Hao. She wouldn't even look at Chen Hao properly. Oh, come on, Hongjie, can you ask around for me and see if Chen Hao has a girlfriend? Thanks, I'll treat you to hot pot sometime, smiling face. Okay, I'll ask for you. Zhang Hong put down her phone and turned her head to look at Chen Hao, who was driving, and smiled. Brother, after you were dumped by Lin Pinru, have you found a girlfriend again? Sister Hong, why are you asking this? Do you want to be my girlfriend? Chen Hao laughed. You're so funny. I'm asking for Lu Yu. She said she fell in love with you at first sight and asked me to find out if you have a girlfriend. Zhang Hong played with the tips of her hair while smiling and saying to Chen Hao, "Brother, if you have any thoughts about that Lu Yu, then I can help you two get together." Chen Hao hurriedly declined, "No, I don't have any thoughts about her." "Why not?" Zhang Hong leaned over and stared curiously at Chen Hao. "Lu Yu is pretty, quite good looking. If I don't like her, I don't like her. There's no why. That Lu Yu is indeed quite pretty. But the other person has been in more than 30 relationships. For that reason, he has already passed." "Okay, let's go back to the question we were just asking. Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhang Hong seemed very interested in this question. "I have one," Chen Hao said bluntly. "Who?" Zhang Hong's smile remained on her face. "Hong, you know her too. She's Yi Jia." Chen Hao is now focusing on being honest. "Good choice, little brother. That little girl not only looks pretty, she also has a great figure. You two would make a good match. Hong, would you be my second girlfriend?" Faced with Chen Hao's straightforward words, Zhang Hong first froze for a moment, and then her smile grew even wider. "Sure, little brother. You already have a girlfriend, and yet you're still thinking about cheating on her. Hong, look at what you're saying. Which law says you can only have one girlfriend?" Chen Hao's words somewhat stumped Zhang Hong. "What about when you get married in the future? You can't marry several women at the same time, can you? That would be illegal." Chen Hao laughed at this. "Hong, it's the modern age. Why do you have to get married? Besides, Hong, aren't you also a staunch non-marriage party?" This remark attracted a wide-eyed glance from Zhang Hong. "Brother, the reason why sister is a non-marriageist is different from yours. You don't want to get married because you want to keep many women around you, but I, your sister, want to be a non-marriageist because I don't believe in marriage. We two can't be compared." Chapter 30 Chapter 030 Keeping the fat water from going to other people's fields? "Okay Hongshan, our situations are indeed different." He had chatted with Zhang Hong before. From Zhang Hong's mouth, he learned why this Hongshan wanted to be a non-marriage advocate. This had a lot to do with Zhang Hong's childhood. In Zhang Hong's memory, it seemed like her parents were always arguing. And they often fought. When Zhang Hong was 8 years old, the three of them went on a drive one day. On the highway, Zhang Hong's parents started arguing over something trivial. As they continued arguing, a tragic car accident occurred. Zhang Hong's parents were killed instantly. Zhang Hong was lucky to have survived. Since then, she has lived with and been raised by her grandmother. It was precisely this upbringing as a child that caused Zhang Hong to distrust marriage, fear marriage, and become a staunch non-maritalist. "Brother, if you don't get married, don't you want a child in the future?" "Hong, you can have a child without getting married now, and register the child." This. Zhang Hong was speechless. Chen Hao was right. The civil code had been revised some time ago. One of the changes is that you no longer need a marriage certificate to register a newborn. "Hong, have you considered being my second girlfriend?" Chen Hao asked again. This mature, intelligent and charming Zhang Hong really had a great attraction to him. After all, those photos had accompanied him for more than 2 years. Even after he started dating Lin Pinru and they started living together, he still didn't want to delete those photos and kept them in his cloud drive. Those photos have a special meaning for him. He will treasure them forever. In the past, he would never have dared to think about this Hongshan. After all, she is a native of Shanghai and owns 2 apartments there. She is also middle management at a company and has a successful career. How could such an outstanding woman look at an orphan like him, who has no money and no home? But now it's different. Now he has a system and will have endless money in the future. Naturally, he dares to think about this charming, sexy older sister with an intellectual edge. As the saying goes, money gives a man courage. "Brother, are you serious?" "I have to be serious, Hongjie, I really like you." "Like me?" Zhang Hong looked at Chen Hao with a smile that was part smile, part frown. "I think you're just jealous of my body. Hong, love begins with physical attraction. You're so naughty, Chen Hao. I treat you like a little brother, but you want to woo me. Hong, just give me a straight answer. Will you let me woo you?" Yes, as the saying goes, don't let other people reap the rewards. But I'm not that easy to woo. Whether you can woo me depends on your ability. Zhang Hong said with a smile. Just do it. As the saying goes, with enough effort, even an iron pestle can be made into a needle. I believe that one day I will win you over, Hong. Chen Hao was bursting with self-confidence. If you're so confident, I'll wait and see how you'll woo me later, sister, Zhang Hong laughed. Just watch what I do next, Hong. You won't be able to escape me. Okay, brother, just concentrate on driving. Xiaoyu, Chen Hao has a girlfriend. On the other side, Lu Yu, who received this WeChat message, was very disappointed. But then she quickly adjusted her emotions. Chen Hao drives a Ferrari and is good looking, so it's only natural that he has a girlfriend. It would be abnormal if he didn't. If he has a girlfriend, he has a girlfriend. As long as he's not married, I still have a chance. Hongjie, you have to help me, he. Xiaoyu, I'm afraid this sister can't help you. Why? The sister just asked obliquely, and as a result, Chen Hao said he didn't feel anything for you at all. So Xiaoyu, Hongjie suggests that you find a new target and don't waste time on Chen Hao. Lu Yu was devastated. She was quite good looking. So many people were after her. How come that Chen Hao didn't see her? Humph, what a blind man. So what if he's rich? Xiaoyu, are you interested in that Chen Hao just now? Huang Jin, who was driving, suddenly spoke up. No. Lu Yu put down her phone and flatly denied it. Don't be disingenuous. That Chen Hao is young and drives a Ferrari, so he must be a rich playboy. He's also very handsome, so it's only natural that you have feelings for him. Hearing Huang Jin say this, Liu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's a pity that he already has a girlfriend, so I don't stand a chance. Xiaoyu, if I'm not mistaken, you've been chatting with Zhang Hong the whole time, right? You want Zhang Hong to matchmake you with that Chen Hao, don't you? Seeing Lu Yu nod, Huang Jin smiled. You're still too young after all. That Chen Hao wears a Vacheron Constantin worth over 500,000 yuan and drives a Ferrari. Do you think Zhang Hong won't be attracted to him? You still want Zhang Hong to matchmake, and you think Zhang Hong will matchmake you with that Chen Hao? This. Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed. Huang Jin's words seemed to make a lot of sense. That Chen Hao is so attractive, how could Zhang Hong not have thoughts about him? No wonder Zhang Hong just told her not to waste time on that Chen Hao. This is obviously because she doesn't want to have another competitor. At this time, Huang Jin's voice continued to sound in Lu Yu's ear. Xiaoyu, for you women, a guy like Chen Hao, who is rich and good-looking, is like poetry in the distance. Although poetry and the distance are appealing, they are also difficult to pursue. Instead of chasing after the illusory poetry and distance, it is better to look around and find a man who is more suitable for you. For example, I, Huang Jin, Xiaoyu, as long as you follow me, I won't say that I will make you rich and famous, but at least I will make you live a better life than 90% of the women in the world. Manager Huang, you are 10 years older than me, we are not suitable for each other. She knew that this Huang Jin had a crush on her. When they were at the company, she often found that this Huang Jin kept secretly staring at her black silk legs with lecherous eyes. It's pretty lewd. Xiaoyu, I'm determined to get the 10 prime shops on Huaiha Road Commercial Street this time. Huang Jin laughed. Mr. Zhang said that whoever can get those 10 prime shops for the company, whether it's me or Zhang Hong, will be promoted to become the manager of the marketing department. Hearing Huang Jin say this, Lu Yu finally became a little interested. Determined to win? Manager Huang, how can you be so sure? Huang Jin and Zhang Hong are both deputy managers of their company's marketing department. As Huang Jin just said, whoever can help the company take over the 10 prime shops on Huaiha Road Commercial Street will become the top dog and head of the marketing department. I don't know where this Huang Jin gets his confidence. He even said he was determined to take over those 10 prime shops. Chapter 31 Chapter 031 A Reward After a Punishment. The owners behind the 10 prime shops on Huaiha Road Commercial Street are all the same person. My uncle happened to be a junior high school classmate of that Mr. Wang, and Mr. Wang still remembered the friendship from their school days. So after my uncle stepped in, Mr. Wang agreed and was willing to cooperate with our company. After listening to Huang Jin's words, Lu Yu's gaze on Huang Jin immediately became different. Wow, that person must congratulate manager Huang. Xiaoyu, I won't hide it from you, as long as I get promoted, I will definitely suppress Zhang Hong in every aspect of the company. If you are willing to follow me, I can let you take Zhang Hong's place. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Manager Huang, you have to keep your word and not lie to people. Ha, of course. After saying this, Huang Jin's large hand unceremoniously rested on Lu Yu's thigh. A look of disgust flashed in the depths of Lu Yu's eyes, but for the sake of her career, she endured it. She let that salty pig's hand feel all over her thigh. Manager Huang, if you suppress Hong in the future, aren't you afraid that Chen Hao will stand up for her? He drives a Ferrari, so he must have a lot of energy. Huang Jin disagreed, saying, Zhang Hong is already 30 years old, and that Chen Hao looks to be in his early 20s. How could he like an old woman like Zhang Hong? That kind of playboy would only play with Zhang Hong. After having enough fun, he will naturally kick Zhang Hong to the side. This remark hit the nail on the head and was exactly what Lu Yu wanted to hear. She pursed her lips and said mockingly, It's true, Hong Jie is already 30, and that Chen Hao looks about the same age as me, so he wouldn't like an old woman like Hong Jie. Hong Jie thinks that without me as a rival, she can get what she wants and be with that Chen Hao? That's just wishful thinking. Who doesn't like young women? She's already 30, she's going to be old soon, and she's still daydreaming. After she finished speaking, Lu Yu suddenly felt much better. A few minutes past midnight. Chen Hao and Zhang Hong arrived at Wanda Plaza. They found a restaurant that looked quite upscale, and Chen Hao took Zhang Hong's hand and walked in. Brother, I'm going to the bathroom, said Zhang Hong. Sister, let's order the food first, said Chen Hao. I can't hold it in any longer. Just watch what I order, I'm not picky, said Zhang Hong, and she left the private room. After ordering, Chen Hao checked his phone when Zhang Hong was still not back. He opened WeChat and saw that Yi Jia had sent him a voice message a few hours ago. Dear husband, I once set a life goal for myself, which is to own a Porsche 718 in my lifetime. Thank you for helping me realize my dream today. I really love you so much. Kisses. After listening to Yi Jia's voice message, Chen Hao typed, just a verbal thank you is enough? Less than 3 seconds after sending it, Yi Jia's reply arrived, I'll go back that night and thank you properly. Is that okay? Smiley face. Seeing Yi Jia's message, Chen Hao perked up immediately. He quickly sent a dynamic emoticon and asked, is this the kind you mean? You have all kinds of pictures. I'm just asking if this is the kind you mean. HM? Blushing face. Okay, you're getting better at this. Honey, why did it take you so long to reply to my message? What were you doing this morning? Don't always pry into men's business. After receiving this message from Chen Hao, Yi Jia suddenly felt a little unhappy. I'm your girlfriend, so I can't ask? In the future, you have to report your whereabouts to me every day, proud and arrogant face. Yi Jia, if you are so controlling, then I think I need to re-examine the relationship between the two of us. I don't want to be controlled, understand? Yi Jia is a little confused about himself. And you want to control him? Are you kidding? He has become a godly hero, how can he be controlled by a woman? Chen Hao, what do you mean? Yi Jia's arrogant temper is also rising at this moment. Chen Hao is her boyfriend, so it is only right to report her whereabouts to her. Why is he so resistant? Could it be that he is fooling around? My meaning is simple. You may be my girlfriend, but don't ever think you can control me, got it? In short, if we can get along, we'll stay together, if not, we'll split up. Chen Hao now felt like he was really standing up for himself. In the past, he would never have dared say such things to Lin Pinru. Sure enough, a man still needs to be rich. Money gives a man courage. On the other end, Yi Jia's eyes reddened at the message from Chen Hao. She felt aggrieved. She just wanted Chen Hao to report his whereabouts to her. That was clearly not too much to ask. But Chen Hao had actually threatened to break up with her. That was really too much. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 2,600. If you break up, don't regret it. Yi Jia edited this sentence and was about to send it, but she was still angry. However, her finger stopped in mid-air and did not press send. She thought about the consequences of breaking up with Chen Hao. Once they really broke up, the Vacheron Constantine Ealing goddess on her wrist and the top-of-the-line Porsche 718 could be taken back from her by Chen Hao if he wanted. Because both were paid for with Chen Hao's credit card. And they had not been married. So if they went to court, Chen Hao could get both back. Upon thinking about this, Yi Jia silently deleted the text she had just edited. Then she re-edited a new text and sent it. Honey, don't be angry. I just asked you to let the other person know where you are. That was also a little suggestion from me. It shows that the other person cares about you. But if you feel that you are being tied down, then forget it. It's no big deal. Don't break up with me every time. I love you very much. I just saw what you said about not being able to get along and breaking up. It broke my heart sob. Okay, Jia, I was a bit wrong just now. Let's just forget about it. After sending this message, Chen Hao thought for a moment and initiated a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Keep this pocket money, buy something you like, and if you don't have enough, just let me know and I'll transfer it to you. On the other end, Yi Jia, who had been quite depressed, was suddenly full of life and happy again after seeing Chen Hao's message about the transfer. Thank you, honey, for the pocket money, I love you. I'll definitely behave well tonight to make you happy blush. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Yi Jia, current emotion points 2,700. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 Non-stop apologies. Seeing Zhang Hong return, Chen Hao ended his chat with Yi Jia. Brother, who are you chatting with, that bear? As he spoke, Zhang Hong sat down opposite Chen Hao. A bear? Chen Hao was taken aback. Hong, are you referring to Yi Jia as the big bear? Seeing Hong nod, Chen Hao laughed and said, Hong, you call other people the big bear, but I don't think your bear is any bigger than Yi Jia's. No, I'm sure I'm not as big as her. I don't believe you, unless you let me feel for myself. Hearing Chen Hao's very explicit words, Hong couldn't help blushing a little. She was getting more and more bold, daring to flirt with her like that. Hong, I'm not just daring now. Chen Hao laughed. Actions speak louder than words. Zhang Hong's gaze was full of defiance. She was a little unconvinced. In the past, when she was with Chen Hao, every time it was her who made Chen Hao blush. Now it seems to have reversed? No, she had to take back the initiative and regain control. Facing Zhang Hong's defiant gaze, Chen Hao first gave a slight smile, then stood up. Next, Chen Hao placed his hands on Zhang Hong's shoulders. Zhang Hong's eyebrows and eyes jumped at the sight. But she still didn't say anything. She still didn't believe that Chen Hao really dared to do it. However, the next second, Zhang Hong couldn't hold back anymore. Stop, little brother, what are you doing? Be careful, there are surveillance cameras here. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points. Zhang Hong, current emotional points 2,900. I'm not afraid, Hong Jie, what are you afraid of? Seeing that he had easily earned 200 emotion points from Hong Jie, Chen Hao felt more and more that to get along with a woman, you need to be bold. Following the rules and sticking to the old ways won't work. In a word, only if you are bold can you make a woman feel emotions. And a woman is a sentimental creature. Only if you make the other person feel emotions can there be a breakthrough in your relationship. Otherwise, why is it so difficult for honest men to find girlfriends nowadays? In contrast, scumbags never lack women around them. What's more, many scumbags are not handsome and don't have money in their pockets. The reason why there are always women around them is that scumbags can easily make women emotional. In fact, many scumbags even beat and scold their girlfriends from time to time. But not only do those women not break up with those scumbags, they become more and more attached to them and are devoted to them. Many male compatriots find this hard to understand. They don't know how they lose to those scumbags. It's actually very simple. It's because you can't make a woman emotional. And beating and scolding can make a woman emotional. Here, someone may say, isn't this fucking cheap? Well, if you think so, then you don't understand women. Stop it, little brother, sit down quickly. Zhang Hong's heart was pounding. She now realized that she was just a party girl. And Chen Hao was not a party girl. Judging from the situation, if she didn't speak up just now, Chen Hao really dared to do it in front of her. Chen Hao stopped, seeing that Zhang Hong had given in, so he sat down as well. Hong, why are you so red? Hearing this, Zhang Hong glared at Chen Hao, annoyed. It's because you molested her. Hong, you look really good. This was the first time he had seen Zhang Hong blush. He had to admit, there was really a strange charm. In the past, he had always been molested by Zhang Hong. Now, the roles had finally reversed. I can go after her, and she can go after me. This feeling is very good. Zhang Hong lifted the teacup in front of her and took a gentle sip. Her sister is now 30 years old, but she won't fall for your sweet talk. Hong, this is not sweet talk. I'm not trying to make you happy on purpose. But Hong, the way you just blushed and looked embarrassed, I've never seen it before, and it really makes my heart pound. As soon as the words fell, the system's prompt sounded in Chen Hao's mind again. Ding, the host has gained 100 emotion points. Zhang Hong, current emotion points 3,000. Another 3,000 emotion points? Does that mean I can do another 3 consecutive draws? Forget it, I'd better keep accumulating emotion points. This time, he doesn't want 3 consecutive draws, he wants 5 consecutive draws. The more consecutive draws you do, the higher the probability of winning the jackpot. You can do it, little brother. I've noticed that you're getting better and better at flirting with girls. She always thought she was immune to sweet talk. It turns out that she was overconfident. Sister Hon, you're wrong. I've always been sincere with you. Just keep talking nonsense. As Zhang Hong's voice fell, the door to the box was suddenly knocked on. Chen Hao said, "Come in." The door opened and 2 waitresses came in pushing a food cart. One of the waitresses had a high ponytail and a standard melon-shaped face. With her willowy eyebrows and cherry lips, she looked particularly pure and lovely, and especially young. With her green face and clear eyes, Chen Hao was certain that she must be a student, and one who had not yet officially entered university. To verify his judgment, Chen Hao asked the waitress with the melon-shaped face, "Hello, beautiful. I can see that you are very young, so I assume you are still a student who has not yet entered university, right?" Hearing Chen Hao's words, the waitress with a melon-shaped face suddenly blushed. She lowered her head, a little afraid to look into Chen Hao's eyes. Her heart was pounding. This young man is so handsome. He even took the initiative to talk to her. Could it be that this young man has a crush on her? Yes, I just finished the college entrance exam and came here to work for the summer. Chen Hao nodded upon hearing this. That's pretty good. Halfway through serving the food, the young waitress who was working the summer job suddenly tripped over something while serving the food. The bowl of soup she was holding in her hand splashed out. Coincidentally, it all splashed onto Chen Hao. Luckily, the soup wasn't hot, otherwise Chen Hao would have definitely been burned. "I'm sorry." Seeing that she had accidentally splashed soup on the customer, the young waitress who was working the summer job panicked. "Lin Ran, how could you be so clumsy?" The older waitress glared at Lin Ran. "This customer is wearing Prada. This kind of luxury brand clothing is really expensive. Now it has been contaminated by the soup. If the customer makes a claim, Lin Ran will not only have worked for 2 months for nothing, but will also have to pay compensation." "Brother, did you get burned?" Zhang Hong got up and came over to Chen Hao's side, concerned. "No, Hongjie, the soup isn't hot." Seeing Chen Hao say that, Zhang Hong also let her guard down and began to use a paper towel to help Chen Hao blot the soup from his clothes. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." The flustered Lin Ran kept apologizing to Chen Hao. "It's okay, I know you didn't mean to do it." Chen Hao had also worked a summer job before the college entrance exam. And he accidentally spilled soup on a customer when serving food. At that time, that customer scolded him mercilessly. He also asked him for compensation. In the end, he lost almost all the wages he earned from working in the summer. At that time, he felt so sad. Now, seeing the girl in front of him who kept saying sorry to him, it made him feel like he was seeing his old self. Chapter 033 My brother is really good at judging people. "Brother, these soup drippings won't seep into your watch and cause any problems, will they?" Chen Hao said, "I don't think so, this watch is waterproof." "Brother, I think it's best to have it tested. If it has seeped in, it can be repaired early if it's discovered early." Hearing Zhang Hong say this, Chen Hao also felt that it made sense. "Sir, I'm really sorry. If your watch is really broken, I will compensate you for the price." Upon hearing these words, the older waitress beside her suddenly had a jump in her eyes. Ran, do you know how much that watch on this gentleman's wrist costs?" Ran shook her head blankly. Seeing this, the older waitress couldn't help but cast a very sympathetic look at Lin Ran. "Ran, if I'm not mistaken, the watch this gentleman is wearing should be the Vacheron Constantine Overseas Series, which is now priced at more than 500,000 yuan. "What, more than 500,000 yuan?" Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Then the petite, cute little melon-shaped face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. "A watch that costs more than 500,000 yuan, if it really breaks, what will she use to pay for it?" In an instant, Lin Ran felt like the sky had collapsed. "Don't be afraid, even if this watch breaks, I won't let you pay for it." Seeing the girl's pale face from fear, Chen Hao said. It wasn't that he was a saint. It was that he saw his past self in this girl. At that time, he was also so at a loss. But most of all, this girl had a very good attitude. "Sir, you really won't let me pay for it?" Seeing Chen Hao nod with a smile, Lin Ranran's eyes instantly welled up. Then she knelt down in front of Chen Hao and thanked him. Chen Hao quickly got up and helped the girl up. Don't be like that, besides, my watch has a waterproof function, the probability of it breaking is very small. Lin Ranran looked at Chen Hao gratefully. Sir, you really are a good person. I said, young lady, how can you repay kindness with ingratitude? Chen Hao suddenly looked stern. Ha? Lin Ranran was a little confused and at a loss for words by Chen Hao's sudden change of face. Sir, I didn't. If you didn't, then why did you give me a good person card? Chen Hao laughed. Come on, little brother, you're fine teasing a young lady, but look at how scared you've made her. Zhang Hong glared at Chen Hao crossly. Hong, I was just trying to liven up the mood. Thank you, sir. Don't keep calling me sir. My name is Chen Hao. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hao. Thank you, Brother Hao. Chen Hao felt a tingle run through his body at the soft, pliable little voice. Little sister, I still don't know your name. Brother Hao, I'm Lin Ranran. Oh, so you're Lin little sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Ranran's face inexplicably turned red. Brother, your clothes are dirty and you can't wear them anymore. How about this, I'll go to the nearby mall and buy you some clothes. Zhang Hong finished speaking and walked out the door. Hong, do you know my size? My sister's eyes are like a ruler. After Zhang Hong left, Chen Hao first called Bai Shui and asked her to come over and take back the Prada jacket stained with soup that he had taken off and take it back to the hotel to be cleaned. Then Chen Hao called Wu Qianqian and asked if it was convenient for her to come over and take his watch to Vacheron Constantine for an inspection to see if the soup had seeped into the inside of the dial. Wu Qianqian said she would come over right away to take it. In a short while, the manager of the restaurant came to Chen Hao's private room in person to solemnly apologize to Chen Hao for Lin Ranran's spilling of soup on Chen Hao's clothes. It's fine, Manager Xia, I don't care about that anymore. I hope that your restaurant won't impose any additional punishment on Lin Ranran afterwards. Mr. Chen's magnanimity is truly admirable. No wonder Mr. Chen can drive a Ferrari. Xia Jun first gave a rainbow fart, and then continued, Mr. Chen, no matter what just happened has given you a bad dining experience in our restaurant. As an apology, we will give you a free lunch. In addition, this is our restaurant's highest level VIP card. Please accept it, Mr. Chen. In the future, Mr. Chen can enjoy a 30% discount when dining at our restaurant with this card. If you are an ordinary person, you naturally won't be able to enjoy this kind of treatment in their restaurant. But the Ferrari F80 parked outside their restaurant right now is the car of the young man in front of you. This is a godlike person. You must not offend him. You must serve him well. If this matter is not handled well today and the owner behind their restaurant finds out, then I'm afraid his career as a manager will be over. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chen Hao reached out and accepted a black card from the restaurant manager. This guy sure knows how to get things done. But I guess if he hadn't arrived in a Ferrari F80, he wouldn't have received this kind of treatment. There's a famous saying about Ferraris on the internet. It goes, the owner doesn't need to say anything, the Ferrari will speak for you. Before long, Zhang Hong returned with several knitted bags in her hands. Sister Hong, where are you going again? Out. Don't you need to change your clothes? I don't want to cause any suspicion. Suspicion? That's not necessary, I don't need to change my underwear. What? I bought you some underwear. It's fine, I'll just wear them later. After learning that Chen Hao didn't need to change his underwear, Zhang Hong didn't go out to avoid suspicion, but sat back down at her seat. In front of Zhang Hong, Chen Hao first took off his trousers. Then he took off his shirt. Brother, you have a great body, with 8-pack abs. The moment Chen Hao took off his shirt, Zhang Hong's eyes grew wider and wider. It was really that she had not expected Chen Hao's body to be as good as the male protagonist who seemed to have come out of a cartoon. A dog's waist. A mermaid's line. And those charming 6-pack abs. My goodness, what a godly figure. It's really killing her. As she watched, Zhang Hong couldn't help but swallow. Ding, the host gains 300 emotion points. Zhang Hong, current emotion points 3,300. At this time, the emotion entry on Zhang Hong's head was updated. Current emotional state, what perfect abs, I want to touch them. Hong, you like abs? Do you want to feel them? Chen Hao is secretly delighted at the way Hong reacts to seeing her own body. It turns out that women are just like men. When they see a good-looking member of the opposite sex, they can't take their eyes off them. There are crazy guys, and there are crazy girls. Right now, Zhang Hong's expression is like that of a crazy girl. Stinky brother, sister is not the kind of person you think she is. Seeing Zhang Hong's stubborn mouth, Chen Hao didn't indulge her, picked up the white t-shirt that Zhang Hong bought for him and was about to put it on. Wait, brother. Facing Chen Hao's gaze, Zhang Hong smiled and blinked her eyes. Brother really knows how to judge people. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Otherwise, the flavor will not be enough. In this way, Chen Hao walked towards Zhang Hong step by step with his bare shoulders. For some reason, with each step Chen Hao took towards her, Zhang Hong felt her heart beat faster. Finally, Chen Hao arrived in front of Zhang Hong, looking down at her sitting on a chair, and touching her. Looking at the 8-pack abs that were close at hand, Zhang Hong's pretty face turned red, and she swallowed again, unable to control herself. She felt a wave of heat coming from Chen Hao's body. There was also an indescribable smell. It smelled particularly good. It made her feel a little dizzy. Could it be that this was Chen Hao's unique body odor? At this moment, Zhang Hong's little heart was pounding. Taking a deep breath, she raised her right hand and slowly approached Chen Hao's abs. The moment her palm touched Chen Hao's abs, Zhang Hong's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Sister Hong, how does it feel? Warm and very elastic. Zhang Hong gave a truthful evaluation. After a few minutes, Zhang Hong suddenly asked, Brother, can I touch your pecs? Of course you can. Chen Hao took Zhang Hong's right palm and pressed it directly onto his pecs. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire box became enchanting. Their eyes met. Just as they were about to ignite, the door to the box suddenly started to knock. Zhang Hong was scared and quickly withdrew her hand. Chen Hao was very annoyed. Who is it? Damn, just when things were about to happen, someone fucking ruined it. His mood was imaginable. Brother Hao, it's me. Lin Ranran's soft and mellow voice came in. It's Lin's sister, what's the matter? Brother Hao, I've brought you some soup. The previous bowl of soup was all spilled because of her clumsy hands and feet, and now the kitchen has made a new one. Come in. While talking, Chen Hao had already changed into the clothes and shoes that Zhang Hong bought. Lin Ranran then pushed the door open and walked in. She placed the soup on the table and left the room. Lin Ranran really came at the wrong time. Chen Hao looked at Zhang Hong with a depressed expression. Zhang Hong, however, gave a gentle smile. Her sister felt that she had come at the right time, otherwise she would have fallen for your tricks just now. Hong, shall we continue? Chen Hao rubbed his palms together and looked at Zhang Hong, eager to get started. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and sit down and eat. Zhang Hong said, picked up her chopsticks, and looked at the table full of high-end ingredients. Her tongue salivated as she said, this is such a high-end meal, and it's the first time my sister has eaten it. Seeing that there was nothing more he could do, Chen Hao could only grudgingly pick up his chopsticks. It's okay, we almost got it just now. Are you still worried about not being able to win over Hongjie later? Don't rush things, you have to take things one step at a time. That was all he could say to comfort himself. After they finished eating, it was exactly 2 p.m. After they left the restaurant, Zhang Hong said to Chen Hao, Brother, could you please take your sister to Plaza 66? What are you going there for, Hong? 2 friends have asked her to go shopping there this afternoon. I don't have anything to do this afternoon either, Hong. Why don't you take me with you? Okay. Just as the two were about to leave, Lin Rarer suddenly came running out of the restaurant. How gu? What's up, Lin Xiaomei? Is there anything else? How gu, can we add a contact? Lin Rarer took out her phone and said very seriously to Chen Hao, I want to know if Hao Ji's watch has been broken by me. I will be unable to sleep or eat until I know the result. Although Hao Gu has already said that he will not claim compensation from her. But she still wanted to know if the watch was broken. Otherwise, the guilt in her heart would always be there. Okay, do you have WeChat? Yes. Then let's add each other on WeChat. I'll scan you. Okay. Soon, the two became WeChat friends. In no time, Chen Hao drove a Ferrari F80 with Zhang Hong towards Plaza 66. At 2:30, Chen Hao arrived at Plaza 66. After parking the car and getting out, Chen Hao's phone rang. The caller ID, by Jie. Why would this little flirt call him? With a hint of curiosity, Chen Hao slid his finger and answered the call. Chen Hao, hurry up and transfer 5,000 renminbi to my WeChat account. Chen Hao was baffled. By Jia, we're not that close, are we? Chen Hao, if you don't transfer the money to me, I'll tell everyone in the company group that you're not really picking up pens at work every day, but you are spying on me. Bai Jia threatened Chen Hao directly over the phone. Li Liang asked you to work overtime at the office yesterday, but you didn't go. You even blocked Li Liang's number. I'm telling you, Chen Hao, Li Liang is already very unhappy with you. If Li Liang finds out that you're spying on me at work, then you're finished, Chen Hao. I'm telling you. Who the hell is spying on you? Don't be so narcissistic, okay? And you're threatening me? Fuck you. I won't even transfer you 5,000 yuan, let alone 50 cents. He's going to quit the company tomorrow. And you're threatening him? Is that going to work? That's ridiculous. Chen Hao, I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't transfer the money, I'll make sure you're fired from the company and you'll never work again. On the other end of the line, Bai Jia was furious. Chen Hao, who usually didn't dare to say a word in front of her, had suddenly grown a pair and dared to scold her. You stupid bitch, let me tell you, I have recorded this phone call. If you damage my reputation, I will post this recording in the company group chat, so that everyone in the company knows what kind of person you are. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia was taken aback. She really didn't expect Chen Hao to have recorded the conversation. Chen Hao, you're shameless. Before the words had finished, Bai Jia's phone beeped as the call was disconnected. This Chen Hao is so shameless. When I go to work tomorrow, I'll get him a cup of milk tea with silk stockings in it, and make him sick. I'm going to run 5 kilometers tonight, or else it won't taste right. Little brother, who were you talking to on the phone that made you so angry? Zhang Hong asked curiously as they walked. A female colleague from work. She was fucking blackmailing me on the phone. After a while, Zhang Hong led Chen Hao to the location that she had agreed with 2 of her classmates in advance. Hong, you're late. Chen Hao saw 2 pairs of men and women in his field of vision. The 2 women were not ugly. If they were given a score of 100, Chen Hao would give them a score of 80. Hong, who is this handsome guy next to you? When they got closer, the 2 female classmates of Zhang Hong's turned their attention to Chen Hao. Who else could it be? It must be that Zhang Hong has secretly fallen in love with a younger man behind our backs. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 How can there be such a boring person? Don't talk nonsense, he is a good younger brother of mine, called Chen Hao. Younger brother, these 2 are my sister's college classmates. When we were in college, we all lived in a dormitory. Her name is Huang Ling, and her name is Chang Wei. After Zhang Hong had just finished introducing herself, Chen Hao took the initiative to greet the 2 women in front of him, saying, "Hello, 2 sisters." "Hello, younger brother." Younger brother is really polite. "Brother, this is my boyfriend Zhang Chang." "Brother, this is my husband Wang Wei." The group exchanged greetings. Hong, it's been more than 4 years since we last saw each other, right? Yes, it's been more than 4 years. I didn't realize that Huang Ling had gotten married. Zhang Hong felt a little emotional. I got married last month too. I originally planned to let you know, but when I tried to call you, I realized that you had changed your number, so I couldn't get in touch with you. Time really flies, and before we know it, we're all 30. The 3 women walked ahead reminiscing about the past. The 3 men followed suit, knowing what to do. Wang Wei took out a pack of Huazi and gave Chen Hao and Zhang Cheng each a stick. "Chen, where do you work now?" Wang Wei asked nonchalantly while smoking. "I work as a video editor at a media company." Video editing? That's pretty much the same as being a programmer. Your industry is one that relies on youth, and it's a fickle one. But it seems that programmers are well paid. Chen, how much do you make a month? Not tens of thousands. I graduated just over a year ago, and I only make a little over 10,000 a month. Hearing that Chen Hao was a small-time player, Wang Wei suddenly lost interest in him. He turned his head towards Zhang Chang, who was about the same age as him. This guy looked well off just by looking at his clothes. And he was wearing a Rolex on his wrist. Although it was an entry-level model, it still cost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. No one without substance would buy a Rolex. Zhang Chang, where do you work? Brother Wang, I currently work for Anbang Insurance. Zhang Chang said, taking out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Wang Wei. Deputy manager of the business department of Anbang Insurance's Shanghai branch. You're amazing, brother, to have reached the position of department deputy manager at such a young age. You must have a bright future ahead of you. I think you should be doing even better than me, brother Wang. Not at all. Wang Wei first pretended to be modestly waved his hand, and then also took out a business card of his own and handed it to Zhang Chang, manager of the 3rd Business Department of Shanghai branch of China Merchants Bank. You really are amazing, brother Wang. Not at all. The two men then entered a mode of mutual business flattery. Chen Hao was left on the sidelines, becoming a minor figure in the eyes of the two men. In the world of adults, everything is based on strength. If you don't have strength, who will pay any attention to you? Chen Hao wasn't angry about this at all. It was even better that no one paid any attention to him, and he was quite happy on his own. Plaza 66 is a famous gold mine in the Devil City. Plus, it was Sunday. There were really clouds of beautiful women. Chen Hao was dazzled by the sight of all kinds of beautiful legs in stockings. Hong Hong, be honest, is that cute guy behind you the little wolf dog you're dating? Don't be embarrassed, there's no shame in dating a little wolf dog. Chang Wei said with a smile, looking at Zhang Hong with an ambiguous expression. Really not, you're thinking too much. Zhang Hong denied. Don't deny it, that cute guy is obviously interested in you the way he looks at you. Yes, Hong Hong, you have to hold on to him, don't let your good brother eat you up so quickly that there's nothing left. The two women teased Zhang Hong while walking. Now these young wolves woo older women like us, and the usual routine is to first acknowledge the older woman and get close. Hong Hong, you can talk to young wolves, but don't fall for them. Once you do, it's easy to get stuck and not be able to extricate yourself. Huang Ling is right, it's fine to fall in love. After all, young wolves are at the age of vigorous passion, young and strong, and they are still very attractive in that area. I have dated a young wolf before, really, for the first week, I couldn't get out of bed. Chang Wei kept her voice down, afraid that her husband behind her would hear about her past. Damn, is it that exciting? Just listening to it makes me want to kick Zhang Chang out and find a young wolf too. Huang Ling, your husband is in the ascendant in his career, easily making 500,000 yuan. You wouldn't dare to kick him out. No matter how great he is, he's no match for your husband, who makes millions a year. Hong Hong, let me tell you, you can talk about young wolf dogs, but if you want to get married, it's not going to work. When we women get married and look for a husband, we still want to find a man who has a successful career and a certain material foundation. Chang Wei, I agree with what she said. Oh, Chang Wei, that watch you're wearing is really nice. What is it? It's the Longines Galant series. My husband bought it for me last Wednesday. It cost over 10,000 yuan, and I feel so bad about it. Chang Wei said this, lifted her right wrist and deliberately showed it in front of Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, do you think it's a nice watch? Zhang Hong smiled and said, it's really nice. Hee, I think it looks pretty good too, but it is a bit expensive. Huan Ling, the bag you're carrying is a Coach bag, right? Mmhm, yesterday was the first anniversary of my relationship with Zhang Chang, and he secretly bought me a Coach bag worth over 4,000 yuan as a gift. Huang Ling said with a happy face. Then she picked up the bag in her hands and showed it to Zhang Hong. Hong Hong, isn't this bag a bit ugly? It's not ugly, it's quite nice. At this point, Zhang Hong finally saw through it. It turned out that her two college roommates, who had not been in contact for many years, suddenly asked her out. The real purpose was not to catch up. Instead, they were showing off in front of her how happy they were now. Amazing. How could there be such boring people? Estee Lauder? Huang Ling, Hong Hong, let's go in and have a look, I'm almost out of eye cream. Great, I need to buy a facial mask too. I hear Estee Lauders are really good. Seeing that the two women had gone in, Zhang Hong had no choice but to follow. Once inside, Chang Wei and Huang Ling looked with interest at the various counters. Soon, Chen Hao and the other two men also walked into Estee Lauder. Hubby, come over here, I'm running low on eye cream. Tell me, honey, which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Wang Wei spoke in a tone that suggested he had no problem spending money. This platinum eye cream. Chang Wei pointed to an eye cream priced at 1,580 yuan and said, there's a promotion right now, where you get a 20 milliliters sample with the purchase of one bottle. Okay, if you like it, let's buy it. Wang Wei waved his hand. Honey, this platinum truffle mask, several of my girlfriends who use it rave about it. Huang Ling, who was standing nearby, cooed as she held the arm of her boyfriend Zhang Chang. Looking at the price tag of 3,600 yuan, Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched. Damn, 3,600 for a box of masks? That's a real rip-off. But thinking about the current situation, he couldn't lose face, so he had to grit his teeth and say with a fake air of ease, let's buy one box first, and if you like it, I'll buy you more boxes next time to save for later. Thank you, dear. In no time at all, the two women had selected several skincare products they liked, which together cost a little over 10,000 yuan. Hong Hong, aren't you buying? Chapter 36, Episode 036, really? Facing the stares of Chang Wei and Huang Ling, Zhang Hong smiled and shook her head. I bought my skincare products last week, and they will last for many months. Hong Hong, there is an event here today, you can buy some to store. Huang Ling said. No. If it were 6 months ago, she would have bought it. But now she no longer has the financial means. 6 months ago, her grandmother had an intestinal tumor. Although she survived, the targeted therapy costs more than 20,000 yuan a month. Her current monthly salary is only around 30,000 yuan. After buying the targeted therapy for her grandmother, there is not much left. Therefore, her consumption level has been greatly reduced over the past 6 months. In the past, she used to spend thousands of yuan on a set of skincare products. Now she only uses skincare products that cost a few hundred yuan a set. She has followed her grandmother since she was 8 years old. She was raised by her grandmother. No matter what, she will save up her grandmother's monthly targeted drug money. So now Estee Lauder skincare products are no longer affordable for her. Chen Hao, aren't you going to buy some skincare products for your Hong? Chang Wei looked at Chen Hao with a smile. As a woman, she could feel that Zhang Hong was different with this Chen Hao than with other men. Zhang Hong definitely has a crush on this Chen Hao. Her husband and Huang Ling's boyfriend have both bought them skincare products worth tens of thousands of yuan. If this Chen Hao doesn't buy Zhang Hong anything, then she will have won over Zhang Hong, won by a mile. In college, Zhang Hong was a famous beauty at their school. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. The male god she secretly adored, her husband Wang Wei, also pursued Zhang Hong back then. Whenever they went out together from their dormitory, Zhang Hong was always the absolute center of attention. They were the green leaves. As women, who would want to be the green leaves that set off someone else? She has never been able to let go of this over the years. She got married last week. She learned from her classmates that Zhang Hong had remained single all these years after graduation. This gave her the opportunity to feel better about herself. Zhang Hong is prettier than her. But she's still single, isn't she? In contrast, she's found a good husband with $1 million annual salary. This is what she brags about. Huang Ling had the same thoughts as her. So the two of them hit it off. They asked Zhang Hong out. To her surprise, Zhang Hong didn't go on the date alone, but brought a man with her. Although Zhang Hong kept saying that Chen Hao was just a good younger brother to her. But the sibling relationship between the two was definitely not that pure. Zhang Hong's standards for men were much lower than hers. Her husband earned 1 million yuan a year. He wore designer clothes. What could Chen Hao, who dressed so plainly, possibly offer in comparison? Estee Lauder skincare products cost thousands of yuan. Would Chen Hao be willing to spend that kind of money? And even if he was, could he spend tens of thousands of yuan at a time on skincare products for Zhang Hong, like her husband did? At their age, it's not about who looks prettier. It's about who knows how to find a man. Hongjie, if there's something you like, I'll buy it for you. Chen Hao is no fool. He can see clearly the petty thoughts in these two women's hearts. Damn, does he really look like a poor man? Does he have to wear designer clothes and wear a designer watch to avoid being treated like a poor man? A long hair doesn't necessarily make you smart. It's these two women who are blind and can't sense his aura of wealth. Anyone with real taste can definitely smell the aura of wealth emanating from him from miles away. Brother, sister doesn't like anything, so don't listen to Chang Wei's nonsense. Chen Hao, we women have to listen to what we say in reverse. Chang Wei laughed. Chen, you still don't know how to woo a girl. Back when I wooed my way, I just bought her skincare products and other things and never asked her what she liked before buying them. Wang Wei said with a knowing smile. What Wang said makes sense. Chen Hao smiled and then waved directly at a nearby female shop assistant. Seeing this, the saleswoman quickly walked up to Chen Hao and said, Sir, how may I help you? What are your high-end Estee Lauder skincare products? Hearing Chen Hao's question, the four of them, Chang Wei, Huang Ling, and the others, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What did Chen Hao mean by asking that? Could it be that he was planning to buy high-end Estee Lauder skincare products for Zhang Hong? At this thought, the four of them felt a little happy. If Chen Hao really planned to do that, then there was sure to be a joke later. Chen Hao was probably ignorant of the prices of Estee Lauder's high-end skincare series. Sir, the Black Diamond series and Platinum series are both high-end skincare series from Estee Lauder. The professionally trained saleswoman kept a professional smile on her face. Then I'll take a full set of products from each of these two series. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, Chang Wei, Huang Ling, Wang Wei, and Zhang Cheng all suppressed their laughter. This is really funny. A full set of products from the Black Diamond series and a full set of products from the Platinum series? This Chen Hao really can put on a show. It's just that when you hear the prices of these two sets of skincare products later, don't be shocked. Sir, the price of our Black Diamond series is 32,000, and the price of the Platinum series is 24,000. The saleswoman paused and continued, Sir, if your girlfriend hasn't used our skincare products before, I suggest that she try the trial sizes of our products first. If she really likes them, then you can buy them. The saleswoman was actually being completely well-intentioned when she said this. It was tantamount to handing Chen Hao a ladder. This handsome guy obviously didn't know anything about their Estee Lauder skincare products. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just asked her what the high-end Estee Lauder skincare series were. She had probably already scared this handsome guy by quoting the price. After all, judging from the way he was dressed, he didn't look like a rich man. Under these circumstances, if she doesn't hand the guy a ladder to climb down, then the guy is definitely going to be embarrassed later. These four well-dressed guys have joined forces to set this guy up. It's downright sinister. Today is this guy's lucky day, as he has met her, who is full of a sense of justice. Since this is your high-end Estee Lauder series, then it must all be good stuff, so I don't see any need to try it. Chen Hao said, took out a wallet from his pocket, opened it and took out a bank card, and handed it to the female shop assistant in front of him, saying, Swipe it, beautiful. Seeing this scene, Chang Wei, Huang Ling, and the other three were shocked. After hearing the prices of the Black Diamond and Platinum series, Chen Hao not only wasn't shocked, but also took out a bank card. A set of Black Diamond series and a set of Platinum series together is 56,000 yuan. This guy is going to spend 56,000 yuan on skincare products for Zhang Hong? Is that for real? Could it be that he pulled out a credit card instead, trying to force himself to be cool and putting on a show? Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Everyone is dumbfounded. I looked intently. It wasn't a credit card, but a savings card. This meant that Chen Hao really was going to spend 56,000 yuan on buying Zhang Hong skincare products. It seemed that in order to woo Zhang Hong, this guy was really going all out and spending his life savings. What's the point, little brother? I really don't need skincare products, so don't waste this money. Zhang Hong knew that her good little brother was very rich. But Chen Hao's money hadn't come by easily. They weren't really brother and sister. And they are not lovers. If Chen Hao buys her such expensive skincare products, she really feels a little guilty. Hongjie, I bought all these clothes and shoes for you today, so as a token of reciprocity, what's wrong with me giving you 2 sets of skincare products? Skincare products are consumables, so you take them back and store them, and you will use them anyway. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned his head and signaled with his eyes to the female shop assistant in front of him, Beauty, hurry up and swipe the card. Yes, sir. The saleswoman happily took the bank card from Chen Hao and quickly walked towards the cash register. What a pleasant surprise. She had accidentally picked up a big order. She would get a commission of nearly 2,000 yuan. Since it was already done, Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile and didn't say anything else. Hong Hong, you bought the clothes Chen Hao is wearing. Not bad, this set of clothes suits Chen Hao very well. Chang Wei let out a sigh of relief. When she first saw Chen Hao pull out his bank card and let him swipe it directly, she was really a little intimidated by Chen Hao's attitude. She thought Chen Hao was a low-key rich man. Now it seems that she was worried for nothing. The clothes she was wearing were all bought by Zhang Hong. Obviously, this Chen Hao is just a little milksop who lives off others. This time, in order to save face for Zhang Hong in front of the others, I'm afraid that bank card will be maxed out. After 10 minutes or so, the group walked out of the Estee Lauder store. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled as he suddenly looked at his wife, Chang Wei, and said, Daughter-in-law, I see that you've had this bag for a long time. How about this, I'll take you to Louis Vuitton now and you can pick a bag you like. After saying this, Wang Wei kept an eye on Zheng Hong's face. In college, Zheng Hong was the goddess in the hearts of many boys at their school. He was one of them. He had once pursued Zheng Hong madly. But his love was unrequited. Now he has a successful career and makes millions a year. He is the king returning. He doesn't believe that Zheng Hong doesn't regret not agreeing to be his girlfriend in the first place. Now that he is buying a Louis Vuitton bag for Chang Wei, he doesn't believe that Zheng Hong doesn't envy Chang Wei. However, what somewhat disappointed Wang Wei was that he didn't see the expression of envy and regret change on Zheng Hong's face. Really, honey, you're going to buy me a Louis Vuitton bag? Chang Wei's face was full of surprise and disbelief. She had wanted to buy a Louis Vuitton bag a long time ago. But back then, Wang Wei had refused to buy it for her, saying that they needed the money for their wedding and that they would need it in many places. Now, why did he suddenly want to buy her a Louis Vuitton bag? Right, she understood. Back when they were in college, her husband Wang Wei had courted Zheng Hong. Now he's buying her a Louis Vuitton bag to show off his wealth in front of her, so that she'll regret it. Men are like that. Who wouldn't want to show off their wealth and impress the woman they rejected in the past when they become successful? In that case, she should thank Zheng Hong. If Zheng Hong hadn't been there today, she wouldn't have known when she could expect to own a Louis Vuitton bag. What are you talking about? Has your husband ever lied to you? Let's go to Louis Vuitton now. At that moment, Wang Weiba was possessed. He didn't believe that Zheng Hong didn't envy Chang Wei and didn't regret rejecting him in the first place. Her composure now was definitely a disguise. When Chang Wei held the LV bag in her hands later, he wanted to see if Zheng Hong could remain as calm as she was now. With that, the group walked in the direction of the Louis Vuitton store. Honey, I want an LV bag too. The woman's desire to compare herself to others made Huang Ling pout at her boyfriend. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Ling Ling, you just bought the Coach bag you're holding not long ago. LV is a true world luxury brand. An LV bag can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. It can even cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although he has an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He also has a lot of expenses. He is still paying off his mortgage and car loan every month. With his current financial situation, it is still a bit of a stretch for him to buy his girlfriend an LV bag. No woman would say they don't want more bags. I don't care, I want an LV bag. Huang Ling threw a temper tantrum. She could not be outdone by Chang Wei. Okay, I'll buy it for you. That'll do, won't it? Unable to resist Huang Ling's tantrum, Zheng Cheng finally had to compromise. Hubby, what's the budget for this LV bag you're buying me? Chang Wei asked as they walked. Wang Wei waved his hand around in a domineering manner and said, within 100,000 yuan, you can pick whatever you like. Wow, hubby, you're so cool. Chang Wei jumped up with joy. Zheng Hong on the side was very helpless. The friendship between them had long since changed. If she had known, she would not have come out today. In no time at all, the group arrived at the Louis Vuitton store. Welcome to Louis Vuitton, may I help you? Said a female LV shop assistant who came forward. She suddenly paused in her speech because she noticed Chen Hao behind them. A look of great surprise immediately appeared on the face of the female LV shop assistant. Mr. Chen? It really is Mr. Chen, welcome. As soon as the words fell from her lips, several LV female sales assistants nearby who were not busy turned their heads and looked over. Then they perked up and all quickly gathered around Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, I dreamed about you last night. Mr. Chen, are you here with friends to shop at our LV again? Mr. Chen is really very rich. Have you not noticed that Mr. Chen has become even more handsome? So I'm not the only one who feels this way. Chen Hao has not only become more handsome, but also seems to have gotten in better shape. It's no wonder that these LV saleswomen are so enthusiastic towards Chen Hao. Who would have thought that Chen Hao would spend nearly 2 million yuan here yesterday? Even for a top luxury brand like Louis Vuitton, Chen Hao is definitely a VIP among VIPs. This scene before them left Chang Wei, Huang Ling, Wang Wei, and Zheng Cheng all dumbfounded. They had just entered and a group of LV saleswomen had gathered around them. And they were all going after Chen Hao. They were all extremely enthusiastic towards Chen Hao. What was going on? How did Chen Hao know these LV saleswomen so well? Why was Chen Hao so popular in the Louis Vuitton store? In the eyes of these LV saleswomen, they only saw Chen Hao. They had all become invisible. Hello. These LV female store assistants are really enthusiastic. Their enthusiasm is overwhelming Chen Hao. Damn, someone actually pinched his butt. Who? Who the hell was it? These women are acting like hooligans. Outrageous. Chapter 38, Episode 038, I got it, my face hurts. Alright, disperse, don't crowd around Mr. Chen. A young woman wearing black framed glasses and exuding a mature charm from head to toe walked over in a pair of silver stilettos. This young woman was named Ma Fong and was the manager of this Louis Vuitton store. Seeing their manager appear, the group of LV female store assistants surrounding Chen Hao immediately scattered. Mr. Chen, welcome to Louis Vuitton. Ma Fong came up to Chen Hao and offered him her right hand. The store manager is too polite. Chen Hao shook hands with Ma Fong. This scene made Cheng Wei, Huang Ling, and the others look at each other in shock. Even the manager of Louis Vuitton came in person. What's even more frightening is that the manager was very polite when facing Chen Hao. Who exactly is this Chen Hao? Why does he enjoy such high-level treatment at Louis Vuitton? Everyone was confused. Their minds were spinning. At this time, several LV female salespersons came over with tea trays. Mr. Chen, have some tea. The first cup of tea was naturally offered to Chen Hao. Then it was the turn of the other few people. Mr. Chen, what do you and your friends want to buy today? They want to buy bags. Chen Hao pointed at Chang Wei and Huang Ling. Rong, come here and show these two beautiful ladies the bags. Got it, manager. A LV saleswoman came up to Chang Wei and Huang Ling at the sound of Chen Hao's words, smiled and said, Ladies, we at Louis Vuitton have recently launched several new bags that I think will go well with your styles. Shall I show you around? That's fine. With that, Chang Wei, Huang Ling, Wang Wei, and Zhang Cheng followed the LV saleswoman as she walked away from Chen Hao. However, the four of them couldn't stop looking at Chen Hao from time to time. By now, the four of them had already understood that Chen Hao was definitely not the little caramel they had seen. With a strong sense of curiosity, Huang Ling asked the LV saleswoman beside her, Beauty, why is Chen Hao so popular here? Hearing this, the female LV shop assistant looked at Huang Ling in surprise. Aren't you friends with Mr. Chen? Huang Ling felt a little uncomfortable when she was looked at by the female LV shop assistant's eyes, and laughed sheepishly, We are friends with Chen Hao, we just don't know each other that well. Mr. Chen is a VIP customer of our store, of course he is very popular here. Upon hearing this, the four people, Chang Wei, Huang Ling, and the others, were all shocked. Chen Hao is actually a Louis Vuitton VIP customer. You need to know that one of the necessary conditions for becoming a Louis Vuitton VIP customer is an annual consumption amount of no less than 400,000 renminbi. In other words, in the past year, that Chen Hao has spent at least 400,000 renminbi at LV. Wang Wei's eyelids twitched. He now earns 1 million yuan a year, and the maximum expenditure on non-essential items in a year only accounts for 20% of his salary. That's 200,000 yuan. And of that 200,000 yuan, I'm afraid the proportion of spending on luxury brands is only about 20%. In other words, for someone with 1 million yuan annual salary, the money spent on luxury brands in a year is estimated to be only about 40,000 yuan. And yet, Chen Hao's spending at LV in the past year was no less than 400,000 yuan. This is a bit scary to think about. Isn't Chen Hao just a programmer with a salary of only 100,000 yuan? Where did he get so much money to spend at LV? Could it be that Chen Hao's real identity is a rich second generation? Hongjia, why don't you go take a look too? If you like something, I'll buy it for you. Zhang Hong laughed upon hearing this. Brother, I know you have money, but these luxury brand things really don't attract me at all, so I'll just accept your good intentions. Okay then. Chen Hao nodded. He still believed what Zhang Hong said. Because previously at Estée Lauder, he spent a little less than 60,000 yuan on 2 sets of skincare products for Zhang Hong, but Zhang Hong's emotions did not change at all. It seems that in the future, if he wants to get emotional value from Zhang Hong, the trick of buying things from her is probably not going to work. In that case, it would be easier to get emotional value from Yi Jia. Because Yi Jia, this gold-digging woman, is obsessed with his ability to make money. As long as you are willing to spend money, you won't have to worry about not being able to get emotional value from Yi Jia. Hong, it's boring just sitting here, let's go see what bags they're all buying. As Chen Hao finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Wu Qianxian from Vacheron Constantine calling, Chen Hao connected the call directly. Chen Hao, your Vacheron Constantine Overseas 5500V has passed our professional inspection, and the sauce has not seeped into the dial, so you can rest assured. That's good, thank you. Chen Hao, you're too polite, this is just one of the many benefits you can enjoy. By the way, Chen Hao, do you want to pick up the watch at our store, or do you want me to deliver it to you? Wu Mimi, I'm at the Louis Vuitton store in Plaza 66 right now, so you can just deliver it here. Okay, Chen Hao, I'll be right there. Ladies, as you can see, these bags are all new products that we launched this year. Chang Wei and Huang Ling were led by the LV saleswoman to a glass display case. Inside the display case were 3 types of women's bags. When they saw the 3 bags, Chang Wei and Huang Ling's eyes immediately lit up. But when they saw the price tags on the 3 bags, their eyes immediately dimmed. Although these 3 bags are very fashionable and look particularly good, they are really expensive. The cheapest one costs 110,000 yuan. How can they afford it? Let's go look at the other display cases. Upon hearing Chang Wei's words, the saleswoman was taken aback. Beauty, don't you like any of these 3 bags? They are all very good, but they are too expensive and way over budget. What? Too expensive? The saleswoman was taken aback and didn't quite know how to react. What do you mean? I'm saying you know how to do business, right? The customer came to look at bags, and you just led them straight to the most expensive ones. Shouldn't you have asked the customer in advance what their budget was, and then recommended the right bag? Wang Wei was getting a little annoyed. What an expression from the LV saleswoman. Isn't it normal that you can't afford a bag that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan? Do you have to put on an expression of disbelief? Are you deliberately messing with their mentality? I'm sorry, sir, you are all friends of Mr. Chen, so I took you directly to this showcase to look at it. I thought that as friends of Mr. Chen, you would not consider the budget or anything. Having said that, the saleswoman realized that something was wrong, so she quickly changed her words. I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault. At this moment, Wang Wei, Zhang Chang, Chang Wei, and Huang Ling all understood. It turns out that this LV female clerk thought that since they were friends of Chen Hao, they must all be very rich. So she directly took them to see top-level bags that cost more than 100,000 yuan. After realizing this, all 4 of them felt a burning pain in their faces. Chapter 39, Chapter 039, Gentlemen in Bed? In the end, Chang Wei chose an LV bag that cost more than 60,000 yuan. Huang Ling chose a LV bag that cost more than 20,000 yuan. Just as everyone was checking out at the cashier's desk, a voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone. Chen Hao. The few people turned around and saw a woman wearing an OL uniform and a very good figure walking towards them with a smile on her face. Wu Meiren. Chen Hao smiled. The person who came was no one else but Wu Qianqian. Here, your watch, and this is the report from our inspection. As Wu Qianqian handed Chen Hao the Vacheron Constantine Overseas 5500V pink gold watch and a test report, Wang Wei and Zhang Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was because they both recognized the watch. The Vacheron Constantine Overseas series. In particular, Wang Wei recognized the specific model of the watch. 5500V. He had seen this watch worn by a young man in Shanghai before, and was amazed at first sight. Since then, this watch has become his dream watch. Chen Hao actually has a Vacheron Constantine watch worth more than 500,000 yuan. This guy really must be rich. Thank you, Miss Wu. After receiving the 5500V rose gold watch from Wu Qianqian, Chen Hao directly put it on his left wrist. As for the inspection report, Chen Hao didn't even look at it before casually rolling it into a ball and stuffing it into his pocket. Hubby, look at Chen Hao's watch, it's really cool, why don't you buy one and wear it too? Hearing his wife's words, Wang Wei's mouth twitched. I can't afford it, honey, this Vacheron Constantine costs more than 500,000 yuan. What, more than 500,000 yuan, that's so expensive. Chang Wei was shocked by the price and stuck out her tongue. Chen Hao, are these your friends? Wu Qianqian looked at Chang Wei and the others, and her gaze lingered on Zhang Hong for a few seconds. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll go back to the store, and I won't disturb you anymore. With that, Wu Qianqian left. After a while, Chen Hao and his party also walked out of the Louis Vuitton store. After glancing at the time, Zhang Hong said, Chang Wei, Ling Ling, it's getting late, I can't hang out with you anymore, I need to go home and cook dinner for my grandma. Since Hong Hong isn't hanging out anymore, I don't want to hang out either, honey, let's go home too. Okay. Hong Hong, I'll walk you home. Okay, thank you. So, the group took the elevator together to the underground parking lot. After getting out of the elevator and walking for 10 meters, Wang Wei, Zheng Chang, Cheng Wei, and Huang Ling suddenly stopped and could not go on. Their eyes were fixed on a yellow sports car parked in the parking space. They kept exclaiming in their mouths. My God, this sports car is so cool. What kind of sports car is this? Is it a Ferrari? I've seen a lot of sports cars, but this is by far the coolest and most handsome one I've ever seen. This yellow sports car is probably not cheap. At this time, Zhang Chang, who was holding a mobile phone in his hand, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Hold on, I found out, this is the Ferrari F80, the world's top supercar with a price of over 30 million. What, over 30 million? Just as the few people were still in a state of extreme shock, the yellow sports car in front of them suddenly made a dripping sound. Then the two headlights emitted a dazzling brilliance like diamonds. The two doors slowly opened upwards like butterfly wings, transforming like a mecha, very cool and awesome. Seeing this, Wang Wei, Zhang Chang and the others quickly stepped to the side, looking around to find the owner of this Ferrari F80. Wang Wei, Zhang Chang, let's go. Chen Hao, is that you? Wang Wei saw the Ferrari car keys in Chen Hao's hand, and his eyes instantly widened to the size of table tennis balls. He already knew that Chen Hao was a low-key rich guy. However, Chen Hao's wealth still far exceeded his imagination. Driving a 30 million plus Ferrari, how rich must Chen Hao be? The three people who reacted, Zhang Chang, Cheng Wei, and Huang Ling, also stared with wide eyes, looking at Chen Hao in shock. Several people are numb. In the shocked gazes of the others, Chen Hao drove the Ferrari out of the parking space with Zhang Hong in it. Cheng Wei and Huang Ling, I'm leaving, bye. Goodbye Hong Hong. The two women only reacted from their shock at this point, waved goodbye to Zhang Hong, and looked extremely excited. With Chen Hao giving the accelerator a kick, the Ferrari F80 roared like a beast, resounding throughout the underground parking lot, and sped away. Ding, the host gains 200 emotion points. Zhang Hong, current emotion points 3,500. Zhang Hong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, slightly raised the corners of her mouth at this moment. The kind of envious look her two female classmates had just given her really made her feel quite good. It turns out that she is also a woman with a sense of vanity. Who exactly is that Chen Hao? How come he's so rich? Zhang Chang only withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself after the Ferrari F80 had completely disappeared from his field of vision. I guess he's a top second-generation rich kid. Wang Wei smiled wryly. He had thought that with his million-yuan annual salary and return as a king, he could make the goddess who had rejected him in the past regret not agreeing to be his girlfriend in the first place. Now it seemed that he had instead become a clown. With such a rich and handsome second-generation heir around, how could Zhang Hong possibly regret it? Cheng Wei and Huang Ling exchanged glances, and saw a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes. In college, Zheng Hong was the red flower, and they were the green leaves. They had thought that they had each found a quality man after leaving college, and that they could turn the tables on Zheng Hong. Who would have thought that they would now be losing even more miserably and completely in front of Zheng Hong? Looking back on the past, the two women couldn't help but blush. I'm afraid that in Zheng Hong's eyes, they are as ridiculous as clowns, right? Hongjia, let's eat outside, and you can just pack a takeaway for your grandma when the time comes. Chen Hao said this after thinking about it as they exited the parking lot and merged onto the main road. After dinner, will you find an excuse to take your sister to a hotel? Zhang Hong turned around and looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Hongjia, what kind of person do you think I am? Although his thoughts were guessed correctly, he definitely would not admit it. Oh. Zhang Hong trailed off her voice, so it seemed that her sister had misunderstood her brother. That's right, I'm a gentleman. Chen Hao said this without blushing. A gentleman? Zhang Hong glanced at Chen Hao and smiled lightly, with an indescribable charm in her eyes and brows. She said, I wonder if you are a gentleman on the roof or in bed, brother? Either is fine, it all depends on which one you like, Hongjie. Chen Hao laughed. See, you can't hide it, can you? It's just that you, Hongjie, are just too charming. Chen Hao said quickly, while the iron is hot, Hongjie, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll take you out to eat. Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Lin Pinru, I can't be outshone by my best friend. Brother, sister really has to go back. My grandmother's health has been a bit bad recently, and she has to take medicine on time every day. When sister goes back, she has to not only cook for her grandmother, but also feed her medicine. Hearing Zhang Hong say so, Chen Hao didn't know what to say anymore. Sister Hong, is your grandmother's health okay? Zhang Hong used to live in Kaifenjiwen community as well. Because Kaifenjiwen community is relatively close to where she works. However, half a year ago, Zhang Hong suddenly moved back to live with her grandmother again. He didn't know the reason before. Now that he thinks about it, Zhang Hong moved back to take care of her grandmother more easily. As long as she takes her medicine on time, there shouldn't be any major problems. That's good. A little after 5 o'clock, Chen Hao arrived at Zhang Hong's grandmother's house in a Ferrari F80. Unfastening her seatbelt, Zhang Hong suddenly got up and leaned over to kiss Chen Hao's lips while he wasn't looking. She left as soon as she touched him. Thank you, little brother, for giving your sister a gift and driving all this way to bring her back. As a way of repaying you, I can only give you a kiss. Zhang Hong's eyes slightly arched upwards, the kind of fox eyes the ancients spoke of. She had a natural charm of her own, and when she laughed lightly, it was even more enchanting. Chen Hao touched his lips and said discontent, Hong, that kiss was too perfunctory. You didn't even stick out your tongue. What kind of kiss was that? After saying this, Chen Hao extended an arm and tried to pull Zhang Hong into his arms. But Zhang Hong reacted quickly and got out of the car first. Brother, don't be so impatient. This time it was just a taste. Next time I will let you really feel my kissing skills. Hong, you have to keep your word. What do you mean? Hasn't your sister ever lied to you? I don't think so. Then it's settled, right? Okay, little brother, I'm going to go upstairs now. Bye, Hong. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Hong walked into the unit door with her Estee Lauder handbag. This was an old residential area without an elevator. Zhang Hong's grandmother lived on the 3rd floor, so Zhang Hong had to walk up the stairs. When she first started walking up the stairs, Zhang Hong's posture was still quite normal. But as she kept walking, Zhang Hong's posture of walking up the stairs became similar to those provocative women walking up the stairs. She looked enchanting and sexy. Chen Hao's blood rushed to his head and he swallowed hard. His Hong was definitely doing this on purpose, she was truly a demon. Chen Hao silently picked up his phone. Such a beautiful scene, of course he wanted to record it and enjoy it slowly when he got back. When Zhang Hong's figure disappeared around the corner, Chen Hao pressed the stop button. Unfortunately, he had taken out his phone too late, and only managed to record 5 seconds. Instead of hurrying off, Chen Hao rewound the recording 5 times. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Ding! At that moment, Chen Hao's WeChat notification suddenly sounded. It was from Zhang Hong. Brother, why aren't you leaving yet? I'm just enjoying something beautiful. Careful, you'll get a long eye snickering. It's worth it to have a long-term eye infection just to be able to admire Hong's graceful and curvy figure. Is my sister really that fit? She always thinks her but is a bit too big. Big plus knock equals perfect. Okay, little brother, hurry back. Just then, Chen Hao's phone rang. The caller ID, Yi Jia. Honey, when are you coming home? As soon as the call was connected, there was a sweet sound from Yi Jia. What? You forgot, honey. We agreed this afternoon that I would apologize to you again when I got home tonight. And, honey, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Chen Hao was curious. What kind of surprise? Oh, honey, you'll see when you get home. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. Okay, I'll be right back. Chen Hao hung up the phone and immediately drove out of the apartment complex where Zhang Ying's parents lived in a Ferrari F80, speeding towards the central building. He wanted to see what surprise Yi Jia had prepared for him. The story splits into 2 parts. At that time, a taxi pulled up outside the central building and stopped in a parking space. Then the back door opened and a tall woman wearing black silk got out of the car. The woman had long hair that fell to her shoulders, wearing a pair of large sunglasses and a pink mask. Although the sunglasses and mask covered most of the woman's face, the small uncovered part of her face showed that she was definitely a beauty. That being said, with those long legs and black stockings, her face was actually not that important. The woman's appearance attracted the frequent glances of passers-by. If Chen Hao were here, he would definitely recognize this woman as his ex-girlfriend Lin Pinru at first glance. After all, they had been dating for half a year and had lived together for half a year. Even if Lin Pinru was wearing a mask and sunglasses now, Chen Hao could still recognize her. After getting off the car, Lin Pinru walked directly into the central building. Next, Lin Pinru took the elevator to the 101st floor of the central building. After getting out of the elevator, Lin Pinru headed straight for the lobby of the J Hotel in the central building. "Hello, may I ask if my friend is still in the presidential suite of your hotel?" Lin Pinru asked a receptionist at the front desk. She had only one purpose in coming here. That was to find out the identity of Yi Jia's rich boyfriend. She was very dissatisfied that her best friend could find a rich boyfriend. She, Lin Pinru, was no worse than Yi Jia. If that godly rich guy can fancy Yi Jia, then he is likely to be interested in her too. She also wants to carry designer handbags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. She also wants to wear watches worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. And she also wants to drive a Porsche. If she becomes the godly rich guy's girlfriend, then everything Yi Jia has now, she, Lin Pinru, can have too. No matter what, she cannot be outdone by her best friend. She must do better than her girlfriends. "Beauty, may I ask who you are?" "Didn't I just say that I'm his friend?" "He's in the room right now, isn't he?" "Beauty, the question you're asking is our guest's personal information, and according to our hotel rules, I'm not allowed to tell you directly." "How about this, Beauty, just wait a moment, I'll contact the guest in our presidential suite and verify your identity with him first." "Beauty, what is your last name?" The receptionist picked up the receiver as she spoke. Seeing that the hotel receptionist actually had to call the godly hero to verify her identity, Lin Pinru's face immediately changed. "Forget it, I'm not going to look for him, that's it." After saying that, Lin Pinru turned around directly and left quickly. She was very depressed. Originally, she wanted to get the identity information of the godly hero from the reception staff of the Central J Hotel. Now it seems that she has underestimated the problem. She did not expect the staff at the Central J Hotel to protect the privacy of their hotel guests so well. Their vigilance is so high. It really is beyond her expectations. So for now, she can only use the most stupid trick. That is to say. Chapter 41 Chapter 041 This is what she calls applying what she has learned to the real world. And waiting for a lucky encounter. Yes. At this point, she could only wait for a lucky encounter at the entrance to the underground parking lot of the central building. As long as that rich celebrity drove his Ferrari F80 in and out of the underground parking lot of the central building, she had hope of seeing the face of that rich celebrity. It was even possible that they would have a beautiful encounter. But it's not easy to wait for a chance like this. Because there's not just one entrance to the underground car park of the central building. There are three. This means that she only has a 1 in 3 chance of seeing the Ferrari F80. There's nothing she can do. She can only hope for the best. Soon, Lin Pinru arrived at the entrance to the underground car park of the central building near Incheon Zhonglu and started waiting. But there were 2 stories. Chen Hao, who was driving the Ferrari F80 towards the central building, received a phone call from the front desk of the J Hotel in the central building. "Hello Mr. Chen, there is something I need to report to you." "What is it?" "It's like this, Mr. Chen, a woman who claimed to be your friend just came to our hotel lobby and asked me for your news, asking if you were in your room. Out of concern for your privacy, I did not tell her and was about to call you to verify her identity. When she heard that I was going to call you to verify her identity, she immediately said that she was not looking for you and fled. Mr. Chen, I think the woman's behavior was a bit unusual, so I called to let you know and give you a heads up." A woman went to the Central J Hotel to find him? And claimed to be his friend? Who could it be? "Do you have a photo of her?" Chen Hao asked after a moment's thought. "We didn't have time to take a photo at the time, but our hotel lobby is monitored by CCTV. If Mr. Chen needs it, I can provide you with the CCTV footage?" "Sure, then send the CCTV footage to Bai Shui. Butler Bai has my WeChat." "Okay, Mr. Chen." After hanging up the phone, the central building already appeared in Chen Hao's field of vision. Thinking that he would be able to go back and see Yi Jia soon, he was a little excited. Yi Jia had said in the afternoon that she would have to give a verbal reprimand in the evening. He was looking forward to it. He remembered the 6 months he had lived with Lin Pinru. No matter what mistake she had made, Lin Pinru would never give him a verbal reprimand, even if it meant getting beaten up. He was also looking forward to the surprise Yi Jia had mentioned. "Lin, where are you?" Hearing Han Yu's voice on the phone, Lin Pinru's face flashed with impatience. "What's wrong?" "Lin, I'm outside your rental apartment door, open the door for me." "I'm outside, is there something wrong?" "You're outside? Didn't we agree that I would pick you up from work today, and then we would go out for hot pot and watch a movie?" I have a sudden appointment, so I won't be able to go out for hot pot with you tonight. Lin Pinru, who are you with right now? Hanyu, what do you mean? Are you interrogating a criminal? Can you give me some privacy? Okay? Lin Pinru became even more impatient. In the past, she had found Hanyu, a young man from a small demolition family, quite attractive. But after her best friend Yi Jia found a rich boyfriend, she suddenly felt that Hanyu was not attractive at all. Although Hanyu was a young man from a small demolition family. But can he buy her the Vacheron Constantine Lady Arpels watch, which costs more than 500,000 yuan? Can he buy her the Porsche 718, which costs 2 million yuan? Obviously not. He even put up resistance when she asked him to buy her a Louis Vuitton bag costing more than 30,000 yuan. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to buy it for her next month. This Hanyu is not even comparable to the boyfriend of the goddess Yi Jia has. Yi Jia can find a boyfriend of a god. And she is no worse than Yi Jia. So it means she can also find a godly boyfriend. So this Hanyu is no longer good enough for her, okay? After she has snatched the godly boyfriend by Yi Jia's side, she will kick that Hanyu to the west with one kick. Lin Pinru, don't be angry, I was just asking casually. Just then, a yellow sports car suddenly appeared in Lin Pinru's field of vision. This made Lin Pinru's eyes light up instantly. She was so excited. It's here. She actually waited for it to arrive. The Ferrari F80 appeared. Judging from its driving lane, it was clearly going to enter the underground parking lot of the central building from the Inchang Middle Road entrance. Yes, her luck was too good. She had encountered a 1 in 3 probability. It seemed to be the will of heaven. Even God was trying to bring them together. Okay, Hanyu, I have to go, I'm busy. After saying that, Lin Pinru hung up the phone directly. It's here, it's really here. When she saw the Ferrari F80 enter from the main road to the auxiliary road, Lin Pinru was excited and screaming in her heart. It's no wonder that it's a top global supercar worth more than 30 million. The body shape is also so cool and handsome, isn't it? Compared to this Ferrari F80, Hanyu's BMW 7 Series is nothing. This is the kind of car she, Lin Pinru, deserves to be in. Humph, Yi Jia was able to get into the passenger seat of this Ferrari F80. Why shouldn't she, Lin Pinru, be able to? She can do it. As she watched, the Ferrari F80 got closer and closer. Lin Pinru quickly took off her sunglasses and mask and walked to the edge of the service road. She was going to create a beautiful encounter. If all went well, she would soon be sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari F80. Yi Jia, Yi Jia. At this moment, you should be in the presidential suite, getting ready to be spoiled by this rich guy, right? Hey, sorry, but I'm going to steal him away today. You can't blame your best friend for not being loyal. It's all your fault for being so cocky and showing off all day in the group. It looks like the distance is almost right. Lin Pinru quickly let out a cry of alarm. Pretending to have sprained her ankle, she fell to the asphalt of the auxiliary road. The godly hero will definitely stop to check on the situation. Upon learning that the beauty has sprained her ankle, he will definitely be a gentleman and offer to drive her to the hospital. In that case, she would be able to sit in the passenger seat of the Ferrari F80, wouldn't she? In that case, wouldn't a chance encounter just happen? This is a famous scene from those boss dramas she used to watch. In 8 out of 10 boss dramas, the hero and heroine meet like this. She is putting what she has learned to practical use. However, things did not develop as the director Lin Pinru had anticipated. What's going on? Why isn't he slowing down? When she saw that the yellow Ferrari wasn't slowing down, Lin Pinru panicked a little. Don't be afraid, stay calm, it will definitely slow down soon. Damn, it's not slowing down? It's trying to kill me. It looked like the Ferrari F80's front was less than a meter away from her. Lin Pinru was scared out of her wits. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Lin Pinru's physical potential was unleashed. She performed a difficult rollover. She narrowly avoided being run over by the Ferrari F80. Chapter 42, Episode 042, Lin Pinru, stunned. Oh my god. Are you blind? Lin Pinru was so shocked by the thrilling scene that she turned pale. That was close. She was almost hit by the Ferrari. Was the rich guy blind? How could he not see a living person lying on the road? However, after seeing the Ferrari drive into the underground parking lot of the central building, Lin Pinru could not care about anything else. She quickly got up from the ground and chased after the Ferrari in front of her. She had been waiting here for almost half an hour, and finally the Ferrari F80 appeared. She had to see the face of that rich celebrity today. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After running a few steps, Lin Pinru realized that the high heels on her left foot had disappeared. She thought she must have lost it when she rolled on the ground just now. But right now she didn't have time to pick up her high heels. Running in high heels was inconvenient in itself. Not to mention running with only one high heel. She couldn't run at all. Lin Pin was so anxious that she took off the high heel on her right foot and held it in her hand, quickly chasing after it with her bare black silk foot. This scene made several passers-by nearby look on in disbelief. Holy shit, didn't that beautiful woman just sprain her ankle? I was just about to help her. Dude, look at her striding along like that. Does it look like she sprained her ankle? Is she going after that yellow Ferrari? I see, so the beautiful woman's so-called sprained ankle was just an encounter created for the Ferrari owner. Damn, driving a Ferrari is awesome, it makes beautiful women try to get close to you. The Ferrari owner didn't know if he did it on purpose or not, but when he saw a beautiful woman on the ground, he didn't slow down at all. The woman was so scared that she fell over and crawled away without being hit. 6. That black silk beauty almost overturned just now, it's hilarious. Lin Pinru, who heard these voices, only felt her face burn. Lin Pinru, don't pay any attention to these voices. Today's humiliation is all for the sake of tomorrow's beauty, come on. Lin Pinru was mentally preparing herself while running as fast as she could. She must now catch up to the Ferrari F80 as quickly as possible. It was her. Who was driving the Ferrari with one hand at the moment? Chen Hao had no idea that he had almost caused someone to fly. As soon as he saw the woman in sunglasses and a mask in the surveillance footage sent by Shui, Chen Hao recognized her as his ex-girlfriend Lin Pinru. Why had Lin Pinru come to the Central J Hotel? He hadn't posted anything on WeChat to show off in the past 2 days, had he? Could it be that she knew from Yi Jia? That was a very likely possibility. After all, they had been best friends for many years. Putting down his phone, Chen Hao began to concentrate on driving. In the future, I should stop looking at my phone while driving. Luckily, I didn't hit anyone just now. After a while, Chen Hao parked the Ferrari F80 in a widened parking space. This plus version of the parking space is owned by the J Hotel. During the days Chen Hao stayed in the presidential suite, this plus version of the parking space became Chen Hao's exclusive parking space. After getting out of the car, Chen Hao walked towards the elevator. That was. Chen Hao's getting out of the car was seen by Lin Pinru, who had been chasing after him. Lin Pinru panted, staring at Chen Hao's back. She was a little stunned. Because she found that figure actually looked a little familiar to her. It seemed a bit like him. No way, how could it be him? He is just an ordinary social animal, how could he afford a 30 million Ferrari? Lin Pinru, you can really associate. Even if you use your toes to think, it's impossible that it's him. The underground parking lot is naturally dim, which affects visibility. Plus, they were at least tens of meters apart, so it's normal to mistake someone. These thoughts flashed through Lin Pinru's mind. Soon, Lin Pinru, who had just stopped walking, once again chased after her. No matter what, she had to see the face of that rich celebrity today. Judging from the back, this godly hero has a really good figure. He is as straight as a super male model. In a moment, Chen Hao arrived in front of an elevator door. This is the exclusive elevator for the presidential suite of the J Hotel. Only guests of the presidential suite can take it. He took out his room card and lightly swiped it at the card swipe sensor next to the elevator door, and saw the elevator doors slowly open to the sides. Oh no, he is going to get in the elevator soon. Lin Pinru became a little anxious when she saw this. So she gritted her teeth and exerted every ounce of strength she had. Her running speed increased again. She swore that this was the fastest she had ever run in her life. How fast was she? She was so fast that the snow-white color of her breasts almost broke free of her bra and fell out. When the elevator doors opened completely, Chen Hao stepped inside. There was only one button for the 98th floor. After entering, Chen Hao directly reached out and pressed the button for the 98th floor. At this time, Lin Pinru was only 5 meters away from this elevator. The moment she saw Chen Hao's face, Lin Pinru felt like she had been struck by lightning, and her entire body suddenly froze. Her mind went blank. The elevator door slowly closed. The moment Chen Hao looked up, he inevitably saw Lin Pinru outside. At first, Chen Hao was a little surprised. But the next second, Chen Hao's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Lin Pinru's dumbfounded look made him feel secretly happy. Soon the elevator door closed completely. But Lin Pinru's brain was still in a state of shutdown. The expression on her face was wonderful. Sometimes shocked. Sometimes confused. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Pinru's brain finally returned to normal. At this moment, Chen Hao, who was already on the 98th floor of the central building, got out of the elevator and heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding, the host has gained 600 emotion points. Lin Pinru, current emotion points 4,100. Holy cow, Lin Pinru can actually provide him with emotion points? Chen Hao was quite surprised. But this was obviously good news for him. It's Chen Hao, it really is him. Lin Pinru's face is still full of disbelief. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes just now, she would never have believed that the godly boyfriend next to Yi Jia, driving a sports car worth over 30 million, was actually Chen Hao. Chen Hao is clearly just an ordinary social animal. How did he suddenly become a godly boyfriend? Is she dreaming right now? Thinking about this, Lin Pinru pinched her arm hard. It hurts. This is not a dream. It's real. Chen Hao really is that godly hero. She is convinced that she did not mistake the person just now. She has been living with Chen Hao for 6 months, and she knows Chen Hao too well. She knows exactly where the few moles on Chen Hao's body are. Even if Chen Hao were to turn into ashes, she would not mistake him for someone else. Chapter 43 Chapter 043 Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? Why? Why has Chen Hao suddenly become so rich? Obviously, when he was with her before, Chen Hao was just an ordinary social animal. Could it be that Chen Hao has won the lottery? He has bought back a Ferrari worth more than 30 million. Has he won hundreds of millions? At that time, Chen Hao had already arrived at the presidential suite. However, after looking around, he did not see Yi Jia's figure. There was no way, this presidential suite was too big. With an area of more than 300 square meters, it was completely a large flat. It was estimated that Yi Jia should be in the master bedroom at this time. So Chen Hao walked over to the master bedroom on his own. Soon, Chen Hao arrived at the door of the master bedroom. Jia, are you in the room? Yes, my dear. Yi Jia's voice came from the room. Chen Hao pushed open the door and went in. However, he found the room pitch black. Jia, why didn't you turn on the lights? Are you trying to play a game of cat and mouse with me? As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he noticed a figure appear in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he felt 2 arms gently wrap around his neck. A sweet fragrance hit his face. At the same time, the lights in the room suddenly came on. What caught his eye was Yi Jia's smiling face. Husband, do you think I'm beautiful? Chen Hao took a look around and realized something was wrong. Why did Yi Jia's body-hugging silk sleepwear look so familiar? Why are you wearing Lin Pinru's clothes? Chen Hao quickly remembered that the silk sleepwear Yi Jia was wearing was Lin Pinru's. In fact, he had bought it for Lin Pinru. That day, when you broke up with her, she forgot to pack this silk pajama top that was hanging on the balcony. I called her, and she said she didn't want it anymore, so she told me to throw it away. I thought it was quite a nice pajama top, so it would be a shame to throw it away, so I kept it. Yi Jia tied her long hair into a high ponytail as she spoke, staring straight at Chen Hao. Husband, don't you find it exciting that someone is wearing Pinru's clothes? Looking at Yi Jia's shameless expression, Chen Hao's mouth curled up, and he sincerely said something from the bottom of his heart, "You're on fire." An hour later, Yi Jia, with her hair in disarray, lay on the bed, too weak to even turn over. Although she was a little exhausted, she had never felt more content. Her gaze at Chen Hao was even more tender. Men are really a good thing. She felt that she would definitely be unable to live without Chen Hao in the future. Even if one day Chen Hao ran out of money. Chen Hao was currently calling Bai Shui to ask her to send some food to the room. After the call, Chen Hao got out of bed, walked over to the window and pushed it open halfway, then lit a cigarette with familiar movements. He switched on his phone and found 5 missed calls. He clicked on one to see that it was from Lin Pinru. Coincidentally, just then, Lin Pinru's call came in again. Chen Hao's finger slipped and he answered the call. Hao, why did you only answer my call now? Lin Pinru's voice carried a hint of obvious resentment. Chen Hao was amused. She was calling him Hao. In the past, when Lin Pinru spoke to him, she was bossy and overbearing. If he didn't answer a few calls, the earth would explode. Now it was like a different person. She even used a gentle, feminine tone. TSK. Money really does buy power. I just went to play poker with Yi Jia. Do you need anything? Play poker with Yi Jia? Lin Pinru froze for a moment. But she quickly recovered and was furious. But she wasn't angry with Chen Hao, she was angry with Yi Jia. As her best friend, she had actually poached her. It was simply outrageous. No wonder Yi Jia had previously refused to say who the godlike hero was by her side. What a scheming bitch. Playing poker. You like playing poker with Chen Hao so much, why don't you get killed by Chen Hao? Achoo! Yi Jia, who was lying on the bed recovering her energy, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose. She stared at Chen Hao and pricked up her ears. Who was Chen Hao talking to on the phone? He just went to play poker with Yi Jia. Since Chen Hao said that, it meant that the person on the other end of the phone most likely knew her. Could it be Lin Pinru? At this thought, Yi Jia instantly perked up. Hao, I miss you. Miss me? Hearing Lin Pinru's incredibly hypocritical words, Chen Hao didn't get angry, but instead found it quite funny. Lin Pinru, you haven't forgotten that we broke up, have you? Upon hearing this, Yi Jia, who was lying in bed, had her eyelids jump. She had guessed correctly, it really was Lin Pinru. Why did Lin Pinru suddenly call Chen Hao? And from the tone of Chen Hao's voice, it seemed that Lin Pinru was asking Chen Hao to get back together? Did Lin Pinru already know Chen Hao's identity as the god of wealth? Hao, I was wrong. In the 2 days since we broke up, I have been thinking about you all the time. Every night I think about you and can't sleep, which makes me understand that I simply cannot live without you, Hao. I can't live without you. Let's get back together, okay? Lin Pinru, I've been playing poker with your best friend Yi Jia, and you still want to get back together with me? Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Yi Jia on the bed instantly became nervous. She had guessed it again. Lin Pinru really had come to get back together with Chen Hao. It seemed that Lin Pinru had really learned about Chen Hao's identity as a godly hero. No, how did this Lin Pinru know about it? She knew that she definitely couldn't hide this from Lin Pinru. But she didn't expect that it had only been 2 days since then, and Lin Pinru already knew Chen Hao's identity as the godly hero. Hao, it's not your fault that you're with Yi Jia. You must have been seduced by that slut Yi Jia before you got together with her, and I don't blame you for that. Hao, I'm sure you still love me in your heart, and I've not truly figured out that you're the love of my life. So, Hao, let's get back together and go back to the way things were. Want to get back together? Sure. Ding, the host gains 600 emotional points Lin Pinru, and the current emotional points are 4,700. On the other end of the phone, Lin Pinru, who was sitting on the bed clutching the phone tightly, was ecstatic at this moment. Oh my god, Chen Hao actually agreed to get back together with her? This is much smoother than she had imagined. It seems that Chen Hao still deeply loves her and cannot live without her. Thinking about this, Lin Pinru was full of pride. She couldn't help but start imagining her life after getting back together with Chen Hao. Chanel, LV. Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe, Porsche. She was going to buy them all. She would finally be able to live the kind of life she had longed for so long. Unlike Lin Pinru, Yi Jia, who was lying in bed at the moment, was aghast. Oh my god. Is this for real? Chen Hao just agreed to get back together? Is this what they always say online, that the ex who comes back to the current one will definitely lose? Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points Yi Jia, and the current emotional points are 4,900. Chapter 44 Chapter 044 5 Consecutive Draws. 2 system prompts sounded almost simultaneously in Chen Hao's mind. A wave of emotions had brought him 800 points, which made Chen Hao really happy. Hao, you're so nice, and people will never leave you in the future. Lin Pinru's delicate voice was something Chen Hao had never heard before. Reality, it's so real. Whether a man is rich or not, the way a woman treats you is completely different. If you have enough money, even a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus can turn into a sweet girl in an instant. Well, this Lin Pinru is a Sichuan Chongqing girl. In the past, she was a purebred Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. Now she's suddenly become a sweet girl, and he's really not used to it. Lin Pinru, I'm not done talking yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Pinru was taken aback. What? It's not finished? Then continue, how? If you want to get back together, you can, unless the sun rises in the west. Upon hearing this, Lin Pinru on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. Ding, the host gains 300 emotion points. Lin Pinru, current emotion points 5,200. Ding, the host gains 300 emotion points. Yijia, current emotion points 5,500. Good, good. Another 600 emotion points have been added to the account with ease. Chen Hao's lips are curling up in a smile. Ahao, you're joking with people, aren't you? Lin Pinru now realizes that Chen Hao has really changed a lot. In the past, Chen Hao was subservient in her presence. If she said one thing, Chen Hao wouldn't dare say two. However, Chen Hao now knows how to manipulate people's emotions. If this were her old self, she would definitely scold Chen Hao. But times have changed. Chen Hao is now a rich guy who drives a $30 million sports car. He is no longer the Chen Hao she could take out her anger on. Are you joking? I don't have the time to joke with you, and you want to get back together? Do you think this is a garbage dump? Ahao. Lin Pinru had just opened her mouth when the phone rang and the dial tone sounded in her ear. She was so anxious that she immediately wanted to call back. But in the end, she held back. Don't be anxious, Lin Pinru. You broke up with him, and it's only been 2 days. Chen Hao must still be angry with you. Give it a couple of days. Next time, find an opportunity to go and apologize to Chen Hao in person. I'm sure Chen Hao will forgive you. After all, Chen Hao used to like you so much. Hubby, about Lin Pinru. Didn't you just hear? Chen Hao spoke as he walked over to the bedside table and put the butt in the crystal ashtray on the bedside table. Hubby, don't let her deceive you. She must have found out that you're rich and wants to get back together with you. Seeing Yi Jia's serious expression, Chen Hao laughed. So what about you? Yi Jia, aren't you with me because of my money? Well. Okay, Chen Hao, I admit that it's largely because of your money. But honey, my situation with Lin Pinru is different. Before I was with you, I was a virgin, unlike that Lin Pinru, who wasn't a virgin in high school, and she even betrayed you. Yi Jia's answer made Chen Hao quite satisfied. Although she worships money, at least she is sincere. It is already very good that she doesn't hide it. There is nothing wrong with liking money. He also likes money. If he didn't have a system and met a pretty young lady who wanted to support him, he wouldn't refuse either. Chen Hao reached out and pinched Yi Jia's face, smiling, not bad, quite sincere. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. It must be Bai Shui delivering the food. Let me carry you out to eat. Thanks, honey. With that, Chen Hao carried Yi Jia to the dining room. After setting Yi Jia down, Chen Hao went over to open the door. Chen Hao was right. It was indeed Bai Shui delivering the food. After dinner, Chen Hao took a toothpick and, while cleaning his teeth, looked at Yi Jia sitting across from him with a smile. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? What do you think? I don't know. After elegantly wiping his mouth with a tissue, Yi Jia suddenly crawled under the table. Chen Hao didn't care what Yi Jia was doing under the table, but mentally prepared to start the lottery. He has now accumulated 5,500 emotional points. It's time for the 5th consecutive draw. The roulette pointer spins rapidly. After flashing 5 times in a row, the 5th consecutive draw is over. Then the system's voice announcement sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Ding, the draw is over, remaining emotional points, 500. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 million in cash. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million in cash. Congratulations, host, you have won a copy of the mission book. Congratulations, host, you have won a TikTok Diamond Recharge Voucher denomination 100 million. Congratulations, host, you have won 3 million in cash. As soon as the system announcement finished, the sound of a text message alert from Chen Hao's phone on the dining table went off. He picked it up. It was a notification that the 6 million in cash he had won in the lottery had been credited to his account. With this 6 million, his bank card balance has increased from the previous 64.7 million to the current 70.7 million. Using the mission book, the system will generate a task for the host. If the host successfully completes the task, they will receive a generous reward. If the task fails, the host will not receive any reward. After reading the system introduction to the mission book, Chen Hao directly used the mission book that he had just drawn with a single thought. Ding, mission book, successfully used. The mission is being generated automatically. Ding, mission generation successful. It is detected that the host is being oppressed by the unscrupulous leader Li Liang in the company, and he deeply hates Li Liang. As a godly hero, he must definitely seek revenge and repay the favor. Therefore, the host is requested to take revenge on Li Liang and collect Li Liang's negative emotion value. Accumulate and collect 1,000 negative emotion values from Li Liang, which is regarded as the host successfully completing the task. The reward for completing the task, 15% of the equity of Star Fashion Media Company, Limited. Failure to complete the task, no reward. Chen Hao was instantly excited at the reward for completing the task. This excitement almost made him lose control and say thank you to Yi Jia under the table. It's not surprising that he was so excited. But the reward for completing the task was really generous. Star Fashion Media is the company he currently works for. It is a very powerful modeling company in China. It focuses on modeling and internet celebrity incubation. It went public last year. The company is now worth more than 5 billion yuan. Let's say it's worth 5 billion yuan. 15% of the company is worth 750 million yuan. Damn, this mission must be completed. Getting back at Li Liang has always been his goal. Now he can get such a generous reward. That's just too good to be true. Getting 1,000 negative emotion points from Li Liang would be considered mission accomplished. So how was he going to get these 1,000 points of negative emotion from Li Liang? Chen Hao fell into deep thought. He had to think about this problem carefully. After pondering for more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao suddenly revealed an evil smile on his face. Haha, he had an idea. Chapter 45, Chapter 045, She Must Be Taught a Lesson. Using the TikTok Diamond Recharge coupon denomination 100 million, the system will recharge the host's TikTok account with 100 million diamonds. After spending all 100 million diamonds, the host will receive a cash rebate equivalent to 10 million soft. After reading the system's introduction, a flash of inspiration came to Chen Hao's mind. Then he'll set up a small account. He'll broadcast live on the small account and reward himself. It seems that the host and the platform split the rewards from live streaming on TikTok 50-50. If that's the case, he can get 5 million rewards for himself. Add that to the 10 million system cashback, and he can get 15 million. However, as soon as this idea came to him, the system told him that it was not allowed. The system said that he could only reward others. And he could not privately take kickbacks. Otherwise, it would be cheating. The consequence of cheating is that the system will not give any cashback at the end of the settlement. Okay, then I can only be an extravagant and generous godly brother on TikTok. Ding, TikTok Diamond Recharge coupon denomination 100 million has been successfully used. The system has already recharged the host's TikTok account with 100 million diamonds. Please check for yourself. Chen Hao quickly picked up the phone on the table and opened the TikTok app. And sure enough, I found a bunch of diamonds with a long series of numbers in my wallet. I counted them, and there were exactly 100 million. Next, Chen Hao started to use TikTok. He wanted to see if there were any hosts that he would like. After using TikTok for less than a minute, a message suddenly popped up in the background. The show you are following, Makabaka, has started. Chen Hao saw this and clicked into the live broadcast room of Makabaka without thinking. As a host, Hu Shuei did not cosplay anyone today, but appeared without makeup. Hu Shuei in front of the camera had her hair in a double ponytail. She was wearing a yellow Pikachu t-shirt. The Pikachu pattern in the middle was bulging, which was very cute. Since it had just started broadcasting, there weren't many people in the live broadcast room. There were only a dozen or so people. But these people were obviously all Hu Shuei's loyal fans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the live broadcast room as soon as Hu Shuei started broadcasting. They had been waiting in front of their phones, and finally waited until the host started broadcasting. The host is so beautiful sexily. I'm afraid that only a host with this figure can hold up this Pikachu t-shirt nosebleed. The host is 10 minutes late. Why didn't the anchor cosplay today? Family, the anchor was tired from shopping during the day, so she didn't bother with makeup. She'll cosplay next time she goes live. Hu Shuai had just finished explaining when she saw a sentence float across the public screen area. How good, anchor, a carnival called out husband once, right? Chen Hao, do you want to hear me call you husband? Hu Shuai was a little surprised. In her impression, Chen Hao is a man who rarely speaks and is quite honest. In the past, when she was live streaming, Chen Hao never appeared in her broadcast room. Not only did he appear tonight, but he also wanted to hear her call him husband? This guy has got some nerve. I'm actually a little flattered that the big anchor recognized me. Chen Hao typed on his phone. Anchor, do you know each other in real life? A fan in the public comment area asked. Yes, he is the ex-boyfriend of a good friend of mine. Hu Shuai said. Hu Shuai, you still haven't answered me. Is it true that you will call me husband after I do a carnival? Since Hu Shuai has been recognized, Chen Hao fortunately directly called Hu Shuai's name. This is not considered to have exposed Hu Shuai's privacy, because Hu Shuai's account itself has already been verified. Chen Hao, if you want to hear me call you husband, that's fine. Hu Shuai, who was in front of the camera, said with a slight smile, but you have to pay extra. For 10 carnivals, I'll call you husband. Hu Shuai, we're all acquaintances, so it's fine if you say you won't give a discount or a friend price, but you're actually going to charge extra? And you're going to charge 10 times more at once. You're not taking advantage of an acquaintance like this. Chen Hao was speechless. I've seen price increases before, but never one as steep as this. Well, you're Pinru's ex-boyfriend, and because of that relationship, I can't bring myself to call you husband, okay? Hu Shuai paused for a moment as she spoke. Okay, Chen Hao, just go wherever you want, I don't have time to play with you. She didn't believe Chen Hao at all when he wanted to buy her virtual gifts and hear her call him husband. Chen Hao is just an ordinary social animal. And he's usually stingy. After watching so many of her live streams, he only gave her more than 50 hearts in her live stream last night. That's more than 5 renminbi in soft girl currency. And a carnival costs 3,000 renminbi in soft girl currency. How could Chen Hao possibly be willing to spend that on her? It's obvious that he's just looking for a sense of existence here and teasing her for fun. It's precisely because she has seen through Chen Hao's intentions. That's why she temporarily increased the price by 10 times. Trying to amuse her? Chen Hao is still young. Hu Shuai, I can give you 10 carnivals, but you have to call me 10 times husband. Your live broadcast room clearly states the price of 1 huazi for 1 husband. Is that reasonable? 10 husbands for 100 carnivals. Chen Hao, who doesn't negotiate, do you have the strength? If you don't have the strength, then shut up right now. Hu Shuai's face flashed with impatience. This Chen Hao guy just won't stop, will he? Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points. Hu Shuai, current emotion point 600. At this time, several of Hu Shuai's loyal lapdogs in the live broadcast room also began to besiege Chen Hao. A level 1 little dog, what's he trying to be here, and 10 carnivals? Do you know how much a huazi is worth? The anchor knows this, Brother Hao, in real life, and you can tell how strong this, Brother Hao, is from the anchor's attitude towards him. So buddy, if we don't have the strength, let's not pretend. Brother Hao, let's start with a sports car and see how strong you are. Current psychological state, this Chen Hao is endless, annoying, I really want to kick him out of the broadcast room. Chen Hao looked at the emotional words above Hu Shuai's head and was speechless. Compared to Yi Jia under the table, this Hu Shuai is truly a bear with no brain. Or rather, Hu Shuai's prejudice against him is too serious. She thinks he's a loser and can't afford to buy huazi, right? Okay, today we must teach this Hu Shuai a good lesson. Chen Hao slid his finger up and changed the live broadcast room. That Brother Hao is gone. He really doesn't have any strength. Just by looking at the way Brother Hao was acting, I really thought he was some big brother's little brother, but it turns out he's a clown. What a bullshit big brother. The anchors all know him in real life. If he really were a big brother, do you think the anchors wouldn't know? After continuously swiping through several live streams, Chen Hao finally came across an anchor woman who looked quite pleasing to the eye. This was a food show. No beauty filter was on. Her face was above average. But her figure was top-notch. Like Yi Jia under the table, she was close to perfection. Without saying a word, Chen Hao directly swiped 10 sports cars. Chapter 46. Chapter 046. The whole person felt numb. At this time, the anchorwoman nicknamed Heartbeat Milkcap was half closing her eyes and looking back with a pensive expression as she ate some old yogurt in the camera's view. Suddenly, she saw what looked like a red sports car appear in the live broadcast on her phone. She was taken aback. No way. This was only her second day as an anchor, and someone already sent her a sports car? Could it be that she was seeing things? With a trace of doubt, the female anchor opened her eyes. The next second, the female anchor's eyes suddenly lit up. She wasn't seeing things. Someone had really just sent her a sports car. And it was still being sent. Brother How, sending sports car X2. Brother How, sending sports car X3. Brother How, sending sports car X8. Brother How is giving away sports cars X9. Brother How is giving away sports cars X10. Oh my, this Brother How has just given her 10 sports cars in one go. A sports car costs 120, so she can get 60 yuan. So in just a few seconds, she has earned 600 yuan. Is this what it feels like to meet a big brother? It's so cool. The originally quiet live broadcast room has now become lively. Holy cow, Naigai has finally found her big brother. Naigai quickly bakes a sausage for her big brother, and since he's enjoying the show, a gift is definitely in order. Don't just stand there, host, quickly thank your big brother. At this moment, the female host finally came out of her surprise and thanked me, how good, for the 10 sports cars. How good, shall I put you on management? How good, no need to put me on management. When he spoke again, Shenhao noticed that his level had reached 24. The early stage upgrade speed in this TikTok app is really fast. 10 sports cars went from level 1 to level 24 in one go. It feels like the same upgrade routine as many domestic online games. The upgrades were all fast at first. Then they slowed down. Seeing that Shenhao was unwilling to be the room manager, the female hostess suddenly became a bit anxious, fearing that Shenhao would leave her live broadcast room the next second. So she quickly said with a smile, Brother How, what do you want to watch Naigai eat next? Brother How, what can you eat? Brother How, Naigai can eat bananas, cucumbers, grilled sausages, yogurt, and lollipops. Brother How, then have a grilled sausage. Brother How, that's right, just having a grilled sausage is no fun. Let's have a competition. With you, Brother How, there's no way I can lose. Okay, Brother How, then Naigai will have a PK with the other anchor. Shenhao's comment that it's a guaranteed win made the female food blogger so happy that her voice even cracked. Brother How, anchor, you can even link up with Makabaka and have a PK with this female anchor. Brother How, it seems that you know this, Makabaka. If Naigai wins the PK, what punishment would you like this, Makamaka, to receive? Brother How, you can do that, host. I didn't realize you were quite clever, not as dumb as a bear. Brother How, the punishment is to make Makabaka say 10 times in the live broadcast room, Shenhao, my husband, I love you. Okay, Brother How, Naigai will come and link with her right away. And that's how this female food blogger named Heartbeat Naigai took the initiative to challenge Makabaka to a PK link. Soon the PK connection was established. Hello sister, how are we going to play? Hu Shuwei said nonchalantly in front of the camera. Usually she rarely plays PK. The main reason is that she was scared of kneeling down when she first started playing PK. She is very cautious in every PK afterwards. If the probability of winning is less than 70%, she will not accept it. This heartthrob Milkcap only has a little over 2,000 followers. Judging by the number of live broadcasts, this is her second live broadcast on the Douyin platform. It's another food show. There are only a few dozen people in the live broadcast room. She can't imagine how she could lose to this heartthrob Milkcap. She now has nearly 1,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Even if most of them are mainly there for company. In this PK, she has the advantage. And it's a big advantage. It's even a guaranteed win. Sisters, let's not play any tricks, let's play something simple. How about the loser shouting big brother and I love you, husband 10 times to the other person's live broadcast room? Hu Shuwei hesitated for a moment before smiling and agreeing, okay, sister, I'll turn off the microphone. Hu Shuwei then turned off the sound in the other person's live broadcast room and said into the camera, family, the host has never called anyone husband in the live broadcast room since the broadcast started, so family, you can't let someone lose in this competition today. Don't worry, Ibao, there are only about 40 people in the other person's live broadcast room at the moment, while we have more than 900 people. We have more than a 99% chance of winning this competition. I just earned 6,000 diamonds, which is not much, so I can only buy you about 5 sports cars. Langshan is truly worthy of being our number 1 guardian, he is awesome. With Langshan's 5 sports cars, this PK is already a sure win. Indeed, 5 sports cars can easily knock the opponent out. Hu Shui's family members are all full of confidence. They feel that this will be a no-doubt competition. No waves in the east, waves in the west, send a sports car X1. No waves in the east, waves in the west, send a sports car X2. No waves in the east, waves in the west, send a sports car X4. No waves in the east, waves in the west, send a sports car X5. Thanks to the 5 sports cars sent by Langshan. Hu Shui smiles easily after looking at the competition's health bar. Her PK value was already 7,000, while her opponent's was only in the low 50s. She was rubbing her opponent up against the ground. It was no surprise that the gap would continue to widen. After all, the number of people in her broadcast room was dozens of times that of her opponents. It's going to be fine. However, the next second, Hu Shui's smile instantly froze on her face. What? She looked at the PK bar on the screen in disbelief. Her side's PK bar had suddenly gone from blue to dark red. Her opponent's PK value had skyrocketed from just over 50 to over 30,000. Oh my god, it's still rising. Over 60,000. Over 90,000. Over 120,000. Staring at the constantly rising numbers on her opponent's PK bar, Hu Shui was dumbfounded and her whole body went numb. Brother Hao gives you Carnival X5. Brother Hao gives you Carnival X7. Brother Hao gives you Carnival X10. Thank you, Brother Hao, for giving me the carnival. I wish you, Brother Hao, smooth sailing, good luck, wealth, power, and a bright future. The female anchor, whose screen name is Heartbeat Milkcap, is now screaming in front of the camera. Brother Hao gives you Carnival X15. And it's still giving away carnivals. Looking at the carnival effects filling the screen, the female anchor was so excited that she almost fainted. She could be seen hugging her cheeks with her hands and her mouth wide open. She didn't even notice that the grilled sausage she was holding in her mouth had fallen to the ground. Hao is giving away X25 carnivals. It's not stopping. It's still giving away. Oh my god, she's really met a big brother this time. Chapter 47, Episode 047, It really is Chen Hao. Under the bombardment of so many carnivals, a small live broadcast room with only a few dozen people suddenly filled with thousands of people. The drainage effect of the carnival was terrifying. He has already swiped 30 carnivals and is still swiping, this is too fierce. Brother Hao, just looking at the name, you are definitely a big brother. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao, do you need any pendants for your thighs? Brother Hao, stop swiping. It makes me feel sad just watching it. Brother, come and watch our Moomoo's live broadcast. Our Moomoo is a skilled anchor. Holy cow, this brother has already swiped 50 carnivals. Is this how rich people play with TikTok? Apart from Big Bear, this anchor is also just so looking. Is this the taste of the rich? Brother, isn't Big Bear enough? Look at the host's excited body trembling. How could he not be excited? He has already earned 60 Huazi, 180,000, 50-50 split, and the host has already earned 90,000. How many people can't earn 90,000 a year? It hurts to hear that. Iron Juice, I'm one of those people who can't earn 90,000 a year. These rich people are really something. If they have this kind of money to spend on female hosts, they might as well donate it to charity and do something that contributes to society. What? It's their money, they can spend it however they like. Exactly, you should be the one sitting on the Leshan giant Buddha. Brother Hao is so awesome, you're so handsome. I love you, Brother Hao. The anchor woman, whose screen name is Heartbeat Milkcap, was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Brother Hao, I'll give you a banana to show off. In her excitement, the anchor woman suddenly remembered that she was a food streamer. In order to retain this once-in-a-century, amazing brother, she must now show off her best skills. The female anchor picked up a banana on the table. After peeling the skin, she opened her mouth and swallowed the whole banana. The movement was incredibly smooth. Chen Hao couldn't help but type a word of praise in the public comment area. The banana that the female anchor just swallowed was peeled. He estimated that it was at least 15 centimeters long. It's not easy for the average person to swallow a whole banana that long and silky. This female anchor has something. It seems that Chen Hao has set the tone. The public screen area was flooded with tiger comments. At this time, Hu Shuai was still in a daze. I thought I had the advantage and was almost guaranteed to win, but the result was that I was crushed to the center of the earth. Now there is hardly any red in the comments. What the hell is there to play for? Holy shit, there's a real big brother on the other side, and Yibo has sunk this time. Now all these new anchors have big brothers to protect them. Are they all that tough? The female anchor on the other side isn't as good looking as our Yibo, so why can't our Yibo meet such a domineering big brother? That Yibo, I'm going to go across the street and have a look, and see if I can lure that big brother over to be your big brother. Holy cow, the big brother across the street who was frantically swiping Huazi's name is Hao Gu. Could it be that it's the same Hao Gu who was just in our Yibo's broadcast room? Finally, a die-hard fan in the broadcast room who had been there since the beginning of Hu Shuai's broadcast discovered a blind spot. It really is Hao Gu, with the exact same name. Ah, this. Yibo, what's going on? Don't you know that Hao Gu in real life? At this moment, Hu Shuai, who had noticed the public screen area, was stunned again. The guy across the screen frantically swiping for the carnival is Hao Gu. Chen Hao. No way. Hao Gu gave away the Carnival X88 in the heart-pounding milk cap live broadcast room. Hu Shuai couldn't help but stare at the floating screen at the top of the phone screen. Her baby-faced face was full of shock. Ding, the host has gained 300 emotion points. Hu Shuai, current emotion points 900. It really is Brother Hao. It really is Chen Hao. Judging from Yibo's expression, it seems that the Brother Hao on the other side is really the Brother Hao who was just here. Holy cow, I just mocked that Brother Hao. Me too. So in a fit of rage, Brother Hao went to the live broadcast room of the heart-shaped milk cap and frantically swiped Huazi? I'm leaving, I'm going to the other side to give Brother Hao a nod. Yibo, what's going on? Don't you know that Brother Hao in real life? The other person is so rich, you don't know? At this time, in a small rented room of less than 10 square meters in the country, a middle-aged man with a full face of vicissitudes is holding a mobile phone with a broken screen, eating instant noodles while watching the live broadcast. He is a steel bar fixer on a nearby construction site. On TikTok, his screen name is Dong Bian Buleng Sibianlang. 3 months ago, he became obsessed with an anchorwoman named Makamaka. In order to support his favorite anchorwoman, he saves and scrimps, and spends all his money on sending gifts to her, just for the sake of hearing the words "Thank you, Brother Lang." As a bachelor, his greatest joy every day is watching Yibo's live broadcast. His greatest wish in life is to always protect his baby Yibo. He doesn't want Yibo to lose the TikTok battles and accept the punishments that Yibo dislikes. But his strength alone is still too weak. After all, he is just an ordinary steel worker. He only makes 10,000 yuan a month. For a female host to make a name for herself on TikTok, she needs a big brother to protect her. Yibo clearly has a big brother by his side, so why did he just push this big brother to someone else? I don't understand, Brother Lang. The Chen Hao I know is just an ordinary person. Hu Shuai's heart was in turmoil. Brother Hao has sent out Carnival X99 in the Heartbeat Milk Cap live broadcast room. Brother Hao has sent out Carnival X100 in the Heartbeat Milk Cap live broadcast room. Oh my god. Chen Hao has already spent 100 Huazi in the opposite broadcast room. Each Huazi costs 3,000 yuan. 100 Huazi is 300,000 yuan. Hao brother is giving away carnival tickets in the Heartbeat Milk Cap broadcast room X110. Seeing Chen Hao still frantically spending carnival tickets in the opposite broadcast room, Hu Shuai felt numb. She didn't know where Chen Hao got so much money. But did it matter? It doesn't matter, okay. What matters is that she could have kept Chen Hao in her own broadcast room. If she had been nicer and more enthusiastic with Chen Hao just now, then maybe it wouldn't have been the heartthrob milk cap who made Chen Hao spend like crazy on Huazi, but her, Hu Shuai, instead. When she thought about this, Hu Shuai's heart was bleeding. Ding, the host gains 300 emotion points. Hu Shuai, current emotion points 1200. Brother Hao gives out Carnival X150. Brother Hao gives out Carnival X170. Brother Hao gives out Carnival X200. After giving out a total of 200 Huazi, Chen Hao finally stopped. Damn, my fingers are numb from clicking. But it was really fun. Chapter 48 Chapter 048 Special Talent. Thanks to How Go for the 200 rounds of Carnival. Naigai will always love you, Xiaomei. The anchor woman named Heartbeat Naigai is already dizzy from the bombardment of 200 carnivals. She sends Chen Hao crazy kisses across the internet. Brother Hao, from now on you will be in Naigai's heart. Naigai gives you a heart sign, and Naigai will always love Brother Hao. After saying this, the female anchor put her hands in front of her chest and gave a heart sign to the camera, saying, I love you, Brother Hao. Chen Hao's eyelids twitched. Okay, so you're giving a heart sign, are you? The public screen exploded. This anchor is so bold, and she's not afraid of being targeted by the account deletion trolls. Anchor, don't play around like that, don't accidentally get your broadcast room banned. Typing with both hands to show innocence. Sorry, Anchor. It's only natural. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, Anchor. Thank you, Anchor. You guys are quite polite. In the 200 carnivals, this Hao brother angrily spent 600,000, and another godly brother has appeared on TikTok. I've completely memorized Brother Hao's name. After swiping 200 Huazi, Chen Hao's level also reached 52. At this time, Chen Hao's shaking sound kept going. But he didn't have time to watch it at the moment. Because this PK was about to end in 30 seconds. Brother Hao, why aren't you saying anything? The female anchor looked at the camera with a longing expression. Her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. For 200 Huazi, she can get a gift commission of 300,000 yuan. This is a huge sum of money for her. The most important thing now is to get closer to this Hao brother. Make him your real big brother. This way, you can have a long-term relationship. Naigai's voice is so seductive. What's that? If Brother Hao is willing to brush Huazi for little sister me, I can do it even better than her, and I was born with a natural lisp. Heart-melting milk cap, I can do more than just sound lispy. Brother Hao, Anchor, the PK is over, but don't forget to make the anchor on the other side accept the penalty for losing the PK. Don't worry, Brother Hao, milk cap would never forget this. By the way, Brother Hao, I don't think you followed Naigai yet. Could you please follow her? Naigai is a very good girl. Seeing the pitiful look on the female host's face in the camera, Chen Hao didn't hesitate and clicked to follow. Thank you, Brother Hao, for your attention. At that moment, the competition ended. Without a doubt, the winning side belonged to Naigai. Sorry, little sister, I won, and you should accept the punishment. I think you know that the big brother in my live broadcast room is Brother Hao. So little sister, quickly say 10 times, Husband Hao, I love you. Although it is a little hard to say. But she, Hu Shui, is not someone who can't lose. She just gritted her teeth and loudly said 10 times, Husband Hao, I love you, in the live broadcast room. Ding, the host gains 200 emotional points. Hu Shui, current emotional points 1400. Chen Hao silently exited the live broadcast room. He realized that in just that short period of time, his account had gained more than 3,000 followers. The message column below even showed 99 plus. And when he opened it, he was greeted with private messages from netizens. Brother Hao, I'm a dance anchor, I can do any kind of dance, I can fly all over the country. Hello Brother Hao, if you have time, you can come to my live broadcast room. He clicked on a few of them and read them. Basically, they were all sent by female anchors. Among them were big internet celebrities with hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers. Many female anchors also sent him some small benefits. He was treated to a feast for the eyes. Heartthrob milk cover, thanks for all the carnival hearts, Brother Hao. Heartthrob milk cover, photo. Although it is the same pose as the one in the live broadcast room before. But now there is a touch of honesty in it. How good, thumbs up. Xian Tong Naigai, how good, looking at your homepage, you are currently in the Magic City, right? How good, yes. Xian Tong Naigai, that's a coincidence, Naigai is also in the Magic City. Xian Tong Naigai, how good, can we meet in person? Naigai has some special talents that I can only show you in person. How good, what special talents? Heartthrob milk cap, oh, Brother Hao, it's not convenient to talk here. Brother Hao, okay, I'll ask you out sometime. Heartthrob milk cap, okay, then Brother Hao, you have to keep your word. Seeing that someone else was sending him private messages, Chen Hao directly set his TikTok account so that only people he followed could send him private messages. With this setting, Chen Hao suddenly felt that his TikTok had become much quieter. Maka Baka, Chen Hao, why have you suddenly become so rich? Brother how, it's none of your damn business whether I'm rich or not. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points whose shui, current emotion points 1500. Makabaka, hey, how dare you swear bomb? Brother how, is this considered swearing? Makabaka, you're not taking out a loan to pay for gifts for the female host, are you? It's not impossible. If Shinhao really was rich, then her best friend Lin Pinru definitely wouldn't have broken up with him the other day. He was kicked out by his girlfriend and suffered a serious shock. Then, in a fit of rage, he started taking out loans and started giving online rewards to female anchors? This is a very likely possibility. Love is a poison. After many people fall victim to this poison of love, they become mentally unstable and lose their reason. It is very likely that Shenhao could not stand the blow of being dumped by her best friend, and he went crazy. It seems that Shenhao's drastic change in temperament also confirms her guess. Brother Hao, you have a good imagination, so please continue to use it. Makabaka, there are plenty of flowers in the world, why be infatuated with just one? Shenhao, don't ruin your great life because of a woman, you are still so young, it's not worth it. At this moment, Hu Shuei suddenly felt quite sorry for Chunhao. To be fair, Shenhao had been really good to her best friend Lin Pinru. When they used to eat together, Shenhao would always peel the shrimp for Lin Pinru. He treated her best friend like his own daughter. Chunhao was really considered a good man. It's a pity that he met the wrong person. Ding, the host gains 100 emotional points Hu Shuei, current emotional points 1600. Brother Hao, another weirdo who fills in the blanks. Makabaka, just keep talking tough. Shenhao didn't reply to Hu Shuei again, but instead continued to stream on TikTok, looking for that special someone. Brother, this is very open-minded, a true brother, listen to me. As he streamed, Shenhao came across the live broadcast room of Tingquan. Shenhao quite liked this treasure appraisal anchor. In the past, when he was free, he often watched Tingquan's live broadcasts on TikTok. This time, he had to support him. Without saying a word, Shenhao directly opened the way for the carnival. Chapter 49 Chapter 049 My brother Hao is ruthless and doesn't say much. Brother Hao, send out Carnival X5. Brother Hao, gives away Carnival X8. Brother Hao, gives away Carnival X10. Brother Hao, gives away Carnival X20. Thank you, Brother Hao, for giving away Huazi. Even if Tingquan is a super internet celebrity with more than 30 million followers, when he encounters a godlike tycoon like Chun Hao, who keeps giving away Huazi, he has to enthusiastically say, thank you, Brother Hao. Brother Hao, gives away Carnival X99. He has already sent 99 Huazi. Who is this Hao Gu? So fierce? There is no such character called Hao Gu among the few powerful users on TikTok. I know this Hao Gu. Just now, my Hao Gu already sent 200 Huazi to a female host. Hao Gu, sending out Carnival X149. Holy cow, it's still going strong. Looks like there's going to be a new addition to the list of powerful users on TikTok. Brother Hao, the socialite, doesn't say a word, just keeps sending Huazi. Brother Hao, why don't you go to our place and hang out with Mumu? Brother Hao, send Carnival X229. Brother Hao, you keep sending Huazi without saying a word, and it's scaring the hell out of me. Tingquan, who was originally appraising the treasure, is a little unnerved. As a popular super anchor, his fans are not lacking in wealthy people. Every live broadcast has someone giving him Huazi points. But none of them are as fierce as this guy. He just came on and started giving Huazi points without saying a word. He's already given him 260 Huazi points. And it's not stopping. Brother Hao, Tingquan, I'm your fan, so I'll give you some Huazi points to get to know you better. Maybe I'll ask you to authenticate some treasures I find in the future. He has always been interested in antiques. When he was young, he and his friends from the orphanage liked to go to the back of the orphanage to play. I remember that once in a small cave in the back of the mountain, they found a lot of ancient coins. There were also some other old objects that looked very old at first glance. At that time, he was obsessed with martial arts dramas, and he was obsessed with ancient things as well. So he used a few candies to trade back all the coins and other things that his friends had. He put them in a clay pot. Later, when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, their school held an activity where students made wish bottles and buried them in the ground. At that time, he buried the clay pot in the ground. He made a wish to grow up to be a great hero. After so many years, he had forgotten about the clay pot. Chen Hao thought that when he had the chance, he would definitely go back and dig up the clay pot, take out the copper coins and those strange things inside and let this Tinquan appraise them. It is not known if they are worth a few dollars. Although what he lacks the most right now is money. Brother Hao, if you have any old objects that you are not sure about, you can let me help you appraise them in the live broadcast room, or you can just come directly to me. I will definitely warmly welcome you. Tinquan said. Brother Hao, okay. Brother Hao, send out Carnival X299. After clicking again to make a round number of 300, Chen Hao's finger finally stopped. Damn, my finger is almost going to cramp. Brother Hao, Tinquan, I'm going to go explore somewhere else. Take care, Brother Hao. By the way, Brother Hao, I just private messaged you, so if you have time, add me on WeChat. Brother Hao, okay. With that, Chen Hao left Ting Xuan's live broadcast room. He once again searched for that special someone. After so long, he had only swiped 500 huazi. He had also only spent 15 million of the 100 million diamonds in his wallet, with 85 million still left. However, Chen Hao was in no hurry to spend all 100 million diamonds in one night. After all, he didn't lack money at the moment. He is in no hurry to get the 10 million cash back. Anyway, he will spend it slowly. Next, Chen Hao entered and exited dozens of live broadcast rooms in a row. During this period, the moods of these dozens of anchors were like a roller coaster. Chen Hao's account has reached level 58. At least 1.3 million gifts have been sent at level 58 on TikTok. This is definitely a big spender. Plus, just now, Chen Hao's Douyin account had been floating on the screen for several minutes. So these anchors were already deeply impressed by Chen Hao's Douyin account. They saw that Hao, who had frantically swiped hundreds of huazi, had arrived in his own live broadcast room. These anchors immediately became excited. However, before they could say a word of welcome, they noticed that Hao had already exited the live broadcast room. The excitement they had just felt was instantly extinguished. Finally, after continuously refreshing dozens of live streams, Chen Hao found another host that he could watch more comfortably. This was an anchor woman with the nickname 56 Shuemei. He had an impression of this anchor woman. Because in the past 2 days, he had not failed to refresh Douyin to see this 56 Shuemei. This anchor woman was previously a female national gymnast. She had brought honor to the country. But then she retired due to injury. She started playing Douyin last year. At first, it was never very popular. But suddenly it became popular over the past period of time. It became popular amidst controversy. Some haters said that she was crossing the line and bringing the national team into disrepute. But he doesn't think so. She has already retired, and she retired due to an injury. What's the big deal? Now she's just trying to make money on TikTok. There are many low-quality hosts with a dark past who are raking in the money on TikTok. You little black guys don't attack these people. But you attack a female athlete who retired due to injury? This 56 schoolgirl incident has caused quite a stir online recently. Many people have started digging deep into this 56 schoolgirl. It turned out that the more they dug, the cleaner they found the 56 schoolgirl. She has been doing charity work for the past 2 years. But she never promoted it online. He quite admires this 56 schoolgirl. Now that he has found this 56-year-old girl's live broadcast room, he must like her. So Chen Hao once again began to bombard huazi. Brother Hao, send out Carnival X5. Brother Hao, send out Carnival X20. Brother Hao, giving away Carnival X99. Thank you, Brother Hao, for the carnival. 56 Shuemei was a little confused. To be precise, she was shocked by Chen Hao's show of force. Brother Hao, you've given away too much. You don't have to spend so much. I'm not worthy of so many huazi. 56 Shuemei said, stumbling a little as she was scared. Brother Hao, it's okay, don't feel any pressure. I have a lot of diamonds in my account, and I can spend them on whoever I want. In that case, I definitely want to spend them on the host who looks good to me. Just think of me as a generous person, and you as the lucky one who has been noticed by a generous person. As soon as this sentence was sent, the public screen area instantly exploded. Holy cow, this is Brother Hao, who just spent 300 huazi in the Quan live broadcast room. My Brother Hao is still a ruthless man of few words, and he's directly opening the way to the carnival. Lu Feng, you have to catch this sky-high wealth. As long as Brother Hao is willing to protect you, I believe no one in the whole Douyin will dare to bully you again so easily. Brother How, give little sister some money to spend, little sister can take it in various positions. Brother How, I can do it too, I have many positions. After swiping another 300 Huazi, Chen Hao suddenly frowned. He finally couldn't hold back anymore. Putting the phone on the table, Chen Hao picked up the cigarettes and lighter on the table and lit one for himself. Yi Jia's cheeks bulged slightly on both sides, and without looking back, he walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 50 Chapter 050 You're a bit of a food waster. There are two sides to every story. At this time, Hu Shui was still live streaming. But she was now completely uninterested in streaming. 800 carnivals. In one night, Chen Hao had spent a whole 800 carnivals. One Huazi was 3,000 yuan. 800 Huazis was 2.4 million yuan. In other words, in the space of less than an hour, Chen Hao spent 2.4 million. Earlier, she had thought that Chen Hao had taken out a loan to pay for the heart-shaped milk cap. Now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Ordinary people cannot borrow this much money even if they take out a loan. What's going on? Why has Chen Hao suddenly become so rich? And he just stopped replying to her private messages. Ibo, why aren't you saying anything? What are you daydreaming about? That Hao has already spent 800 Huazi on someone else, and this incident has obviously caused a huge emotional impact on Aribao. It's sad for Aribao. If we had been more enthusiastic towards that Hao in the beginning, the other person might have also casually spent a few hundred Huazi on us. Ha, this woman anchor didn't catch the splashing wealth, she's dead. I guess the woman anchor's mentality has collapsed a bit. Some netizens who came in later, after learning the whole story, gloated in the live broadcast room. Look down on Brother Hao, well, now you're regretting it. Anchor, you're useless even when you're given a chance. If it were me, I would probably prove myself by giving the female host hundreds of Huizi. Now I can see that Brother Hao is more resourceful. Seeing all these sarcastic comments, Hu Shui rolled her eyes, blocked all those people, and kicked them out of the broadcast room. Finally, she waved to the camera and said, "Okay, family, I'm a little tired, I'm going to go off the air now. We'll meet the day after tomorrow at 9 p.m. Don't be late." After saying this, Hu Shui directly closed the live broadcast room. After thinking for a while, Hu Shui opened WeChat and clicked into the group of her girlfriends. She typed, "Sisters, big news, big news. Zhou Dan? Lin Pinru, what's wrong, Shui? Hu Shui, Chen Hao just sent 800 carnival hearts to other anchors on TikTok. Zhou Dan, don't tap so much at home, you're hallucinating. Hu Shui, screw you, I'm telling the truth, Chen Hao really swiped 800 Huazi on TikTok. I was just broadcasting, but I saw the whole thing. Zhou Dan, Shui, you've got the wrong number, 800 Huazi is 2.4 million, how could Chen Hao have that much money? It's impossible even if you use your toes to think. Dandan, what Shui said should be true. At this time, Lin Pinru's heart was bleeding like crazy. 2.4 million, Chen Hao actually watched the live broadcast on TikTok and gave someone 2.4 million in gifts. What a spendthrift. My money. Lin Pinru felt heartbroken. In her eyes, she was definitely able to get back together with Chen Hao. So Chen Hao's money was her money. Watching a live broadcast cost Chen Hao 2.4 million, so you can't say she isn't heartbroken. Lin Pinru, do you know that Chen Hao is a rich man? Hu Shui was quite surprised. Well, do you know who that godly rich guy next to Yi Jia is? Just thinking about that Yi Jia, Lin Pinru couldn't help grinding her teeth. This Yi Jia is so hateful. As her best friend, she had gone behind her back and got together with Chen Hao. No wonder before, no matter how she asked, that Yi Jia refused to post the picture of the godly rich guy next to her in the group. She was afraid she would find out. Could it be Chen Hao? Yes, Shui, you guessed it right, it's Chen Hao. Lin Pinru's words were like a bombshell to Hu Shui and Zhou Dan. I can't believe it, Chen Hao is the godlike hero next to Yi Jia who drives a 30 million yuan Ferrari. No wonder he just watched a live broadcast and casually gave 800 Huazi to other anchors. Hu Shui at Yi Jia, Jia, you can really hide. Zhou Dan, the fact that the godlike hero next to Yi Jia is Chen Hao is just too explosive. Ding, the host gains 400 emotion points. Hu Shui, current emotion points 2000. Ding, the host gains 600 emotion points. Zhou Dan, current emotion points 2600. At this time, Chen Hao, who was smoking a cigarette, heard two system prompts in his head one after the other. Chen Hao was happy. Not only because he had suddenly earned a full 1000 emotion points, but also because there was one more tool that could provide him with emotion points. Yi Jia, who had just finished rinsing her mouth, walked over at this time. Chen Hao looked at Yi Jia, who was sitting on his lap, and smiled. What's wrong, Jia Jia, did you just cry? Cry? Yi Jia was taken aback. I didn't cry. You didn't cry? Chen Hao laughed. Then why are there two dry tear stains in the corners of your eyes? What do you think? Yi Jia reacted and gave Chen Hao a somewhat resentful glance. I've noticed that you're getting worse and worse, and you know how to bully people. Saying this, Yi Jia raised her little pink fists and pounded Chen Hao's chest. Chen Hao grabbed one of Yi Jia's wrists and said with a smile, You have one fault. Ha? Honey, what's wrong with me? Tell me, I'll definitely change in the future. Yi Jia looked at Chen Hao with utmost seriousness. Now that Lin Pinru already knew Chen Hao's identity as a godly hero, she would definitely try every means to get back together with Chen Hao in the future. If she wanted to keep Chen Hao by her side forever, she could only unleash her charm and make Chen Hao fall in love with her and be unable to leave her. Therefore, she had to become more perfect in front of Chen Hao. Therefore, she must promptly correct the shortcomings Chen Hao has pointed out. You're a bit of a food waster. Yi Jia froze for a moment when she heard Chen Hao say this. Then she snapped out of it, lifted her chin, and said with a proud and petulant air, So what if I'm a waster? Be serious, wasting food is a shameful act, and you're not allowed to do it next time. But it's not delicious. Yi Jia pouted, looking aggrieved. You have to eat it even if it's not tasty. Only by not being picky can you have a balanced diet. Okay, I know. Next, Chen Hao went to the gym to work out. Although his physique has become very strong after being enhanced by the genetic medicine. According to the system, his current physical strength, power, and speed have surpassed the strongest soldier in the world. But no matter how good your body is, you still have to keep working out. It's like how you have to maintain your car regularly. Yi Jia went back to lying on the bed. As soon as she turned on her phone, she noticed that someone in her group of girlfriends had tagged her. After reading the group chat, Yi Jia typed, Okay, since you all already know, I won't hide it from you. The godly boyfriend by her side is indeed Chen Hao's smiley face. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Zhou Dan, Jia Jia, who is Chen Hao really? How did he suddenly become so rich? Who's Xue? I want to know the answer to that question too. Jia Jia, did Chen Hao win the lottery and win a prize of over 100 million? Yi Jia, that's out of the question. Xue, if you think Chen Hao got rich by winning the lottery, that just shows you don't know much about the Ferrari F80. The Ferrari F80 is a limited edition of only 799 cars worldwide. Production is limited, and priority is given to the European and American markets. As of now, including Chen Hao's car, there are only 2 Ferrari F80s in China. Many rich playboys in China don't even have the connections to buy a Ferrari F80, but Chen Hao was able to buy one. What does that tell you? It shows that Chen Hao is definitely not a nouveau riche, but has deep roots. My guess is that Chen Hao is the direct descendant of a wealthy family in China. Lin Pinru, who was sitting on the bed applying a facial mask, immediately retorted when she read what Yi Jia had said in her group of girlfriends. How could that be? Chen Hao is an orphan, okay? She had lived with Chen Hao for half a year. She knew everything about him. Pinru, do you really think you know Chen Hao? No, you don't know him at all. Do you think the Chen Hao you see with your own eyes is the real Chen Hao? Perhaps the side you see is just what Chen Hao is acting out for you. If Chen Hao really is an orphan with no one to depend on, then how could he buy a Ferrari F80? You wouldn't be able to think of it with your toes. This Lin Pinru really doesn't have a brain. It's a shame that she used to be called brainless. Cut it out. The one who really has no brain is you, Lin Pinru, okay. Living with Chen Hao for half a year, she didn't even realize that the ordinariness Chen Hao displayed was all a disguise. How brainless does that have to be? If it were her, with her intelligence, she would definitely be able to discover Chen Hao's extraordinary qualities from some clues. Her brain is proportional to a bear. No way, there's no reason for him to lie to me. At this moment, Lin Pinru was in a state of confusion. Pinru, Chen Hao's not calling that cheating on you, that's a test. In his position, he must be worried that other women are with him because they like his background, not because they really like him as a person. That's why Chen Hao has deliberately pretended to be an ordinary person over the years. Yi Jia lay on the bed, smiling with satisfaction. Her best friend had guarded a gold mountain for half a year without knowing it, and it was simply laughable. In the end, she got the better deal. She's still the lucky one. On the other end of the line. Lin Pinru's face turned green with anger when she heard what Yi Jia had said. This was a blatant dig at her. How dare her? Not only did she steal her man, but she also mocked her. Zhou Dan, Jia, has Chen Hao told you everything about his background? Hu Shui, eating melon.jpg. Yi Jia, that's not true, but regarding my inference about his background, although Chen Hao didn't directly admit it, he didn't deny it either. Obviously, Chen Hao's seemingly ambiguous attitude is actually a kind of disguised acquiescence. Hu Shui, I think Jiajia's inference should be very close to the truth. Jiajia has really found a treasure this time, and she is seriously jealous. Lemon. Zhou Dan, lemonperson.jpg. Don't envy me either. You are all beautiful women, and you will all find good men in the future. Although Yi Jia said this to her girlfriends, she couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. If you look at the country, there is definitely no one as young and handsome as Chen Hao who is richer than him. And no one who is younger and more handsome than Chen Hao will be richer than him. Therefore, Chen Hao is a rare gem. In the future, her best friends will only envy her, Yi Jia. At this moment, Lin Pinru, who was on the other side of the internet cable, could feel Yi Jia's arrogance. This made her feel very resentful. You have to know that Chen Hao used to be her boyfriend. If she hadn't broken up with Chen Hao, this Yi Jia would never have had the chance. Now who is she showing off to? Yi Jia, we have been good friends for so many years. I broke up with Chen Hao, and you started seeing him right away. You really did a good job of stealing my man. Do you think that was appropriate? Smiling face. Lin Pinru, look at what you're saying. When did I ever try to steal your man? You said it yourself, I only got together with Chen Hao after you and he broke up. How is that stealing? Does that mean Chen Hao can't find a new girlfriend after you dump him? Smiling face. She knew that once Lin Pinru found out about Chen Hao's identity as a godly hero, the latter would definitely be furious. It's not surprising that her best friend would be furious. If it were her, she would be furious too. Chen Hao and I are only temporarily apart, okay? Nowadays, it is not uncommon for couples to say they are breaking up over trivial matters out of impulse. After a few days of cooling off, they will reconcile. And you, Yi Jia, my best friend, took advantage of the temporary separation of Chen Hao and I to seduce my boyfriend Chen Hao. Lin Pinru became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. She wished she could find Yi Jia right now and tear off Yi Jia's smug face. How dare you, someone who got to the top by stealing, act cocky in front of her, the rightful queen. That's downright shameless. You've already broken up with Chen Hao, and yet you still say that Chen Hao is your boyfriend. Lin Pinru, people find you a bit funny. Smiling face. You even called Chen Hao in the afternoon to get back together, but he rejected you, didn't he? I didn't want to say anything in the group chat about this, and I was going to spare your face, but I didn't think you'd spare your own face. Smiling face. Yi Jia, don't be smug, it's not even certain whose Chen Hao will end up being. Even if he's not mine, he's not going to be yours either. Someone of Chen Hao's status doesn't recycle trash. Smiling face. Yi Jia, you bitch, how dare you call me trash? Look, you're getting angry just by talking about it. If I say it again, people won't say you're trash, so please don't take it personally. Smiling face. Yi Jia, we'll see. Seeing that Yi Jia and Lin Pinru were getting louder and louder in the group chat, Hu Shui and Zhou Dan quickly stepped forward to be peacemakers. Okay, we're all good friends, why are you fighting? Exactly, Jia, Pinru, you should both stop arguing. Good night, I'm going to go sleep with Chen Hao. Smiley face. When Yi Jia posted this, Lin Pinru was so angry that she almost fainted. She put down her phone and picked up the pillow next to her and started to abuse it. She cursed under her breath, Yi Jia, you little bitch, you stole my boyfriend and bragged about it in front of me. I won't let you have your way. Chen Hao is mine, and no one is going to take him away from me. I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Chapter 52. Chapter 052. Xiao Wei is awesome. The next day. Chen Hao woke up from bed at 9 a.m. He had worked out until midnight last night, which had exhausted him. This sleep was more comfortable than ever. He picked up the fully charged mobile phone on the bedside table and found several new messages on WeChat. One was from Yi Jia, saying, "Dear, you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. Remember, you must eat breakfast when you wake up. Heart emoticon." The rest of the new messages were from his colleagues at the company. The content was more or less the same. They all told him to hurry to the office. They said Li Liang had gone into a rage and threatened to fire him if he dared to be absent from work today. Fine, it was time to deal with Li Liang. Just follow the plan he thought of last night. As long as nothing major goes wrong, he will definitely be able to easily get 1,000 negative emotion points from Li Liang. Complete the system task and obtain 15% of the equity of Star Fashion Media. That said, with 15% of the equity of Star Fashion Media, should he cash out and leave? Or should he continue to hold it and receive dividends every year? Forget it, I'll just hold on to it and collect the dividends. It feels a bit like fishing out the bottom of the pond to cash out. After all, the development momentum of Star Media is still quite strong. In the past 2 years, Star Media has produced several supermodels. It has also incubated more than a dozen big internet celebrities with millions of followers. The development of Star Media is booming. So I'd better not cash out. I should take a longer-term view. At around 9:30, Chen Hao drove out of the underground parking lot of the central building in a Ferrari F80 and sped off in the direction of the company where he worked. Half an hour later, Chen Hao arrived at the underground parking lot of the office building where Star Media was located. After parking the Ferrari, Chen Hao did not turn off the car or get out, but instead sat in the car and picked up his phone. He found Bai Jie's WeChat account and sent a message, "Xiao Xiaohua, are you at the office?" Within a minute, Bai Jie replied, "Chen Hao, you're already 2 hours late. I'm telling you, you're finished. Li Liang is furious and is threatening to fire you." "Chen Hao, fire me? Li Liang doesn't have the guts to do that." "Chen Hao, I'm telling you, you're still asleep. Li Liang's uncle is the manager of our visual creativity department. Do you think it's hard for Li Liang to fire you? Fine, there's no point in talking to a woman with short hair and little knowledge." Photo. This looks familiar, doesn't it? On the other side, Bai Jie, who was sitting at her desk with her legs crossed and her phone in her hands, suddenly stopped when she saw this photo sent by Chen Hao. The prancing horse in the middle of the steering wheel is a Ferrari. Bai Jie recognized it immediately. Chen Hao is in a Ferrari right now. Chen Hao bought a Ferrari? No way. Chen Hao is just an ordinary office drone. Where could he afford a multi-million-dollar Ferrari? It's just an internet meme. What a show-off. Little burnt goods, I'm in parking lot C right now. If you don't believe me, come down and take a look for yourself. Humph, Chen Hao, if I tell Li Liang that you called me a little burnt goods on WeChat, you'll be fired in no time. A lot of people at the company call you that behind your back, pick your nose. Just you wait, I'm coming down there to rip your smelly mouth off." After sending this message, Bai Jie stood up in her high heels. She was going to go down there to settle scores with Chen Hao. And she was going to expose Chen Hao's pretentious face. He had taken a photo from somewhere on the internet and then come running to her pretending to be cool. This is too lame, too low. In this way, Bai Jie left the office. However, instead of taking the elevator directly to the parking lot on the first basement level, she first went to a milk tea shop near the outside of the office building and ordered a cup of milk tea. After leaving the milk tea shop, Bai Jie lifted the lid of the milk tea and looked left and right to make sure no one was paying attention to her nearby. Then she took a pair of black silk stockings that had been scrunched up in her pocket and put them into the cup full of milk tea. At this moment, Bai Jie's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. Yesterday evening, she had worn these black silk stockings and ran 5 kilometers outside. The taste was absolutely delicious. "Chen Hao, you keep looking at me when I'm working, you keep calling me a little slut, and you'll be sick after drinking this." "Humph, this is what happens when you mess with your mother." A few minutes later, Bai Jie arrived at the underground parking lot on the first basement floor in her high heels. After staring at it for a few minutes, it was almost time. Bai Jie lifted the lid of the milk tea, used her long manicured nails to grab the black silk inside the cup, took it out, and then threw it on the ground with a disgusted look. She went up to it and sniffed it, and Bai Jie let out a "you" sound. "It's okay. It's got a great flavor. It's very heady." After replacing the lid on the milk tea, Bai Jie walked towards Zone C. 2 conversations are taking place. Chen Hao is chatting with Zheng Hong on WeChat. "Hong, what time do you finish work at noon? Shall I pick you up?" After a few minutes, Zheng Hong replies, "Why would you pick me up?" Chen Hao, "To have lunch." Zheng Hong, "Just to have lunch?" Chen Hao, "If you want to do something after lunch, I'm sure I can help." Hong Jie, "Alas, I would like to come out and have a free lunch, but unfortunately I have an important meeting this afternoon. Chen Hao, meeting during lunch break? Hongjie, your boss is really inhumane. Hongjie, who says not, but what can we do, in the current environment, it's good to have a job. Chen Hao, don't work for a boss like Zhoubapi. Fire him and work for me. I'll pay you grins. Hongjie, trying to support me? Chen Hao, let's be honest, I'm interested. Hongjie, no way. I want to be a strong woman. I don't want to be a goldfish bowl. Okay, little brother, I'm busy. Gotta go. Chen Hao, okay size. At this time, Bai Jia had already arrived in Zone C. She looked around, seemingly looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw a yellow sports car at 2 o'clock. The headlights of the sports car were still on. What a cool sports car. It's a Ferrari. Could it be that Chen Hao is in that Ferrari? Half believing, Bai Jia walked towards the yellow Ferrari. As she got closer, Bai Jia could see more clearly. The clearer she saw, the more shocked Bai Jia felt. What a beautiful sports car. She had seen many sports cars. But the yellow Ferrari in front of her was undoubtedly the most beautiful she had ever seen. Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Who told you to give so much, brother Hao? Just then, Bai Jia saw the window on the driver's side of the yellow Ferrari lower. Then a familiar handsome face came into view. Xiao Xiaohua, you're here. Chen Hao, is it really you? Bai Jia was extremely shocked at this moment. She never expected that the person sitting inside was really Chen Hao. She had just thought that the person sitting in the Ferrari couldn't possibly be Chen Hao. She thought it was a prank played by Chen Hao. Get in the car, little firecracker. Chen Hao spoke as he pressed the one-touch button on the passenger's side to open the door. His eyes raked unabashedly over Bai Jia, who was walking towards him. Upper body, white shirt plus black blazer. Lower body, wrapped skirt plus black stockings. She was wearing a pair of silver stiletto heels. With her OL-style outfit, Bai Jia walked with a sachet in her hips, like a model walking the catwalk. Her rosy lips and pair of peach-colored eyes made this woman look charming, with a burning passion in her bones. Chen Hao, you rented this Ferrari, didn't you? Bai Jia, who had walked up to Chen Hao, suddenly closed her mouth before she could finish her question. At this moment, her gaze fell on the Vacheron Constantin Heritage 47292 pink gold watch on Chen Hao's left wrist. Her pair of watery peach eyes were full of shock. Chen Hao was wearing a $1 million Vacheron Constantin watch. She loved luxury goods and usually had an in-depth understanding of the world's major luxury brands. So she would never make a mistake. If a sports car can be rented, then a gold watch worth millions like this one cannot. And Chen Hao was wearing clothes from Hermes. At this moment, Bai Jia's heart was in turmoil. Her small, plump lips unconsciously opened into an O shape from the shock. Little burn victim, your mouth is open so wide, you want to eat someone? If we just talk about appearance, he can only give Bai Jia a 75. But in terms of overall charm, this Bai Jia is not inferior to Yi Jia in his heart. Because Bai Jia's burning enthusiasm is very addicting. Brother Hao, how did you suddenly become a rich man? Bai Jia, who had recovered, looked at Chen Hao again, and her pair of peach blossom eyes were flirtatious. Even the address became Brother Hao. Chen Hao patted the leather seat of the passenger seat and greeted with a smile, get in the car first. Okay. With that, Bai Jia carried her milk tea and walked around the front of the Ferrari F80 to the passenger door, which was already open. Before she even entered, her ample buttocks took the seat. Chen Hao had only seen this kind of entry on TikTok before. It's okay, she's really something. Number of relationships, 4, physical condition, healthy and non-toxic. Current emotional state, oh my, how has Chen Hao suddenly become so rich? Chen Hao was quite surprised after looking up Bai Jia's emotional status. He had never imagined that Bai Jia, a young woman with a burning passion, had only been in love 4 times. That was far fewer times than he had imagined. Brother Hao, how much is your Ferrari? After getting in the car, Bai Jia looked around. She was quite excited. She had ridden in sports cars before. But the Porsche Boxster she had ridden in before, whether it was the appearance of the car or the sense of luxury of the interior, was incomparable to the Ferrari she was riding in now. The difference between the two was too great. Her intuition told her that this Ferrari must be very expensive. More than 30 million, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia was so shocked that she sat up straight in an instant, looking at Chen Hao in disbelief. This Ferrari costs more than 30 million? Is that true? That's too expensive. Don't believe me? Just search online for the Ferrari F80 and you'll know. Hearing this, Jia quickly took out her iPhone and searched online. Oh my god, so it's the successor to the LaFerrari, and it really costs more than 30 million. She put down her phone and looked at Chun Hao with curiosity. Brother Hao, who are you really? You're so rich. I'm just a small fry, so what do you care who I am? Brother Hao, don't be so mean. She was just curious and asked out of interest. By the way, Brother Hao, why did you call her over? Take a guess. Brother Hao, I can't guess. Little burned goods, do you want to make money? Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Jia's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even more intense and charming. She thought for a while, and then asked, Brother Hao, can you make money for me? Seeing Chen Hao nod, Jia directly wrapped one of his arms around his shoulders and gently shook it. Brother Hao, tell me how you can make money for me. It's like this. Next, Chen Hao told Jia part of the plan he had come up with last night to get back at Li Liang. After listening to him, Jia glared at Chen Hao with shame and anger. Brother Hao, what do you take people for? If they do what you say, they will definitely be targeted by Li Liang and lose their jobs. 500,000. Chen Hao said indifferently, Little Xiaohu, as long as you cooperate with me, I will give you 500,000 at once. In addition, I promise you that you will definitely not lose your job. No, that would be too humiliating. What if Li Liang gives up and breaks everything? How would he be able to face people in the future? Jia shook her head. 1 million. If you keep bargaining with me, then you give me the money now. Brother Hao, when are you going to give me 1 million? Seeing Jia's greedy look, Chen Hao reached out and patted her cheek, teasing her, What, you're not ashamed anymore? I'm still ashamed, but you're just giving me too much, Jia laughed. Send me your bank card number, I'll transfer you 500,000 yuan first, and after the job is done, I'll transfer you the remaining 500,000 yuan, Chen Hao said. Okay. Soon Jia sent Chen Hao her bank card number to his phone. Chen Hao opened the mobile online banking app and after a few simple operations, he looked at Jia and said, It's transferred. Go check. Seeing that there was really an extra 500,000 yuan in her bank card balance, Jia was so excited that she directly hugged Chen Hao's cheek and kissed him wildly. After venting her emotions, Jia looked at Chen Hao with seductive eyes and said, Brother Hao, are we staying in the car? Chen Hao rolled his eyes at this remark. What are you thinking? This car is worth over 30 million, so don't you dare dirty it. In no time, Chen Hao drove out of the underground parking lot in the Ferrari F80 with Jia in the passenger seat. Little burn victim, I'm thirsty, let me drink the milk tea in your hand. Oh, Brother Hao, this cup of milk tea was bought for myself to drink. If you're thirsty, pull over and I'll go get you some. There had been a change of plan, and this cup of milk tea in a silk stocking was obviously no longer for Chen Hao to drink. What's wrong with a few sips of your milk tea? Don't be so stingy, just hurry up. He was really a little thirsty. Otherwise, he wouldn't even drink the milk tea if it was offered to him. He never drinks anything outside, and if he is thirsty, he just buys mineral water. Brother Hao, this milk tea has a special taste that most people are not used to, so you'd better not drink it. I'm telling you, little firecracker, you didn't secretly add something to this milk tea, did you? P.S. Brothers, please use your precious little hands to click on Power for Love for free. The more you click, the more incense the author will burn in prayer, praying to the wholesale heavens to give you all a system of gods of wealth. Chapter 54, Chapter 054, Why does this milk tea taste so strange? He has known Jia for more than half a year. In the company, he is usually a very generous person. What he is doing now is really a bit unusual. No, it's just a nice cup of milk tea, why would he add ingredients to it for no reason? Jia smiled, a little bit guilty. She really didn't expect Chen Hao to be so sensitive. He immediately guessed that she had added ingredients to the milk tea. Really? Then why don't you drink it? I'm not thirsty yet. Do you girls only buy milk tea when you're thirsty? Little brat, you drink the milk tea in your hand right now, or I'll have reason to suspect you of secretly adding seasonings to it to harm me. Facing Chen Hao, who was a bit aggressive, Jia pursed her lips and finally chose to confess honestly. Okay, Brother Hao, I admit that I did add something to this cup of milk tea. What was it? Chen Hao asked curiously. I added 2 pairs of black stockings that someone else has worn. Bai Jia said with some hesitation. Is this for me? Brother Hao, I was wrong. You vicious woman, if this milk tea really enters my stomach, I'm afraid my intestines will be infected with a fungus. Chen Hao sternly rebuked the young woman Bai Jia next to him. Recently, the term stocking milk tea has frequently appeared on Douyin. But netizens are just playing with the term. Damn, this Bai Jia is serious. Brother Hao, don't say such things about her, she just didn't let you drink it. Bai Jia pouted, sticking out her tongue. Humph, if I were still the ordinary Chen Hao from before, would you suddenly have a sudden conscience and not let me drink it? Okay, Brother Hao, she really knows she was wrong. When we get to the hotel later, she'll admit her fault and accept the punishment, whatever you want to do, is that okay? Bai Jia looked at Chen Hao with a pitiful expression. After a while, Chen Hao arrived at a nearby star-rated hotel in a Ferrari F80. As soon as he got out of the car, Bai Jia was about to throw the milk tea in her hand into the trash can. However, Chen Hao stopped her, saying that it would be a pity to throw it away like that. Bai Jia was surprised for a moment, and then looked at Chen Hao with a strange expression and said, Brother Hao, I didn't expect that you had such a heavy taste. Chen Hao heard this and reached out and gave Bai Jia a hard slap on the back of the head. What were you thinking? What I mean is that this cup of milk tea can be given to that guy Li Liang to drink. Doesn't that guy drink milk tea every day? It's just that today's milk tea money can be saved. Brother Hao, you're so bad. Ha? No, Brother Hao, you're a good person. While they were talking, the two of them walked into the star-rated hotel in front of them. Two separate stories. Chen Hao had not even shown up for work yet. Li Liang, the director of the visual creativity department at Star Media, walked out of his private office with his arms crossed. He glanced at Chen Hao's workstation and noticed that it was still empty, which made him furious. This Chen Hao really has come a long way. Not only did he block all his contact information, but now he even dares to be late. This is a serious challenge to his authority. This is intolerable. This time he must severely discipline this Chen Hao. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Thinking of this, Li Liang looked around with his arms folded, his face stern, and said in a low voice, Tell the Chen Hao that I will give him half an hour. If he doesn't come to the office for more than half an hour, then he should pack up and get the hell out. Chen Hao's colleagues looked at each other in shock. Chen Hao was really acting abnormally this time. He not only dared to be late, but also to be late for such a long time. He even refused to come to the office to work overtime at the weekend, and blocked Li Liang's phone number and WeChat. Chen Hao is really provoking Li Liang recklessly. He is really brave. After giving Chen Hao an ultimatum, Li Liang was about to go back to his office. But just as he turned around, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Bai Jia's workstation. Realizing that Bai Jia was also not there, Li Liang casually asked, Where is Bai Jia? I don't know, she's been out for a while. Li Liang just let out a ha in response, and then went back to his office. Li Liang, who had just sat down and crossed his legs, picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Jia, Little baby, where have you gone? Knock, knock. 10 minutes later, the door to Li Liang's office was knocked on. Come in. The door opened. A young woman in a uniform carrying a cup of milk tea walked in. Director Li, your milk tea. Li Liang, who was playing Minesweeper on the computer, looked away from the screen and looked at the female receptionist in front of him in surprise. Milk tea? I didn't order milk tea. Director Li, Bai Jia from your department ordered milk tea for you. Hearing the words of the female receptionist, Li Liang smiled and said, Okay, then you can give it to me. With that, Li Liang happily accepted the milk tea from the female receptionist. It wasn't easy, and this was the first time that Bai Jia had taken the initiative to order milk tea for him. But Bai Jia was really stingy. She only bought him a honeycomb bingchang? After the receptionist left, Li Liang picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Jia, My little treasure knows to order me milk tea. Next, Li Liang put down his phone, picked up the straw and started drinking the milk tea. As soon as the first sip went down, Li Liang couldn't help but frown. He pursed his lips, wondering why the milk tea tasted a little strange. He had drunk Yangji Ganlu milk tea from Honey Snow Ice City before. He remembered that it didn't taste like this. Could it be that the recipe has changed? After taking a sip and savoring it, Li Liang's brows furrowed even more tightly. This taste is really strange. Why does it feel like there is a sour smell? It seems to be mixed with the smell of a smelly sock? Although he felt an urge to throw it away. But thinking that this was the first cup of milk tea that Bai Jia had ordered for him, Li Liang still didn't want to throw it away. So he continued to drink it. As he drank, Li Liang's originally frowning brow gradually relaxed. The mask of pain also disappeared. The more he drank, the more he began to enjoy it. Not bad, not bad. Really not bad. When he first drank this milk tea, the smell really caused quite an impact on his taste buds. But after drinking more, it became more palatable. It's actually quite delicious. Michelle Bing City is not bad. The taste of this mango pomelo sago is better than before. It's a strange taste. But if you get used to it, it will leave a lasting impression. In less than a minute, Li Liang had drunk the entire cup of milk tea. He pursed his lips. It wasn't quite enough. This was the first time he had tasted milk tea with such a rich flavor. It had immediately changed his prejudice against the low-end milk tea brand, Honeycomb Ice City. Honeycomb Ice City has something going for it. No wonder it's so popular now. Chapter 55, Chapter 055, Harvest. Li Liang gains 1500 negative emotion points. Little darling, the milk tea you ordered for me really has a unique taste that is unforgettable. Li Liang sent another WeChat message to Bai Jia. After waiting for a few minutes without a reply from Bai Jia, Li Liang typed again, "Little darling, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my message?" After 10 seconds had passed, Li Liang finally waited for a reply from Bai Jia, which was busy. A very perfunctory reply. Busy? What's so busy about it? A minute passed, and seeing that Bai Jia was not replying to his message again, Li Liang felt a little upset. Is she messing with his mind? So Li Liang directly dialed the phone number. The user you have dialed is temporarily unable to answer the phone, please try again later. Shit, how dare she hang up on him? Li Liang, who was angry, dialed again. This time, after ringing for more than 10 times, the phone finally connected. Bai Jia, why did you hang up on me just now? Li Liang asked in an interrogative tone. Director Li, didn't I just say that I was busy? What are you busy with? Well. At this point, Li Liang heard something wrong in Bai Jia's tone. Bai Jia, where are you right now? I'm outside. I'm asking you where exactly? I'm at the mall. At the mall? You're kidding me. Bai Jia, is it that quiet at the mall? Li Liang's face changed. He thought of a possibility. But he couldn't be sure yet. Okay, Director Li, I'll call you back after I'm done. I have to go now, bye. Wait, don't. Hang up, Xiaoxiaohua, why is Li Liang looking for you? Just as Li Liang was about to say, wait, don't hang up, a familiar voice suddenly came from his phone. Chen Hao. It was Chen Hao's voice. Bai Jia was with Chen Hao right now. Who knows? Brother Hao, I'm so sick of that loser. Loser? How can you call that guy a loser? Li Liang is the head of our department, he's the leader. So what if he's the leader? Being the leader doesn't make him strong. I don't think that Li Liang is fit to be a leader, he should be delivering packages. Why do you say that? Don't package delivery guys just leave the packages at the door? That's exactly what Li Liang is good at. By the way, Hao, just now Li Liang even posted on WeChat that the milk tea was delicious. He's really so stupid, he can't even tell the smell of my smelly socks. Hao, you really know how to get people, that Li Liang will be found to have a fungal infection of the intestines in the future, I'm afraid he won't even know what happened. Haha, he deserves it, who let him usually flatter the superior and bully the inferior in the company, and like to exploit the employees. Hearing Bai Jia and Chen Hao's conversation on the phone, Li Liang's blood pressure shot up. How dare they? How dare they? That bitch Bai Jia actually mocked him as a delivery boy. This was the biggest insult to him. And what were these two doing now? The next sound from Bai Jia's phone, her heart-wrenching voice, made Li Liang's heart no longer hold any illusions. He put down the phone and slowly closed his eyes. His face twisted up at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart was filled with a tremendous rage. The moment his eyes opened, they had turned blood red. Seeing the cup of milk tea on the desk, which he had drunk to the last drop, Li Liang could no longer control his emotions at this moment. He saw him pick up the empty cup of milk tea and slam it onto the ground. Chen Hao, you dare to hit on my girlfriend and let that bitch give him the milk tea with the condiments? Li Liang's anger soared, reaching the heavens. He was furious. Chen Hao, you just wait, if I don't let you go today, I'll make sure your last name is Chen forever. Ding, the host has gained 1,500 negative emotion points from Li Liang. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task of getting back at Li Liang and have gained 15% of the shares of Star Fashion Media. Chen Hao was thrilled to hear the system prompt in his head. Yes, yes, yes. He finally got 15% of the shares of Star Fashion Media. This is much more satisfying than just giving him money. With 15% of the shares of Star Fashion Media in his hands, Chen Hao is probably considered a medium-sized shareholder in Star Fashion Media. In the future, he will be known as President Chen. Brother Hao, don't stop, please continue. Just then, Chen Hao heard the voice of the young woman by Jia in his ear. She even improvised a foreign language for him. English is good, you have to learn English. It's 10:30. Chen Hao was driving by Jia in his Ferrari F80 on the way back to the company. I just transferred the remaining 500,000 yuan, did you receive it? Bai Jia, who is reading the bank's incoming message, smiles and says, I received it, thank you, Brother Hao. Don't thank me, it's just a fair deal between us. Brother Hao, you can drop me off by the roadside now. Why? Aren't you going back to the company? Chen Hao is surprised. I'm afraid to go back. I'm afraid that Li Liang will beat me up, Bai Jia said with some hesitation. After all, what she had just done must have deeply irritated Li Liang. If she went back to the company at this moment, she might just bump into Li Liang. She didn't want to get beaten up. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to lay a hand on you, Chen Hao said with a smile. Chen Hao laughed and said, at the very least, if that Li Liang really beats you up, then you'll be able to make a small fortune again. The medical expenses, lost wages, mental distress compensation, mediation fees, and all that other nonsense will add up to quite a lot. Bai Jia's eyes lit up at the sound of this. That's right, I'm not his wife, I'm not his girlfriend, whatever I want to do has nothing to do with him. If he dares to hit me, I'll make him bleed. When she thought about it, Bai Jia was not afraid anymore. She even looked forward to Li Liang beating her up later. That way, she could extort a large sum of money. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. She had a lot of flesh on her body, so she should be able to take a beating. Brother Hao, you are still the smart one. In a short while, Chen Hao drove his Ferrari F80 into the underground parking lot of the office building where Star Media was located. As soon as he parked the car and got out, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Hao? A middle-aged man's voice came through as soon as the call was connected. Yes, who is this? Mr. Chen, this is Wang Hanlin, the chairman of Star Media. So it's Chairman Wang. When he was at the hotel earlier, he took the time to look up the shareholder structure of Star Media online. He discovered that the largest shareholder of Star Media is an investment company called Hanlin Wind Capital, with a 34% stake. And this Hanlin Wind Capital is 100% controlled by this Wang Hanlin. So it can be said that Chairman Wang Hanlin is the largest shareholder of Star Media. Chapter 56, Chapter 056, Colleagues were dumbfounded. Chairman Chen really has some skills, he has managed to buy out the shares in my company that Wang Dong and Xia Dong held in one fell swoop. At this time, Wang Hanlin was feeling very depressed. He had just received a phone call from the board of directors saying that there had been a major change in the company's shareholding structure, and he was shocked on the spot. Such an important matter, and he, the chairman, had not received a single piece of news beforehand. He was even more shocked to learn that a person named Chen Hao had bought the shares from Wang Xian and Xian. He had been negotiating with Wang Xian and Xian recently. He was after the 15% of shares held by the two. The negotiations had generally been going well. He could see the end of the negotiations and the 15% of shares coming his way. But then he was cut off. Chen Hao really had good tactics, getting Wang Xian and Xian to agree so quickly to transfer the shares in their hands to him. The scary thing was that he didn't even know when Chen Hao had approached Wang Xian and Xian. Chen Hao smiled and said, Wang Dong, you're too kind. Good tactics? What good tactics could he have? It could only be said that Brother Tongzi was awesome. Chen Dong is being too modest. With your status, you have been able to work as an ordinary employee in our company for a year. Most people don't have your patience. Before making this call, he had already obtained Chen Hao's basic identity information from his secretary. He was surprised to find that this Chen Hao was actually an ordinary employee of Star Media. As an ordinary employee, he suddenly acquired the shares held by the two directors and became the third largest shareholder of the company. This was the first time he had seen such an outrageous thing. The background check given to him by his secretary showed that Chen Hao was just an ordinary college student who had graduated only a year ago. He was also an orphan with no background. It was clear that the background check he had was worthless. If Chen Hao really was just an orphan with no background, then he would not have been able to buy the shares held by Wang Xian in Xi'an. So there was only one truth. That was that Chen Hao's real background was extremely powerful. So powerful that no one outside the company can find out his real identity. This is quite scary. Wang Dong, this is what my parents taught me. Before investing in a company, it is best to first join that company and work at the grassroots level for a period of time. Often, you can see a lot of things, which can effectively help us evaluate whether this company is worth investing in. Chen Hao rolled his eyes and continued directly with what Wang Hanlin had just said. Don't say it, it seems a bit pretentious. If I'm pretending, then so be it. When dealing with someone of Wang Hanlin's level, if we don't pretend a little, how can we fool others? My parents' generation? Damn, he knew that the background check on Chen Hao that his secretary gave him was worthless. If Chen Hao said that his parents were still alive, then how could he be an orphan? All of a sudden, Chen Hao's identity became incredibly mysterious in Wang Hanlin's heart. The real background of this Chen Hao is absolutely quite amazing. At this thought, Chen Hao's status in Wang Hanlin's heart rose several notches. He even began to have a trace of awe for this young man. It can be said that it is an honor for my Xinjiang media to be noticed by Chairman Chen. Not at all. Chairman Chen, do you have time now? Let's go out for a cup of tea? Right now? I don't have time right now, I still have some things to take care of at the company. Shendong, I'm on my way to the company by car right now, and I'll be there in about 10 minutes. How about this, Shendong, when I get to the company, I'll go straight to you, and when you're done, we'll go out for tea together. Okay. Okay, Shendong, let's say it's settled, I'll see you at the company later. Okay. The two ended their conversation. At this time, Chen Hao had already arrived at the company's entrance. Just as Chen Hao was about to enter the company, Bai Jia caught up from behind. Hang on a second, Hao, I'm here. While Chen Hao was on the phone, Bai Jia went to the bathroom. In this way, the two walked into the company together. Soon, the two arrived at the visual creative department. As soon as Chen Hao entered the office, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Chen Hao, you're finally here. If you don't come to the office anymore, we're all going to be in trouble. Chen Hao was taken aback by his colleague's words. Pointing his finger at Li Liang's office, the man whispered to Chen Hao, you don't know, do you? You were late for work for hours, and Li Liang took it out on the rest of us. Just now, because I made a loud noise when I hit the keyboard, Director Li rushed out and scolded me. And Xiaoya, she just went out to use the bathroom, and Director Li started making a big deal about it, thinking that we were all too idle, and then increased everyone's workload by half. Damn, this Li Liang is really lawless, he really treats the company like it's his own. Lin Gu, just ignore him. Later, Li Liang. Chen Hao's words were interrupted by Lin Gu. Chen Hao, you shouldn't worry about us, you should worry about yourself. Every few minutes, Director Li would come out to see if you had come to the office. Every time he saw you weren't there, his face would turn ugly. You'd better go find Director Li and admit your fault quickly, otherwise you won't be able to keep your job. At this point, several other colleagues also spoke up, persuading Chen Hao to go to Li Liang and admit his fault. I just don't believe it. I was only a few hours late, and he can't fire me. You don't believe it? You will in a minute. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Chen Hao turned around and saw Li Liang coming out of his office and walking towards him. At this point, Li Liang was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. Good, good. Chen Hao has finally come. He has a belly full of anger and can finally let it all out. Li Liang, you're just a director, do you have the authority to fire people? When Chen Hao said this, several employees in the visual creativity department were all a bit dumbfounded. No, is this Chen Hao crazy? Facing Li Liang, who was in a rage, Chen Hao didn't even bow his head and admit defeat, but instead poured oil on the fire. Did he not know that Li Liang was the nephew of their department manager Lu? Li Liang did not have the authority to fire them. But Li Liang's uncle, manager Lu, did. Even Li Liang was a little dumbfounded at this point. He had originally thought that Chen Hao was just daring to say a few bad things about him behind his back. If he really did it to his face, he would definitely be so overwhelmed by his presence that he wouldn't dare to even fart. After all, this time he had caught him in the act. For this reason, he had just simulated countless times in his head how he was going to humiliate Chen Hao in front of everyone to get his revenge. However, what he never expected was that this Chen Hao did not tremble like a mouse in front of a cat. Instead, he chose to fight him head-on. Chapter 57 Chapter 057 This lifetime is unchangeable. Good you Chen Hao, you brat, you are arrogant enough. Li Liang laughed angrily. You think I can't fire you, right? Let's see, just watch me see if I can fire you. Li Liang was shaking with anger. He hated to eat the guy in front of him who had cuckolded him. Next, Li Liang turned his head sharply to Bai Jia, who was standing nearby. His eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. And you bitch, you're waiting to be fired too. Going out with this Chen Hao in broad daylight and cheating on him. And cooperating with Chen Hao to add spices to that cup of milk tea. To his credit, he thought that cup of milk tea was very unique and left him with endless aftertastes. As a result, he was made a fool of and looked like a clown. Damn, if it weren't for the situation, he really wanted to rush up and punch the bastard. When they heard that Li Liang was going to fire Bai Jia, the employees in the visual creative department looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Li Liang is actually going to fire Bai Jia? These two have been flirting with each other at the company. Isn't Bai Jia Li Liang's lover? Why is Li Liang suddenly going to fire Bai Jia? And Li Liang looked at Bai Jia with eyes that seemed like they wanted to devour her. Fire away, I don't want to work here anymore. Bai Jia crossed her arms and adopted an indifferent attitude. With the 1 million that Chen Hao had transferred to her, she really didn't care about this job. They were both just workers. If this company was no good, then she would just find another one. Although the current environment was poor, and companies were laying off staff. It's hard to find a job. But she believes that with her own abilities, she won't be unable to find a job. Bai Jia's carefree, indifferent attitude deeply irritated Li Liang. Chen Hao had confronted him. Now Bai Jia was also confronting him. Both of them want to rebel, right? Fine, you both have guts, just wait and see. Li Liang angrily turned around and left. Seeing the direction Li Liang had left in, the employees in the visual creative department all knew that their director Li must have gone to see their uncle, Lu Huan, the head of their visual creative department. After realizing this, the way the crowd looked at Chen Hao had a hint of sympathy in their eyes. It's over, now Chen Hao is definitely going to lose his job. Brother Hao, although you looked very handsome just now when you stood up to Director Li, you really were too impulsive. Yes, Chen Hao, why are you so impulsive? Being a few hours late is not a big deal, as long as you are willing to admit your mistake to Li Liang. Director Li will not really do anything to you. He was just bluffing when he said he would fire you. Chen Hao, if you regret it, it's not too late to go to Director Li now. Everyone will help you plead for leniency, and I believe Director Li will forgive you in the end and only punish you a little as a warning. Brother Hao, it's really not a shame to admit defeat and compromise with society for once. Chen Hao, you really need to change your stubborn temper. You used to like to argue with Director Li, but before, Li didn't get the chance to do it. This time, he's got his chance, alas. The employees in the visual creative department are all frowning at this moment. None of them wanted Chen Hao to be fired. It wasn't because they had a particularly good relationship with Chen Hao, but because Chen Hao was there to help them vent their anger. Li Liang had always liked to boss people around. He would tell them to buy cigarettes, bring them milk tea, and so on. It was fine if he liked to boss people around. The point was that Li Liang didn't pay them, but liked to take advantage of them for free. They all resented this. But they were afraid of offending Li Liang, so they could only put up with it. In the end, Chen Hao was angry after being fleeced a few times and exploded. That time, Chen Hao and Li Liang argued quite fiercely, slapping the table. They forced Li Liang to return all the wool he had fleeced from Chen Hao before. Since then, whenever Li Liang asked them to bring him anything, he would consciously pay for it and no longer freeload. In addition, Li Liang always took on more work for their department in order to show that he was pleasing his superiors. In the end, the one who stood up to argue with Li Liang was also Chen Hao. It can be said that Chen Hao's existence has, in a way, secured some benefits for all of them. And Chen Hao's strong-willed personality also made Li Liang focus more on dealing with him. This, in turn, has made their lives a lot easier. You have to know that before Chen Hao joined the company, none of them had an easy time. Li Liang scolded this one today and lectured that one tomorrow. But since Chen Hao joined the company, Chen Hao has become the one standing in front of them to take the heat for them. If Chen Hao gets fired, their lives will be miserable from now on. So they really don't want Chen Hao to get fired. This is just my personality, and I can't change it in this lifetime. Chen Hao grinned. In the past, when there was no system, he didn't put up with Li Liang. Not to mention that he has a system now. Completing the system task doesn't mean that his revenge on Li Liang is over. This is just the beginning. There's a big scene to come. Seeing Chen Hao say this, the employees in the visual creativity department sighed helplessly. Alas, after Chen Hao leaves, their lives will be difficult. Bai Jia, what did you do to offend Director Li? Someone looked curiously at Bai Jia. The other employees in the visual creativity department also looked at Bai Jia when they heard this. Their eyes revealed curiosity. Facing the gaze of her colleagues, Bai Jia's eyes twinkled as she suddenly embraced one of Chen Hao's arms and pressed her face tightly against his strong arm, smiling and saying, "Because I'm with Hao Ge now." Upon hearing this, the employees in the visual creativity department were all taken aback. What? You two are together? No way? Brother Hao, is this true? Is Bai Jia your girlfriend? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Everyone in the department knew that Bai Jia was Li Liang's lover. The reason Bai Jia was willing to be Li Liang's lover was because she saw the potential in Li Liang's background. She felt that she would have better prospects in the company if she followed Li Liang. Under these circumstances, why would Bai Jia suddenly turn to Chen Hao? Chen Hao is an orphan and a foreigner. What does Bai Jia want with Chen Hao? Does she want Chen Hao to be good looking? No. In the eyes of a woman like Bai Jia, good looks are worthless in the face of material wealth. Besides, Chen Hao has a girlfriend. Don't get me wrong, I want to correct that. Bai Jia is at best just a woman around me, she is not my girlfriend. Chen Hao said. Chapter 58 Chapter 058 His life is like walking on thin ice. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the employees in the visual creativity department were all a bit stunned. Chen Hao's words were tantamount to confirming what Bai Jia had just said was true. The two of them really had a relationship. Li Liang turned out to have a green meadow above his head. No wonder his eyes were bloodshot just now. Even Bai Jia was about to be fired. It's over, it's really over. Chen Hao is definitely going to be fired. They were originally going to speak up for Chen Hao in front of Li Liang. Now who would dare to speak up for Chen Hao? If you speak up for Chen Hao at this time, you are just rubbing Li Liang's nose in it. Brother Hao, you are awesome, I really admire you. The few male employees looked at Chen Hao at this time with a hint of obvious envy in their eyes. Bai Jia is a woman of great charm with a burning passion in her bones. Not only is she curvy, she also knows how to dress well. She wears stockings all year round. And the styles of the stockings she wears are also very varied. Black, white, gray, purple. All kinds of fishnets. And those with letters, suspenders. In their minds, this Bai Jia is miserable. However, they can only stay in their minds. Unlike Chen Hao, who actually won the heart of this Bai Jia. I'm so jealous, they are really envious. How did this Chen Hao guy manage to do it? And how did Chen Hao dare? Everyone in their department knows that Bai Jia is Li Liang's lover. Chen Hao, is that watch on your wrist of Vacheron Constantine? Just then, the words of a female employee made all the other employees in the visual creativity department freeze. The next second, all of them looked at Chen Hao's wrist. Sure enough, they saw a watch on Chen Hao's left wrist. The dial of the watch was white, and the dial structure was particularly complex, full of a mechanical beauty. The strap was rose gold, very eye-catching. The whole watch looked full of a sense of luxury. Yes. Chen Hao nodded. Damn, it really is Vacheron Constantine. The employees in the visual creative department were shocked when they saw Chen Hao nod in recognition. Vacheron Constantine is the world's top luxury brand of watches. Even the entry-level models cost tens of thousands of dollars. These kinds of watches are generally only bought by spoiled rich kids. Hermès? Chen Hao, are the clothes and pants you're wearing all from Hermès? The female employee who spoke earlier let out another surprised sound. The shoes are also from Hermès. Chen Hao, you. At that moment, the employees in the visual creative department looked up and down at Chen Hao, as if they were getting to know him for the first time. Just now, their attention had been focused on the conflict between Chen Hao and Li Liang, to the extent that they had overlooked Chen Hao's attire. Now that they had been reminded, they realized that Chen Hao was wearing designer clothes today. He was a completely different person from the Chen Hao they had previously known. Chen Hao, did you rent this outfit? Rented? Before Chen Hao could say anything, Bai Jia, who was holding one of Chen Hao's arms, let out a light laugh. Xiaoya, the watch Hao is wearing is a Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection 47292 pink gold watch. It's a top-class business watch worth millions of dollars. Rented? You want to rent one for me to see? What, a watch worth millions of dollars? The employees in the visual creative department were shocked by Bai Jia's words, their eyes growing wider and wider. The famous watch Chen Hao is wearing is actually worth millions. Oh my, is this for real? Bai Jia took in the looks on everyone's faces, and as she hugged Chen Hao's arm even tighter, she continued in a proud tone, with her chin up, my brother Hao is not the same person he used to be. I'm afraid none of you have heard of the Ferrari F80. Let me give you a brief introduction to science. The Ferrari F80 is the successor to the LaFerrari and is the world's top supercar worth more than 30 million. Upon hearing this, the employees in the visual creative department were all stunned. Chen Hao's car is a Ferrari worth more than 30 million. Everyone was shocked by this piece of news and their minds went blank. Seeing this, Chen Hao felt a burst of dark joy in his heart. He suddenly felt that it was quite nice to have someone around to speak for him. If he had said it himself, it would have seemed like he was trying to show off. Bai Jia, does Chen Hao really have a Ferrari worth more than 30 million? It took several seconds for the employees in the visual creativity department to come to their senses from the huge shock. Although they knew that Bai Jia didn't need to lie, many of the employees in the visual creativity department still found it hard to believe. They had always felt superior when dealing with Chen Hao. Although they were not from wealthy families either. They at least had a family. They all had parents who loved them. Unlike Chen Hao, who grew up in an orphanage and now has to rely on himself. One of their colleagues, who made them feel superior, suddenly and without warning one day wore designer clothes and watches, and drove a Ferrari worth over 30 million yuan? Is this really possible? Why don't you believe it? Seeing that her colleagues were looking at Chen Hao and the two of them with those kind of doubtful eyes, Bai Jia suddenly felt a little upset. You don't believe it, do you? I have the photos in my phone, I'll send them to the WeChat group now. There are two sides to every story. As soon as Li Liang arrived at his uncle's office, he said to his uncle, Uncle, I want to fire 2 people in our department. Lu Huan, who had crossed his legs on the desk and was sitting in his boss chair with his eyes closed, raised his eyelids and looked at his nephew. Chen Hao and Bai Jia. Li Liang said to his uncle with a grimace and clenched teeth. Lu Huan, a middle-aged man with a big head and big ears, was stunned when he heard his nephew's words. Then he looked at his nephew with incomprehension. Liang, I'm not surprised that you want to fire Chen Hao, but Bai Jia is your lover, isn't she? Why do you want to fire her too? Li Liang gritted his teeth and said with unbearable humiliation, Uncle, there are no outsiders here, so I won't lose face. Here's what happened. Next, Li Liang told his uncle about being cheated on. Lu Huan was furious when he heard, and his fat face trembled, knowing that you are my nephew, Chen Hao still had the nerve to cheat on you. He doesn't respect me as his manager at all. This is outrageous, lawless. Lu Huan said, putting his legs down on the table. Huade got up and left. Liang, I want to see if Chen Hao still dares to be so arrogant when he faces me. Uncle, you have to fire that pair of dogs today no matter what, otherwise I will have no face in the company in the future. Don't worry Liang, this is a given. As the old saying goes, you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Today, Uncle will definitely help you vent your anger. Lu Huan had just walked away from his desk when he suddenly stopped and looked at his nephew next to him and said, Liang, are you sure that Chen Hao doesn't have any connections? He's walking on thin ice. He's been cautious for most of his life and doesn't want to end up in the gutter. Uncle, don't worry. Chen Hao is just an orphan from a small place. If he really had any connections, I wouldn't have gotten on his bad side. Hearing his nephew say this, Lu Huan no longer had any scruples. Very well, then Chen Hao will be the first to go today, just to set an example for the others in the department. Chapter 59 Chapter 059 I spoke a little louder just now. Soon, Lu Huan and Li Lian walked out of the office and came out in front of everyone. Lu Huan looked around and finally his gaze fell on Chen Hao. He snorted and said, You are Chen Hao, right? Chen Hao, who was sitting at his workstation with his legs crossed, responded indifferently, "It's me." "Are you just going to sit there and talk to me?" Lu Huan's eyes were cold. This Chen Hao is really bold. Facing the head of his department, not only is he sitting, he's also crossed his legs. It's downright lawless. There's no doubt about it, he must strike hard today. Otherwise, what credibility will he have in the department in the future? What's wrong with me sitting and talking? Seeing that Chen Hao didn't have the slightest intention of getting up, Lu Huan felt that his authority as the head of the department had been seriously challenged. His fat face suddenly looked as gloomy as if it could drip oil. You have absolutely no sense of propriety. You really think the company is your own home? Chen Hao laughed at the sound of the words. Manager Lu, when you used to give us meetings, didn't you always tell us to think of the company as our own home? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's nose almost turned crooked with anger as he wanted to argue back. But for a moment, he couldn't find anything to argue back with. There was nothing he could do. It was because he liked to repeat that sentence when he was brainwashing his subordinates in meetings. Now it had come back to bite him. The boomerang had hit him in the face. However, although the fat-headed Lu Huan seemed to have a slow mind, in reality, that was not the case. In fact, Lu Huan's mind was still turning very quickly. He knew that he could not win an argument with Chen Hao on this issue. With his arms crossed, he put on a big-shot attitude and looked at Chen Hao askance, saying, "Director Li said that you were more than 3 hours late for work today, and you refused to work overtime at the weekend. You also blocked all of Director Li's contact information. Is this true?" Chen Hao nodded, "Yes." Seeing Chen Hao admit it, Lu Huan cut to the chase, refusing to work overtime, arriving late without a reason, and arguing with your supervisor. We in the visual creativity department cannot allow the presence of employees like you who do not listen to instructions and act lawlessly. Therefore, I am now formally dismissing you as the department manager. Chen Hao, do you have any comments? Of course I have comments. Chen Hao said with neither arrogance nor humility, "First of all, Li Liang's request for me to work overtime without overtime pay is unreasonable, and I can refuse to work overtime completely. As for being 3 hours late for work today, that was my problem, but in our company, even if you don't say that you're more than 3 hours late, or even if you've been absent for 3 days, you still can't fire me for that reason." Lu Huan was once again silenced by Chen Hao's retort. This made Lu Huan furious. He was a little out of his depth. I'm the department manager, and I can find a million reasons to fire you as a junior employee. You're good at arguing with your superiors, aren't you? Then I'll tell you now, you're incompetent and unable to perform your duties. You're being dismissed. Chen Hao, is that a good enough reason? How dare you? In the visual creativity department, he, Lu Huan, is the boss. How dare a junior employee contradict him again and again? This is obviously a rebellion. Rebellion? Do you have the ability to rebel? As the head of the department, it's easy for him to fire an employee, okay? As he just said, he can find countless reasons to fire you. Facing Lu Huan's furious outburst, Chen Hao remained calm and said, "In principle, you have sufficient reasons to fire me. But unfortunately..." Seeing Chen Hao suddenly stop talking, Lu Huan subconsciously asked, "Unfortunately what?" "Unfortunately, I am principal." Chen Hao chuckled. The employees in the visual creative department couldn't help but freeze for a moment after watching the show until now. I am the principal? What does Chen Hao mean by this? Why can't they understand it? You are the principal? Chen Hao, you really made me laugh. Li Liang laughed and said, "I think you are obsessed with TikTok. And you are the principal? You think the company is your family business? Why are you acting like a bully here?" However, on the originally furious Lu Huan's fat face, a look of surprise suddenly appeared. He stared at the gold watch on Chen Hao's left wrist, and his eyelids twitched. A Vacheron Constantin gold watch worth millions? He rubbed his eyes, afraid that he had just seen things. It really was exactly the same as the watch on Wang Dong's wrist. After confirming that he had not seen things, Lu Huan was shocked. "Chen Hao, where did you get that watch?" "None of your business. What does it have to do with you?" Chen Hao found the scene quite amusing when he saw Lu Huan's previous arrogance disappear in an instant after discovering the $1,000,000 watch on his wrist. At this point, after hearing his uncle's words, Li Liang finally noticed the rose gold watch on Chen Hao's left wrist. He was also shocked. My God, isn't this the $1,000,000 watch the chairman is wearing? Why does Chen Hao have one on his wrist too? Li Liang was dumbfounded and went dumb. Seeing this, the employees in the visual creative department were all laughing secretly. You two are usually leaders who don't treat people well, but now you're all dumbfounded. Chen Hao is really the same Chen Hao as before. Chen Hao is now driving a supercar worth more than 30 million, so how can you still hold the reins? Fire Chen Hao? Does Chen Hao even need a job anymore? Chen Hao, did you steal that gold watch from the chairman? After a moment's pause, Li Liang suddenly shouted. Chen Hao is a nobody, so how could he afford $1 million watch? Therefore, this gold watch must have been stolen by Chen Hao one day when he sneaked into the chairman's office. However, as soon as Li Liang finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of the head from his uncle, who told him to shut up. At this time, Lu Huan looked at his nephew as if he were an idiot. How could his nephew say such an unintelligent thing? Their chairman's gold watch is worn every day. If it really gets lost in the company, it will definitely be the first thing to look for. In addition, there are surveillance cameras in their chairman's office. There are also surveillance cameras in the corridors outside without any blind spots. Under these circumstances, who would dare to steal their chairman's $1 million gold watch? Even if Chen Hao really had the guts and actually did it, then how would Chen Hao be stupid enough to wear it on his hand and wander around the company? Therefore, the $1 million watch on Chen Hao's hand could not have been stolen from their chairman. Uncle, why did you hit me? Li Liang touched the back of his head and still felt a little aggrieved. Because you're stupid. Lu Huan first gave his nephew a fierce glare. Then he turned his head towards Chen Hao, swallowed nervously, and then carefully said, Chen Hao, I'm sorry, I think I spoke a little too loudly just now.